now, before we take up the inauguration, I would like you all to introduce yourself so that we will come to know that which part of the country you have come. Okay? So we'll start from the last person in the last row. Yeah. Ravi, take this mic. You please tell us your name, which organization and place.
Good morning everyone. I am Anurag from Kerala. I am coming from Wetlands.
Good morning. I am Adhika from India from the Biodiversity.
Ravi, you finish this side and then go there. Otherwise you will be talking to.
Good morning to everyone. I am Wilson from Animal Biology Engineering.
Good morning everyone. I am Wilson from Animal Biology Engineering.
Good morning everyone. My name is Akshan. I am coming from APN Andhra Pradesh, Developmental University, Kadapa.
Place?
Hello everyone. I am Yajalakshmi, working as assistant professor in Agri College of Engineering. Good morning. I am Aishwarya. Just finished my MSc from 2022.
You are from NRSC? You are in NRSC. Are you comfortable with Bhuvan? Okay. After we need some help from you, okay?
Good morning. I am Sucharita. I am coming from Biodiversity APN.
BMC member. Good morning. I am Pavitra from Mysore.
Good morning. I am Mohammed from
Good morning everyone. My name is Gauri. I am a PhD student here at IIT. I am from Kerala.
Good morning everyone. I am from India College.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. P. Suresh. I am from India.
Good morning everybody. I am Dr. Sunita and I am working as a freelancer in education.
Good morning. I am Yogesh from Islam University.
Sir, I am Devani from Dashi. I am from National University, Chennai.
Good morning everyone. My name is Sushmita from SR University.
Go to the last person there.
Good morning sir. My name is Anurag from Bharat University.
Good morning everyone. I am MG Lakshmi from Biodiversity College of Engineering. Good morning.
Yeah. Are you speaking or that? We couldn't hear.
I am directly University College of Engineering, Developmental. Good morning. I am Professor and University Professor. Good morning. I am Sandra from Anna University, Puducherry campus, Tamil Nadu. Good morning everyone. I am Darshini from University College of Engineering, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu.
From Australia. Okay.
Good morning everyone. I am Malay working with disparate projects here in Bangalore. I am currently pursuing my PhD here.
Good morning everyone. I am Vivek Sharma. I am basically from Himachal Pradesh, currently studying at NIT Surat.
Good morning to all. This is Dr. K. Shashimani Sharma, Assistant Professor in Chemistry, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University and Member College of Engineering, Purbalkhand, Andhra Pradesh.
I'm Bharat from Ghats.
Good morning, everyone. I am Akash from Karnataka State Forces Service.
When is that?
Good morning, myself Ali. I am from Kerala. Good morning, everyone. I am Kim from Kerala.
Morning, sir, and good morning, everybody. I come from a community of Indian Army. My name is Actionable. We are doing MTech in case outside.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Ganesh, KSR driver.
Hello everyone, this is Saurabh from OSGeo-India University.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Silva. I am from Calcutta, studying at OSGeo University in Bangalore.
Hi, I'm Lily. I'm from Mumbai. I'm studying at OSGeo.
Hello, my name is Tushar. I'm currently studying Masters in OSGeo University, Bangalore. I'm from the
Hello, good morning everyone. I am Renisha. I am doing my MTech in Geoinformatics from Karnataka State University Applications. And I am from Kerala.
Hello, good morning everyone. Myself, Shoma. I'm studying MTech in KSR.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Rupa Devi and I am pursuing my MTech in KSR.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Risika. I'm from KSR Bangalore.
Good morning everyone. My name is Sushma and I come from NI Mysore. Good morning. My name is Eric. I'm actually from Belgium, but last 2 years I'm in Bangalore. I'm teaching economics and freelance.
Hello friends, this is Gautam from Chhattisgarh. Currently studying Masters in Education from University, Bangalore.
Good morning, sir. I'm Vikas Sharma, Assistant University, Bangalore.
Good morning, sir. Namaskar to everyone. I am Suresh Shankar. Presently, I am doing MA in Education and specialization in school organization and linguistic management.
Good morning, sir. I am Madan from Assistant Engineering.
Good morning, sir. Sundar.
Good morning all. I'm Nayesh. I'm studying MTech. Corporation of Infrastructure Engineering, IISc Bangalore. I'm from Karnataka.
So now I request my colleagues to come to the dais. Dr. Prasad, Dr. Prabhakar, come. Dr. Prasad, Asif Prasad from IIT, Hyderabad, and Subhash. Yeah, please. It's not okay. They want to talk to you. It's going to be interactive session.
You are official.
Biodiversity board. Okay. So, good morning to all of you. See, the morning what we did, the first session was to find out the diversity, the human diversity here, and from where you have come. Essentially, we have done the mapping of biological diversity. You know, we asked from where you have come, what you are. The same thing, using free and open source software, we will discuss the entities which don't speak. We all speak, but plants and animals don't speak, or some animals speak also, if you travel there. Okay. So, you are welcome to the campus. This campus is about 400 acres and we are 106 years plus. Okay, old. And there are about 47 departments in the campus and about, we are about 5,000 population of the campus is about 5,000. Around 3,000 is the students still. The youth of India, what we talk about, 60% of the campus population are the youth, below 30-32 years, okay? Only few cases people have crossed 35 to do PhD, but majority finishes the PhD when they reach 30 or 32. That is the kind of thing happens, okay? Essentially our job is capacity building. You know, as a Institute of Higher Learning, our job is capacity building. And also we conduct once in a while the program like this. This nobody asked us to do it. It is out of our own interest. Once in a while we feel like sharing our knowledge, and we all of us get together and then start sharing whatever we have done. So we strongly feel as a researcher it's our responsibility, the social responsibility to train the next generation. So my request to all of you is to attend all the sessions, interact with all the resource persons, because they all are established in the field. Try to understand as much as possible. So don't try to sign here and go off and come back in the evening to collect the certificate. We are not going to give a certificate to the people who don't attend all the sessions, okay? That's one other thing people have to keep in mind. Only 4 or 5 my students who are taking other courses, I have permitted them to go for those classes and they will come back. But other than that, people who have come from other institutions need to attend all the sessions. You know why I am making this? In the April, we conducted a program. We noticed that people come in the morning and then disappear. And some of them with a mobile, they are half the time are outside. So today, you are not going to use mobile. Nothing will happen if you don't use mobile. Because I don't use mobile, nothing has happened to me. Rather, I am benefited, okay? So with this, I welcome you all to the campus. The campus is rich in oxygen. So by the time when you leave the campus, at least for the next 1 year, you will be very healthy. So if you want to be more healthy, you can come back to the campus and take a walk and go back. Attend some sessions in the campus, okay? With this, I now hand over to Dr. Prasad. He will give an overview of this program. Yes, now your session. And you have to use the mobile, this one. And then we will have few words from Prabhakar and this. Okay, I should tell about Dr. Prabhakar is alumni of Indian Science, okay? He did his PhD with us. So actually he is a civil engineer. So when he entered the campus, he was wearing dhoti and banyan shirt, okay? Today he is wearing jeans. That is a transformation happens when you come to the campus also, sometimes, not always, okay? And now, as an engineer, he is an expert on biodiversity. He is going to give a presentation on the unique job they have done, both compiling all the information, make it accessible to people, sharing the data and the information. Earlier our babus, the bureaucracy was very powerful because they were having the control over data. Today, because of the researchers' active participation, now data is available to the people. So with that, babus have lost some power, but still they have power. We should find out what else they have. If we can take over that also, probably the country will progress. Now my friend, Dr. Prabhakar will say a few words about this kind of initiative. Yes, sir.
I think a lot has been said. I have a presentation after tea. It's nice to see people from all over. It's good to see people from all over in small towns and in tier 2 cities and things like that.
From abroad
from
also.
all over the place participate in this workshop. I hope you people stand to gain and interact with all of us. We're always open for questions and interaction and suggestions on what we should do in the future, etc.
Okay. Before I proceed further, let me introduce my colleagues and students. Dr. Bharat is here. So then we have Ravi Shankar, so very active boy. Then we have Vinay and Bharat. We have many Bharats in the group, okay? Bharat, like we have Prasad here, we have Bharat here. Then Tara is there, who works on web GIS and Durga Mother. Just now he converted wastewater into the potable water. He got his doctorate for that. And then we have Sudarshan, who works on the plants which grow in the aquatic ecosystem, that means in the water bodies. When they grow, how much nutrient they take, that is his job. Okay? So, and some of them will also do the presentation as the time progresses. Sure. Now I request my colleague, Professor Subhash Chandran, he will say a few words. He is, when you talk to him, probably you should do it during the tea break, the kind of knowledge he has. Not just the Western Ghats, even the long way linguistic and all, you can start talking about that, okay? So, now I request Subhash.
Good morning. Indeed, it is a great pleasure to be facing such a good number of youngsters who come from different parts of India and also from abroad. And it is actually, this gives us also, who have been here for a long time, that it instills new spirit into us and also share our concern. We are all students only, and each one has knowledge in very special areas, and these kind of meetings bring us to pool all our knowledge, share it, interact very freely, and then gain whatever you get from here, have new perspectives in this what we call data collection, analysis, or bringing out management strategies which require very badly geospatial applications. And many of you, from your introductions, I understand you have certain background in the kind of GIS or remote sensing, or very keen, or you are working in very related fields, and I am very hopeful that you will be much benefited by undertaking this today's program. So, wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
The spatial analysis in India, we have made it almost zero cost. We are going to demonstrate that. Today data is available which you can download, public domain. Only the latest data which coincides with your fieldwork, you may have to this one. And also, we use the GIS which is open source, that means there is no cost. So, and also we have a foundation, open source geo, where some of us are actually involved. To see that, this becomes quite popular and many more people start using that. See, I keep telling my students one thing. See, earlier we had a typewriters. Those who learn typing can live on anywhere on the street or in the lane, okay? Today, similar thing, if you learn spatial analysis and make it no cost, then you can survive anywhere as a consultant and make big money. Earlier typing was typewriters, those people used to make money for survival. Today you can also exhibit your power with this kind of technology. Now our initiatives in OSGeo, so Dr. Prasad will explain. There is a small presentation. I thought after that, okay. Anyway, that Prasad, okay. Triple IT is actually involved in this initiative, and R.C. Prasad will share his knowledge with us. I don't know, he asked, okay.
Good morning, all. Basically, it's very nice to see that people not only from geographical background or something like from technology background. It's wondering that people from chemistry are also interested in having this kind of spatial thing as well as from the biotechnology. So, spatial informatics, it's no borders, you can apply in any field. Even in something like Australia, they use this for gradient mapping also. So, there is no field that can use this kind of technology. So, this workshop mainly meant to have something awareness with respect to biodiversity conservation and using geospatial tools. and most of you already know what is biodiversity conservation, and many of you know how to use those. But the thing is that how to make use of free open source software for biodiversity conservation, that kind of elements are going to provide during this workshop. First, regarding immediate we discuss now. Thank you.
So now you can take over.
Good morning everyone. I am very happy participants from various parts of the country, starting from Maharashtra to Kerala to Indian abroad. They are here, and that was the interest that we have in this subject. Before I actually go to the details of this workshop, I would like to thank very profusely my former colleague Ramchandra and his excellent team of investors who are working overtime trying to sort of raise things like this workshop. With the Ramchandra, my association goes back from 80s onwards. When he was just a graduate student, PhD student in CES. So by the time I finished PhD in University of Science, and I was also a staff member here. There was a small field station in Uttarakhand district, CC, and where Subhash was holding for the other side of the Ghats. So we had a very good and very harmonious team working. So that collaboration went on, and even though I left the University of Science in the mid-80s, continued the collaboration. It took the form of supporting the open source. So that we will talk at some time about grass and excellent work that they've been doing, the entire team has been doing. In fact, today grass mirror science is located here. So that is the kind of interest and that is the kind of applications. Interest is one thing, and also to continue forward the kind of exercise that is something else. So this collaboration, we thought my interest in Western Ghats continued even after my this institute, and then working with the Wetlands and studying in the Center for Ornithology, especially using these tools, open source tools. And formally being associated with open source geospatial, it's a non-governmental organization. It's a worldwide movement, I should say, not an institution as such, but a worldwide movement to move away from using the proprietary software to open source software. Because if you have actually seen the fast movement, free and open source software movement, Linux, we have how many of you heard about the Linux user groups? Just 2, 3. So can you tell what does the LUG do? For the benefit of others, not for me. Anyone? I'll make it interactive so that people will not get bored just listening to one speaker.
That other time is there, we'll just see that for you.
It's a community of Linux users who so that is a community of Linux users who are eager to help other users in the region. So it's LPGD has a Linux user group, and even I think ISC has a Linux user group. So that is as well.
Okay, next question is how many of you know about Richard Stallman? Richard Stallman.
Have I heard his name?
No, did you attend his lecture in Bangalore?
No.
So, which is what I wanted to focus that awareness about the free and open source software. We are talking about just one part of it, that is operating system. Richard Stallman is the stalwart in a sense to open up even operating system level. That is way back in 80s, mid-80s to Unix, started off with Unix and GNU, not Unix. I don't know, these are things that we should be able to explore these things and see how the loss movement actually helped us to go into this particular stage currently we have. And that movement did not stop with operating systems and things like OpenOffice, LibreOffice. You must have heard. How many of you have used LibreOffice or OpenOffice? Just two. Oh, that speaks volumes about still lack of awareness in terms of using these things. If anyone has used it once, they just get hooked onto that. For the sheer novelty of it, the sheer efficiency of that, and the sheer freedom that you enjoy from using these tools. So before you actually use special free and open source software for geospatial applications, I strongly urge you to use these tools for your routine applications, from PowerPoint presentations to Word to whatever. So anyway, so that's not my job to sort of explain the virtues of that, but I'll straightforward come to this the topic of this workshop for today. About the Western Ghats, you all know how important the Western Ghats are for biodiversity, not only for biodiversity conservation and for the water conservation. That's one thing that 40% of the entire peninsula of India is dependent on Western Ghats, just for water. And in future, when you go maybe when you're in your 50s and things like that, you will remember the statement of how grave we have been, how grave injustice we are doing to the nature in the Western Ghats in terms of not taking sufficient care and interest in actually safeguarding our own water supplies for our humanity. Apart from hydrology, the biodiversity, variety in different taxa that we have in Western Ghats is unparalleled. It's one of the important hotspots globally speaking. And there has been a lot of importance and a lot of studies. Perhaps no other region in the country has received so much attention as Western Ghats. And yet, still we have a lot of deficiency in terms of our understanding or reach out the data to various communities and to the stakeholders and so on. So one of the key things that we see is that there is a great need to reach out to the people in terms of generating the data. And as Dr. Karsten has very nicely summed up, the geospatial connect is something which we need to multiply in not just 10 folds, 100 folds, maybe 1,000 folds. So that people are, Dr. Ramchandra was telling that the bureaucrats are stranglehold information that we need to break out from that kind of thing that they, whatever they dish out the road, we should not believe that there is only correct and authentic information. Citizen science in this connection has a great role to break out from that mold, and as our as a citizen, we can contribute a lot. And that will be helped by using these kinds of tools and your enthusiasm, of course, and your participation. So this workshop is a kind of a curtain-based kind of activity we are doing for the entire Western Ghats states. Karnataka is being hosted by Minister of Science, Dr. Ramchandra and his colleagues, and then in Kerala, somebody else was presenting information. All these global papers to that, we had one just yesterday in French Institute, Pondicherry. Then we have one in Goa, led by Professor Margaret himself. Then we have 20 is actually project leader for this one. And here in Madras, Chennai. Then we have Pune Bharati Jati, I see one student is from Bharati Jati. So they're our partners in this enterprise. And the Salimari Foundation of Thrissur, Kerala, they are working on more impact we have. And also in Ahmedabad, there is a Center for Environmental and Social Concerns, so they are also doing that. What we want to actually do is, we have this project period is about 1 year, we want to reach out to various people. So before that, I will tell what exactly we will be doing, what this organization, OSGeo, is about. That Manjuna has briefly talked about it, and I told you briefly. That is the worldwide movement. Each country has got its own chapter now, geospatial chapter, starting from US, Canada, various places, about 70 odd countries. You can look at the webpage, OSGeo webpage, you can see how many countries are involved in that. And there is no charges for being a member. Everybody can become a member of that. And you can actually note down the kind of benefits that you get from this. If you start using that, and if you get actually some problems in using it. Next one. The OSGeo-India chapter is this is a registered non-profit society which is based in currently registered society. It's registered in Hyderabad, but we have members from all over India. We do a lot of advocacy and promoting localized GIS too. That is for very local situations. We apply the tools and technologies which and we also have done quite a lot. And many more people are doing it actually. And importantly, act as a bridge between various groups. Developers, there are a lot of people, is there any developer here? No, okay. Developer, right, who writes codes actually, and actually make it much more user-friendly or whatever. Add features, modify these, and then application users, and then we also various NGOs, and then government departments themselves. Increasingly, government departments are noticing themselves. They are also serious crunching, and they want to get away from that and use these ones. And other than the government of India itself has now advocated the use of open source funds. The most recent pronouncements of government of India urges for that you must use open source. And in fact, countries in Europe and all that, when you apply for a research grant and you put a DAS or any proprietary license, proprietary software, then they will necessarily cut down that component, saying that you have open source fund, why don't you use that? So we have not yet reached that stage, but as ministers, we should be aware of that and we should be using that. And whoever has got knowledge and experience of using that, obviously will have a edge in over others who are not doing that, in attracting funds, attracting attention, and actually delivering things. So that's the one major thing that we should be aware of. And OSGeo does mentor various cost-based projects in the country by providing technical guidance, space, and things like that. We do that. And then this kind of capacity building, as Ramchandra Background was talking about, we've been doing quite a bit with the first station collaboration for quite some time. In various thematic areas, not only just biodiversity, but in other areas too. That's not this is not the problem. We have to talk about other areas. Next one. And this workshop and training sessions, this we conduct from a variety of thematic fields, starting from geology, geography, civil engineering, and various other fields as well. And this will also includes the forest area, protected area managers as well. And we also conduct this kind of training workshops for R&D institutions. Like, for example, just very recently one for police or for GCA, Electronic Cooperation Development. So they want to actually embrace the use of open source tools. And then because all these things are done, special features, demonstrations, innovations. And lastly, Phosphor G, biannual national conference. This is the one that we do it. Most specifically, we had one in the midst of the most system development. And that is a very resounding success in terms of participation from younger students and so on who will be using it in the country. And we had, whoever is interested, we actually see is the first national conference proceedings were abstracts and order in the website. You can see this second one, the one that is held in June, is going to be on the website. You can see the kind of applications, the kind of tools that they use, so that you are well-versed with the kind of technologies that are available for your own area of interest. Now, as far as vestibulars is concerned, OSGeo in the past has been quite actively involved in bringing together available spatial data on open source platform using various tools. And then it's use of open data satellite imagery. How many of you know that satellite imagery, the most recent satellite imagery, including you can download? How many you have done? Just 3, 4. For an audience of 40, 50 people, that's too low. So you should actually think of exploring these sites where you can get just as recent as yesterday's data, today's data itself, you can get it. Then of course, extensive stakeholder interactions based on LGS outputs, including APIs for Google, which we have done in the past. I was trying to provide about the opportunity that Google has now decided that they are not going to do anything free. Earlier it was free APIs, application programming interfaces. So they are not going to do anything free. So this is one thing that I want you to be aware of that. There are many APIs now, for example, Bhuvan, when the session of Bhuvan comes, I hope she talks about the APIs. Similarly, we have our survey. So these APIs, the interface, the application programming interfaces will allow you to manipulate your data and their data. So you don't have to download the entire lot to see the API. So this is the kind of thing we have done. Just to tell you some visuals about what we have done using this free data for the Western Ecology Expert Panel. For entire, this is the free data of the elevation data of the Western Ghats. The red one is the highest elevation, and the grey one is nearly the low elevation. As you can see, the western half, the western side of the Western Ghats is all the low elevation. As you go up, you can see the higher elevation is in the bottom of the red, and all of it is intermediate. This is not just the visual. A quantitative analysis was done. In fact, each grid, next one, you can see, for an entire kilometer, for example, this was a grid of 5 million by 5 million. That translates into 9 kilometer by 9 kilometer. And for each of these grids, the topography of that was taken into account and it was ranked. The higher topography was, if a particular grid set has got a higher topography value, then it gets higher value, and so on. So likewise, on several parameters, not only the biophysical parameters, but on biological variables, available information on taxa, on vegetation types, to many things, something like 8-9 variables. We would actually rank for each of these things, and I believe we will talk about that later for one particular is where the primary problem. So for the entire Western Ghats, already over 2,000 odd grids, this was done in censuses. And this became a major input for the Western Ghats Ecology Expert Panel of the Government of India, wherein they gave recommendations about sensitive areas in the Western Ghats. So these grids were actually later on the suggestion of planning commission, we would actually make sure with columns, so that because administrative units are columns, so each column was named on that, and that became a bone of contention because such a course thing like geography, like entire column, how can you make it ecological sensitive area 1 or 2 or 3? They forgot that this was the basis of that. And this was not taken on board in considering that kind of things. And criticism was unfairly leveled against the panel saying that no, your data is very good. Which is what the first panel, high level working group, HLWG. I don't know whether it's available on the net or so. And today also this is raising problems from all the newspaper reports. You see that still the Ministry of Environment has not decided what to call the sensitive and what not to call the things. We said that, the Western Ghats panel said that once you have done this broader level categorization, you must speak to the local bodies, panchayats, because the sector says has to be done at panchayat level. Then only they will know, because if you have a grid of 5 by 5 meter, 9 kilometer by 9 kilometer, there are many areas which are actually not sensitive. So you must, local level, panchayat will only can decide at the local level. So that is the big discussion that has to be given to the panchayat, which unfortunately the second report, Western Panel, said that we know what is good and what is not good. So all forest areas, currently the thing is that all forest areas are sensitive areas and all other non-forest, super non-forest areas are not sensitive. which you can see those who are familiar with this kind of logic can see the huge gap in the current awareness and exposing the ignorance in some sense. Next. So this is this exercise was done, as I said, this aggregation was done for all states. This mix of aggregated and bulk level characterization was done, and this is what you will see in the Western Ghats ecology expert panel's report for all states, starting from Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Goa, and Gujarat together. So this is the one point where what I wanted to show is that the kind of work that you can do with existing data, you don't have to release that. So it's done over a period of just about 9 months. When and then people actually organizations like big national institutions, when the panel asked them, can you do this work for us? They said, sorry, we can't do this in such a short time because it's a massive work. We cannot think of doing this. So finally, we went to overlap to tackle this situation using the open source ones. So that's a very befitting reply to people who say that on the proprietary software only they actually do this such a complicated and very detailed analysis. In the afternoon, my colleague Mr. Secretary from AAIT was actually it's a company which is actually handling the open source things and offering solutions to government, various governments, the government too. AP government, Telangana government, and so on, in offering solutions. How they are tackling most recently about the great movement of South India, the Pushkar, the Godavari, and so on. So he would tell very quickly about that, using this how you can actually tackle this kind of huge data issues. Next. So then when we did this work, the ministry was convinced that this approach is worthwhile looking at it, and why not we apply this same thing for entire country. So they asked us to examine this in detail because this was done in about 9 months. We said, why don't you do a comprehensive exercise for the entire Western Ghats? So we said that spatial data infrastructure kind of something is needed. Biodiversity spatial data infrastructure, SDA. You must have heard about SDA, the term called SDA, spatial data infrastructure. Just as your infrastructure, things, roads, buildings, and all the like infrastructure you have. For this spatial data also you must have infrastructure. That refers to collection of tools, collection of technologies, collection of the data, and the standards, most importantly the standards. All of this together constitute what we call as the spatial data infrastructure. So that infrastructure is what is needed. This is derived after considerable experience of handling this particular issue for the Western Ghats ecology expert panel. Now the rationale, I think it's a painful slide to see that because it's in animation mode. The questions so these are the questions that you must keep in mind. And in fact, in the interactive session in the afternoon, we will come back to you. You are going to tell you about what you have understood, what you have not understood, and how you can implement this. So please note down these things. Note down these mentally or whatever. But these are all the issues that we are going to talk about the need for geospatial data for conservation. Why we need the capacity to think and then how has the modern ICT tech innovations and biodiversity conservation. And Prabhakar is going to talk a little bit about how we talk about biodiversity portal, then we talk about social media and together. How can we make it go to stakeholders down to the grassroots level, and then the sustainability, long-term sustainability and utility for this kind of things. These are all things that work large number of stakeholders from government to academia and so on, and particularly for biodiversity conservation for an area like Western Ghats. Now, this ongoing initiatives as far as OSGeo is concerned is that we have done this SDA. I think during our break, Gautam in the afternoon will talk about that. I will not go into details. And crowdsourcing of the data, which IDP portal is doing very effectively for the last several years. and perhaps we can, all the reporters can enumerate the example also. And this cost-effective means to actually initiate and strengthen biodiversity spatial area infrastructure, not just only for the Western Ghats but other ecosystems as well. Now, just to give you some overview of the things that we're doing, this is a screenshot of the QGS rendering of the spatial data in this case about fragmentation, over the entire Western Ghats. This is the data layers taken from the India Biodiversity portal, and also we added some value addition by actually putting out stuff from Bhuvan. In the sense, we don't physically import things from Bhuvan portal, but we have web services. The web services actually can access the data. So from survey media as well as from NRC, Bhuvan portal. So you can actually see separately your background black without actually downloading the stuff and interfacing with your own stuff. So all that was done. This is again another screenshot of visualization of the species distribution of various things. In this case, these are species. This is fire. Actually, fire incidents of fire over Western Ghats. Endemic species. So you've seen a sample of the outputs that could potentially come and just for visualization. We need to do this kind of a thing, sharing of our best practices across various stakeholders, and then we need to convince people in capacity how important it is for various people. Now we have maybe to even use your typical low-cost Android mobile to collect data, because it's all geotech. Geotech is instantaneous. You don't have to even use things that you must be doing. So, using those apps, some people are developing, including IDP. We also have developed some of these things. The thing is that the technology evolves by day, by our action, I should say. So you need to be upfront with that. So what we have developed maybe about a few months ago may not necessarily be what you need to do. The same app, what you developed say about 6 months ago, need not necessarily work. You need to constantly work on that. That's where the developers and so on, they revenue would come in. If you use proprietary software, you can imagine the cost involved. So this workshop, the Asia Pacific Network is actually sponsoring this with the collaboration of all the agencies that I shown in the first slide. Idea is that to replicate this idea of using these tools for biodiversity, and then actually basically end up this last is enormous. It's something that cannot be done in one workshop, 2 workshops, or several workshops of this nature. One day workshops are being 1 week workshop. It has to be done over a sustained basis on several fronts. We thought that the best approach is to take a set of people and actually train them as trainers. This is a keyword, what we call training the trainers. So we take them, and those people in turn they will actually train human people. Because that approach can actually make the possibility, definitely has the possibility of larger audience. We also like to say in this connection that it need not be affected by either by OSGeo or by means of the institution that I showed, but we should be able to take it. Whichever institution you are carrying, whichever user group you are carrying, actually really think of organizing yourself. For example, Bharatdas University, you can actually put pressure on your university group or the GS group that why can't we organize one time? This is purely from a local perspective. So it's possible and it's doable. You want to sort of impress upon this particular audience kind of possible. Next is that web portal, you must also think it's not just IDP or the OSGeo portal, that you can locally have your own portal. You are actually put it and sort of design systems and make it happen. So in the afternoon we will have a more interactive session of listening to all this background information and source processing that we are going to do on this, and hopefully
you will come up with some strategies and some kind of understanding how you take it forward. We expect you to be ambassadors. Just like brand ambassadors for whatever products that you see must us. We expect you to be ambassadors for open source and for using this for purpose. With this one, I thank Mr. Science for Consumer Institute and our collaborators across the customers. Thank you.
Again to all of you and so on. Giving this presentation on Western Ghats biodiversity with the perspective of rethinking for biodiversity management committees, biodiversity management committees which are being constituted under the Biodiversity Act of 2002, which empowers the village communities to have major hold on biodiversity resources and also getting a share from the commercial applications of biodiversity, from microorganisms to any major animals or plants, any commercial application, not for subsistence of the communities, but for any commercial application. A small share should go back to the villages. But this act is still not well digested by Bank of India nor by the administration, which also indicates happier when the people are not digested it, because once you come to know what this act is, how much of empowerment the communities are getting because of this act and following notifications like access and benefit sharing. So to get access to biodiversity from genes to organisms of a higher order, the organizations which are or individuals working for that, we have to take the permission of the Biodiversity Authority of India, National Biodiversity Authority, or from state biodiversity boards, and at the local level for collection of any material for commercial application, then not for ordinary trade, for food or cattle feed or like that, no taxation on that, but for production of medicines or cosmetics or extraction of enzymes, which earns huge bulk of money for big companies, but they never give back anything to the system. So that when we are every day seeing the farming community and rural communities getting day by day impoverished, and many, as in the state of Karnataka, after putting so much of effort, desperation, committing suicide because the farms hardly give anything for subsistence these days, and we are all more concerned about smart cards, smart cities, but the basic biomaterial, food, water, all these will have to come from the natural ecosystems. So we are devising ways of faster plundering and making profit. So for this, we have to be more sensitized. The communities will have to be sensitized that geospatial application is one instrument for a global perspective, for a regional perspective, that when you focus on a system, you find so many variations in shades, colors, spectral characters, all that. So which are all you make a mosaic and say for each individual bit you should have a management strategy, because that individual bit holds with sometimes what looks very what you call of not consequence, but maybe have harboring precious material worth thousands of crore rupees for the market. So, therefore, we need to have one sensitivity towards biodiversity and how it has to be mapped, documented properly in a geospatial perspective on which there are greater experts, and for hearing that I have to be with you. So, Western Ghats is one of the global biodiversity hotspot, 52 biodiversity hotspots, and also as the Western Ghats report by Professor Madhav Gandhi's team describes, it is the water tower for peninsular India. Almost 25 crore people depending on the water from the Western Ghats. So it is a very important one, and looking into the history of Western Ghats, you see how ancient this mountain. It is very difficult to estimate its age. Actually, geologists say that the Western Ghats came after breaking off from Madagascar, but and by upliftment, when the edges were separated, this edge got uplifted like that. So, but if you look at Madagascar, it appears that there is an east coast for Madagascar, west coast for Western Ghats, and a mountain looks identical there also. Understand? And altitude wise also, it is identical, it is something equivalent to Anomalise and all that, something equivalent to Palghat Gap. There is a gap there called Ranozara Gap, there is a gap called Palghat Gap, like that. No? So, a layman like me, it appears that a symmetrical mountain broke off, and maybe there could have been some upliftment as well. And so, I would say in which case the age of Western Ghats is much more older, maybe as old as the Gondwana land. So, it is one of the most ancient mountains of the planet, and therefore you can expect to find the most ancient continuity of those vegetation and also the animals like that with evolutionary changes. But anyway, this is for the geologists to argue about. And if you look at the coastal plain of this thing, western escarpment of Western Ghats, you find there is a steep vertical split. Whereas it is in the Madagascar, the eastern side is again steep vertical peak, and you see the Deccan Plateau is sloping, and the western plateau of this Madagascar is similar to the Deccan Plateau. And if you look at, you see the steep slopes of the Western Ghats, that is the escarpment is a broken part. Otherwise, a mountain, I hope it is something like a symmetrical thing. Just the Himalayas are formed, but it is a more symmetrical and not having any vertical. It's a gradual rise. Now, similarly, if you look at the rivers running towards the Arabian Sea, they all plunge into deep gorges like the Jog Falls, and by cutting the mountains through almost 80 million years, the mountain is eroding, the river channels are eroding, and the Jog bottom is nearly sea level, just some meters high. By millions of years, force of the water fall, and maybe after millions of years, the Jog Falls may reach Shimoga, like that, by eroding like that. So they say recession of the mountain, the geologists. So now if you look at the this thing, the erosion and deposition, the eroded soil from the Western Ghats falling flat on the west coast create all these laterite hills, what you see on this side, which the laterite soil after erosion becomes the laterite stone used for building construction. And if you look at the laterite zone, it is not a homogeneous structure. It is very heterogeneous. You find all kinds of materials in that, like aluminum or iron, and then various kinds of mineral, silica, all that, quartz, etc. So it is a mix of materials which probably came as a deposit in the Western Ghats region, got broken off from Madagascar, and that laterite plateau along the coast, all laterite is a flat top, whereas any hill of the Western Ghats which is more rugged, like that, steep valleys or unpredictable trails, like that. But if you look at those genuine laterite hills and plateaus, they are flat top, showing that it is just the soils which fell down, then flattened by water, and they have flat top, and they are all sloping towards the west or towards the rivers, like that. The rivers are channels passing through those ancient soils, and this has to be understood in a management perspective, because if we don't understand and do indiscriminate soil mining or stone mining, that can create disasters. Now, if you look at this, you can make out that you see the first picture, the top is laterite rock, boulders, big rocks on the top, then the soil below, rock on top, soil below, and then down the genuine soil, a genuine rock, the pre-Cambrian rocks, which underlie. It has nothing to do with the soil on the top. Normally in ecology we study soil formation, rock breaking into pieces, top soil, bottom rock. But here you find bottom the rock, Cambrian rock, above that the soil, the finest soil is close to that, the clay soil, that where the water is flowing is the clay soil at the interface, finest soil, and the coarse soils are above, and the top will be that big boulders are there. So it is an inverted profile when you come to the coast. So I myself, as a student of ecology, was given very highly confusing descriptions by the textbooks and by the teachers, and so I took years and years to understand what may be the genesis of this laterite. And if you don't understand the genesis, what can happen is just these mounds of soil which are not hardened by erosion. If in case the soil is close to estuary, there is a lot of soaking of the soil, and then what happens when there is torrential rain and deforestation happening on the top, then the soil brings a lot of water, the clay soil imbibes and expand and then burst. And that bursting creates these landslides and deaths, buildings are taken away. This has happened in Uttarakhand, in Kali, some 7-8 years back. And if you look at the laterite plateaus of South India along the west coast, you find that though they look barren in the most of the year, but in the peak of rainy season, you find the plateau is blooming with numerous kinds of seasonal herbaceous species. And when we look at them, like our colleague Balachandra examining, he was looking at the honeybees. He was surprised to find that when the forest, the rainforest is not having even a single tree in flower in the July, August, September period, you find the honeybees are starving, and the beekeepers will have to keep sugar solution to feed them to sustain the bees. But he found bulk of the bees just humming on these utricularias and aeropods, and which are millions. So when we published a paper in the current science, how these laterite plateaus considered insignificant or very sterile ecosystems are blooming, and also various new species have been discovered from these plateaus, and they play a very critical ecological role in sustaining honeybees. In the also another coming on is on the how such systems help in rainy season vegetable production, because of the bees come from such ecosystems, and in the peak of rainy season you have abundance of vegetables in the coastal areas because of the system which is getting indiscriminately destroyed. But if you look at the Deccan sand laterite, that is different. Mahabaleshwar or like that, Purapur, that's a high altitude laterite. That is by genuine erosion of the volcanic rock, the basalt. So Deccan Plateau, this northern western parts of Maharashtra actually underwent a volcanic eruption. World's one of the major volcanic eruptions happened about 65 million years back, and layers of lava. And you can see that in pretty better kind of structure of the Maharashtra western layer like that. That's the lava flow in between some period of rest, some vegetation from again lava flow like that. So that it is a separate ecosystem, and that inverted profile, normal soil profile will be there. Top basalt has actually, and the laterite derived from basalt has the chemical composition of the parent rock. It's a residual rock with the chemical composition of the parent rock, not like the South Indian laterite, which is, I already told you, the mixed composition. So this all need to be considered. Let's take Dr. Prasad in his introductory talk about that when this Western Ghats report by Mahabharati committee is prepared, how it is more sensitive towards the local village level systems, and also how the village community need to be consulted for finalization, and not simply an aerial view and demarcating reserve forests and also the national parks and sanctuaries circling and then say our report is ready. No, but who are the people living there? They are in there since agricultural communities since 3,000 years. They are interacting with the system. They have been deriving livelihoods. At least some 5-6 crore people are in the Western Ghats. So they have been interacting with the system. They have their own cultures of rural utilization of natural resources. They have taboos regarding touching every forest. They have slash and burn forests and all, but they preserve large areas of sacred forests, all of that. So there is a lot of historical perspective required while dealing with the Western Ghats, and this also the geospatial approach. All this will have to figure, and then only a conservation strategy, a dynamics conservation strategy is required, not what is centrally imposed, but a central guidance and what is the regionally built up approach is necessary for the high heterogeneity of this ancient mountain and the global biodiversity hotspot. And see, when the times of the volcanic eruption in the north, the heat and fire and lava destroyed bulk of the original vegetation, but in the South India, extreme south remained more immune to the lava impact, so that a lot of rainforest species took shelter in the southern Western Ghats, especially Kerala to part of Karnataka And that is what the fossil record also says, and also is the tertiary rainforest around the rivers of Kerala, southern Kerala, still have the relics of those, say, they are the relics, ancient relics of the forest. And then when mountains became peaceful and millions of years passed, the species started again recovering, spreading, but again ice ages were, and again the species will go into the recesses of the river valleys and take shelter, and again when the global warming takes place, they started spreading. But one thing is that we have very crucial relic forests remaining in some areas, still conserved by humans or conserved by nature because of the inaccessibility. Now, therefore, a river like Sharavati is flowing through ancient rainforest. When you get into this gorge and study the vegetation, you find many ancient wildlife and elements are surviving in that land. Now, for example, this frog discovered Nasica patracus sahyadriensis. So, this is found to be, though Western Ghats are very rich in amphibians, about 179 or 180 species, 85% of them endemic to the Western Ghats. This frog is unique and has no relatives in Western Ghats. How did it arrive there? Its relatives are Seychelles and Madagascar. Understand? So, but while digging the soil, such species was discovered, showing that how valuable these species and how they encode with them history of millions of years. And again, if you look into the climax spots of Western Ghats and Madagascar, Western Ghats protected as sacred groves, and that is a Diprotop forest, the left side. And this is a forest which is having ancestors of Diprotop in Madagascar, like that. Ancestral families of Diprotopus occur in Madagascar and South America, like that. So, and then African rainforest, showing that how evolution has taken place. Today we know the Diprotopus is a dominating family in Southeast Asian rainforest. They have 400 or 500 species of Diprotopus, whereas Western Ghats is poorer in Diprotopus today. And the Indian subcontinent is very poor, but the pollen grains of this ancient Gondwana family has been found in Rajasthan and Gujarat, trapped in the amber, which is a resin. But when I change that taking place in a big way with the rise of Himalayas which started about 40 million years ago, and when Indian climate became drier and monsoony and all that. So, but it shows that once upon a time, when Diprotopus was there in Rajasthan, a tropical evergreen rainforest family, then it could have been there all over India. And once the Indian subcontinent joined South Asia, Diprotopus migrated to Southeast Asia. And there, towards the equatorial regions, Malaysia, Indonesia, proliferated speciation took place, so involved with more than 400 species. And we are still lucky to have some species surviving in monsoon forests, mainly in the relic forests, except some like Shoria, which is there in North India, drier areas. So some species which are adapted to desiccation are in the drier forest, and others are very less. And see now the Southeast Asian rainforest dominated by Diprotopus. So actually we can say we dominated this. Our country takes pride in our culture, our this thing. We say that we cut it here, but we have dominated Diprotopus to those Malaysia, Indonesia, and all of that. And whereas when Madagascar, India separated, frogs were there, but toads were not there in the Indian subcontinent. But the toads evolved from the north of Gondwana and Eurasia, and before the full formation of Himalayas, and they would have jumped into India and speciated in the Western Ghats and rest of India. So toads compared to amphibians, other amphibians, they are older. They are in India more recent, though they look more primitive by their body structure and all. They are more recent arrivals in India, and as you know, the global biodiversity standards, because there is a lot of species and high degree of endemism. Amphibians are 85% endemics because they cannot jump away to other areas past their very localized distribution, and they cannot go away much away from rivers or swamps or marshes or like very confined life. Whereas birds have the least endemism because without the passport or visa, there is a very confident Siberian birds come to winter here. So they get a better warm in our tropical coastal areas like that. And so, if you look at the diamonds in the Western Ghats, you see latitude-wise, south latitude 8 to 9 degrees, and up to 300 meter altitude, you have only 2.5 diamonds. So 9.5 months rains are. That means the rainforest can still survive, though we are minimum 8 degree north of the equator. And still, the more south you go, more species richness you can find because of the even distribution of rainfall. Not because rainfall in Maharashtra or that area may be 400 millimeter may come just 2-3 months. That does not help much. Remaining time is all desiccation like that. So such forests cannot survive there. But in the as you go northern latitudes, 19 to 20 degrees, you see 8 months to 7 months in different altitudes, dry season. So once you remove a original forest, it is too difficult to bring it back. So the forests become more and more sensitive, and so therefore we get more secondary forests in the northern Western Ghats compared to the southern Western Ghats. But in extreme south, in the districts of Kottayam or Pathanamthitta and all, the Kottayam, hardly any forests today, because most hills are topped by rubber like that. And I read long ago the paper by Prasad. I was surprised to see nearly zero forest in Kottayam district, but greenery is there, all rubber, coconuts like that. So how much of valuable bioresources have vanished, and that is the region from where maximum opposition came to Maharashtra without understanding it, and to Kasturi committee report also without understanding that as well. So they say in conservation, it will affect the interest like that. So farming, these plantations like that. So if you take again Diplocarpaceae members in Western Ghats, you see 8 to 10 degree latitude have 10 species of Diplocarpaceae. But if you go to the north 18 to 20 degrees, 0, not Diplocarpaceae. 16 to 18 2. So it is showing that the trend is as you go south towards equator, the Diplocarps tend to increase. And similarly, you take the case of freshwater fishes. Again, there is a latitudinal distribution, 8 to 10 degrees, 18 to 20 degrees. You see, critically endangered, vulnerable, and endemic distribution only. See, 8 to 10 degree and 10 to 12 degree, 12 to 14 degree have maximum species. 10 to 12 degree is very high, 95, because over the Western Ghats, there is one more altitude imposed, that of Nilgiris and all. So that's a alpine climatic condition where the amphibians, which are more European in character, they are adapted to the cooler weather. So we have more species that anomalies and Nilgiri areas. But then the trend is this thing, not amphibians, sorry, these are freshwater fishes. Nevertheless, cool water dwelling and warm water dwelling. See how the patterns of fish. This will be applicable to plants also. Various organisms need to be studied in that perspective. Now, when we study some small swamp areas in the latitude of Uttarakhand district, which is around 40 degree plus latitude, when we survey small swamp is overgrown by trees and all, big trees, diplocarps are there, swamps are there, throughout water oozing out from the swamps. In 1 square kilometer area, our colleague Dr. Gururaj recorded 35 species of amphibians. 35 species, out of them endangered are there, critically endangered are there, and a lot of endemics, a high percentage of endemics. So, showing how the swampy tropical conditions have protected amphibians. Whereas if you look at the entire state of Maharashtra, only 35 amphibians are there. So, this is giving highlighting the importance of having a micro level approach for your geospatial applications. And as far as when you look at the sensitivity of ecosystem, not looking far from the space, but you have to look also from what is inside, and then apply this ground truth. Then only your report or whatever becomes complete. And again, when we search such a relic forest, this is not a eucalyptus plantation. This is a Triptoka forest in the latitude of central western Ghats in Angola, in Uttarakhand, Triptocarpus. And then when we search, there is that tree called Maduka bordeloni, a tree which was feared to have gone extinct from southern Kerala, recorded in Bordelon about 100 years back. And then subsequently not found. Later, KFRI scientists discovered in South Kerala, but when we found it in the latitude of central western Ghats in the Ghats, this shows how such sacred forests had protected very ancient genetic resources. And also, these are Diplocarpus, these are very rare species. Gymnocarpina, you see this fruits, sand species. So, where this is called one is a Karikani forest. Karikan is a sacred forest in central western Ghats. Kan in traditional land use, Kan forest means it is a sacred forest. Whereas when you read the French Institute letter between parts of Western Ghats by Pascal, where it is treated as a edaphic variation. Because soil is different, you have a Kan forest here. Soil is different, you have ordinary deciduous forest, just touches this Kan forest. But when you put ecological history into that, you find the Kan forest traditionally there was a taboo of cutting trees in the Kans, and the Kans they are surrounded by water bodies and all agriculture, human settlement congregated around each Kan. Each village will have one Kan or more number of Kans, and people living around it. The streams are broad, and then big ponds or lakes are created. Groundwater was surplus, and then people depend on these sacred forests for the livelihood, like pepper. Pepper was exported from the west coast for more than 2,000 years. From Julius Caesar takes the same pepper going from our western part, and they are grown not in the archaic gardens. They are natural from the plants. That was reported by Buchanan, British traveler 200 years back. He said these are called pepper plants, and they are in this abundance of product. But then what happens? Forest department came, forests were taken over, whether Khan or non-Khan forest, secondly, all became a reserve forest, and now people's rights in that, and one day you find the pepper can falls and eucalyptus plantation comes like that. So then what happens? Encroachment start, forest encroachment. Black people deprived of this thing. So they were on a sustainable equilibrium with the environment. There was highest endemism, high degree of wildlife, 1850s, 60s, 80s also, that Uttar Kannada was. So people were rather tormented by wildlife, especially tigers. Every year 5 to 10 tigers were killed in Uttar Kannada, and British were giving trophies for the sportsmen. Whereas today we spend each tiger more than 1 crore or 10 crore rupees for saving one tiger. Like that. So this is a transition happening just within a matter of 40-50 years. So what was the culture and the attitude of the traditional people towards environment drastically overruled by a bureaucratic approach. So therefore we need to have a greater sensitivities while dealing with and making management prescriptions rampantly by applying also this remote sensing. So centralized systems of remote sensing application recommendations for forest management can be failures. Ultimately, the forest managers will have to ask the ground level people like us also, why is this species not regenerating here, why it is there, what should we do, like that. So even though they are paid, and we are not paid for that, but we have to trouble ourselves and find some simple answers, like these swamps, which are sources of perennial water, but many are given way to archaic gardens. And so high diversity of habitats, the high altitude, sholas, grasslands, endemic animals like Nilgiri, rare birds, all that. So see the perennial water source from sholas, that's why Western Ghats called water tower for Peninsular India. If you protect the shola forest grassland system, we have perennial waters. But if we convert them into acacia plantations or mining areas, as it was in Kudremukhu mines, but it was a long battle to stop that mining Kudremukhu. But we have to understand, not just a mineral resource, admit mineral resource is there, very rich, but if you start cutting that, we are doing maximum damage to that system. And we have deciduous forests on the right side, we have man-made savannas, then mangroves on the coast. All these compose a highly heterogeneous but complex system that require very comprehensive integrated management principles. And so the people had also a lot of traditions of biodiversity conservation. So the government of India, in tune with the world consensus on biodiversity conservation, passed the Biodiversity Act in, it is a 2002, not 12. Biodiversity Act was passed in 2002. This is the Biodiversity Act, and this you must all read. This is available in the MOA website, and also biodiversity rules of 2004. And see, the Act came mainly for conservation of biological diversity, and then sustainable use of its components, and then third one is fair and equitable sharing of the arising out of utilization of genetic resources. So this is what is something dreadful for the managers of resources, especially in monogarden community, that fair and equitable sharing of benefits that will go to local communities. That means they will have a say in the management. But yeah, and as a this recommendation, biodiversity management committees are to be formed in the state, in the local bodies, panchayats and all. The state, every state should have a biodiversity board. There is a Karnataka, one of the oldest biodiversity boards in Karnataka, of which I am a member also of the board of Karnataka, and there is a this biodiversity management is at the local level. They are empowered to manage the biodiversity within the panchayat or within the municipality or within the Jilla Panchayat. So there are different committees to be formed for that. And so some of the major functions of the National Biodiversity Authority to regulate activities and approve advise Government of India on matters related to conservation of biodiversity. Then grant approval for various commercial utilization of biodiversity or for seeking permission for research on genetic research, gene transfers. For example, commercial application of BT gene for Indian crop plants. So any university or research institute cannot take it and for granted, or any company like Monsanto, or they cannot do any such research independently without taking permission of the National Biodiversity Authority. So Harvard Institute, this agricultural university, made this experiment of trying to introduce these genes in the local varieties of brinjal, and then the Vice Chancellor and the very few who did it are facing criminal charges today, and the court is cases running. That's the first sensational case in Indian history for using gene transfer without taking the permission of the board. And in Karnataka, the range forest officer has to this thing, be a party challenging this gene transfer experiment. So now this has created a lot of chaos, and people, any researcher is now scared. We are scared sometimes to enter the forest and collect a piece of plant. Sometimes anybody may be jailed also. You just forget entering national park or a sanctuary for getting permission. It's difficult for all of us. So we need a more sensitive approach, and so high biodiversity important areas under the Biodiversity Act can be declared as heritage site, like you say sacred village. That's a very special area in the village. So there is a provision, if the community agrees, that it can be declared as a heritage site of the community. So we have today memorials and buildings as heritage sites, roads as heritage names of person is given to the roads. But today time has come that you recognize heritage sites from a primeval patch of forest, and it will be very prestigious person to gain such a name as a heritage site in anybody's name like that. No? So you should strive for that and see that the names last forever because of your contribution, recognizing that, and it will requires also social service. And so the biodiversity management committees will have to promote conservation and within the jurisdiction, and ensure sustainable use, and also document biodiversity within that jurisdiction. Document and prepare a report of people's biodiversity registers. Every panchayat, every local body, it is mandatory to have people's biodiversity register. So before that, it is mandatory there should be a BMC, Biodiversity Management Committee. So now let us see what the story of this BMC is. So with ordinances from the government that you should constitute biodiversity management committees, the states which were awakened were on war footing to almost on war footing to I'm just entering the concluding phase of my talk. And in 2013 figure is Andhra Pradesh, 21,400 Gram Panchayats are there, but only 7 were having BMC formation in 2013. Though 10 years passed since the Act came. And if you take Kerala there are 1 to record. And today it seems not 670, almost all the panchayats have the biodiversity management committees, and Madhya Pradesh is much more prolific in having biodiversity management committees. So what happens? We conducted training programs all over, even for northeast states. Training programs were conducted how to make biodiversity management committees, what are their functions. So this is going on war footing as a mandate. But afterwards what? Committees have been formed, 3 years passed, 6 years passed, no activities carried out. The term of biodiversity management committee is 3 years. Okay, so the chairman of the BMC, the members do not know their chairman and members. They were not knowing when I coordinated the preparation of 8 reports on biodiversity and registers at village level. I coordinated ultimately for 5 of them. I had to write in my broken Kannada, dictating to the person by the side, using collected data like that. And the governor of Karnataka had to release that report. And whereas I absconded, I didn't attend that function also. And I left the organization, I was working at it and became happily the colleague of Dr. P. Ramchandra, and to be working on such a problem. And so we are very free to give suggestions and all. So the PMCs have so far not carried out any notable activity. So whereas the government, the states, the center are spilling crores of rupees of constitution. So what I would recommend at this juncture is not to constitute BMCs indiscriminately, but whatever is prepared, see that the Biodiversity Act is implemented successfully. Even NGOs or government officers should all concentrate on goals and see that the Act is this thing. And also there is a 2014 there is an access and benefit sharing documentation. Okay. See, which traditional knowledge is given high importance. Traditional knowledge documentation. Because you know the modern pharmaceutical industry world over is flourishing today because of utilization of traditional knowledge. So looking at what people are using for drugs, for nutraceuticals, then research is funded for that particular thing, and what compounds are isolated and drugs, and then companies made hundreds, thousands of crores, and nothing is paid back to the system. So the National Biodiversity Authority came out with what we call the access and benefit sharing notification in November 2014, and which clearly spells out what the companies using bioresources for commercial purpose will have to give to the state, the NPA or the state biodiversity board as levy as a fee, and it is linked to how much sale they do. So 0.5 to 1 to 0.5%. It's a small amount, but it may run into thousands of crores for each state if it is implemented. If it is implemented, there is no need to cut forest. Even roadside people will not allow to take any weed because many weeds are medicinal properties. So each BMC will be too conscious that our resources getting depleted for expansion, buildings, just degrading. So people will stop even agriculture and safeguard the weeds because of the medicinal values and high profitability from maybe protecting weeds and pioneer species which invade jungles and abandoned farms. Times coming, provided people are conscious, every millimeter of biodiversity will be value. And now they just take one case of North Appalachians. This is almost an unwanted Ghats hunting plan in the Western Ghats, and we also Southeast Asia, many parts of India. And then it was found that it contains an alkaloid called camptothecin, which is having very high action on cancer cells. And then immediately smuggling started in our forests, and 1 kg of wood cost something, 1 kg of wood powder cost in the black market something like, I think, lakh rupees or something like that. And 1 dose of camptothecin, only rich people can afford that camptothecin for chemotherapy. 1 dose is supposed to cost something 25,000 rupees or something like that for chemotherapy like that. And we have so many other camptothecin sources like Ophiorrhizaria, the purple, and Developmental area, these middle one. These are some of sources are there in the Western Ghats only, and they are neglected plants, or they are used in traditional medicine, including cancer care. So now these weeds and ornamental plants also will disappear rapidly. And see, Garcinia Cambogia, that is, when you open the internet, you find Garcinia extract. How those who are especially little on the wrong side of the physiognomy of the body, they are very conscious about what is Garcinia extract, and it is for trimming pin. I am not using Garcinia, except as sometimes as a soft pin. So that, see, 60 capsules made by a US company is costing almost $20, like that. Just like multivitamin capsule, just putting little extract and filling and giving. And similarly, in India, our Himalaya company is also producing similar. Many companies are net. You see, Garcinia extract. You will find some 60 companies operating in Bangalore itself. Where this resource is coming from the Western Ghats. Understand? What is getting back to the system? The collector was taking 5 rupees one time per kilo of that fruit, and but the purchaser was in 88 getting 20 rupees. But now the collector gets about 150 rupees or something per kg. But in the international market, it's a huge. They see international conferences are happening on Garcinia and which with great appetite the obese people are looking into those and then seeing how much reduction has happened. Such ads you can see in the net. This is a Garcinia Cambodia food, which is the source of hydroxycitric acid, which is a main chemical attributed with this magic value, but it is still to be proved beyond a doubt. But anyway, the people don't wait for any more time. And another is the kokum. Kokum is major taken kokum juice not exclusive to the West Coast, especially from North Kerala, South Maharashtra is the main zone, endemic in the whole world, but it is a part of soaps and skin balms, lipsticks and all that, kokum fat. But it's a prohibited price along the West Coast, but international market, you see, the Alibaba group of companies are all so net savvy. Alibaba group is everybody knows. China has headquarters, and they are offering 1,000 metric tons of kokum fat every month. I don't know what fat they are using. The plant is not so easy. Even 1,000 tons of plant is not if you cut every year. But how can they separate 1,000 tons of kokum fat? Is that decide what kind of fats are entering into the food? Don't know, but the company is proclaiming that this is a kokum fruit. So, and what you call Amazabali and all in our Ayurveda, no? Like that, no? All US patents are there, so many for allergy, immunity, then eosinophilia, asthmatic conditions, all space of this thing by Indian companies, various. Turmeric, classical case of patenting and then one cancellation patent because traditional wound healing, when blood oozes out of even the oracles, within the in Kerala, this may be a very familiar picture of oracles and similar situations there are place also. What they do is after all this they don't talk about heading to this they just put this turmeric powder and finish. So antibiotic and again European US patents and it can be cancelled because India now under the virus can create what is called this TDK, traditional this is what you call knowledge, this traditional knowledge digital library. The CSIR has created traditional knowledge digital library with something like 3 million pages and available in 5 or 6 languages, and that contains all the written formulas of Ayurveda and Unani and Siddha systems, all are in different languages. So any major patent office in the world will go through that mode. This is used in India for Ayurveda system. So no patenting on traditional knowledge-based formulation. So this is emerging clear to the world. Otherwise, the world is running rampage on our bioresources without paying anything back. That alone can fill our entire country. If you know how to utilize this biomass, how to introduce also in our management systems like that. So this turmeric, licorice, what you call jastamine, apple, grapes, horseground, a number of things in queue for patent rights, intellectual property rights is growing, but we need to create alternative database through people's biodiversity registers. So we attempted under Dr. Ramchandra's initiative how to utilize the youth, the high school students. Once they reach college, our hopes fade. They are not that sincere in cataloging biodiversity or taking voluntary action. I don't know what other attractions there are when it is the college level, but we look at high school students. very highly competitive spirit. They learn ecology, frame the field, and each team of one of the students or the students will come out with a report much earlier. Sometimes we are amazed. There are bigger to PhD thesis on a village history. We found that Uttara Kannada, they have catalogued 100 varieties of local varieties of rice, native varieties. So without stepping into the masters of visiting the 5,000 villages of Uttara Kannada, 1,300 villages. It took 5 years if you want to visit the villages. We got not like in 6 months time, we got information on 100 varieties of rice. So many folk healers who are using medicines, all that. So, and then when the boys speak on the stage, even people like me will have no courage. But Ramchandra, we sit there on the back seats and they speak so well, articulate. And so we also find a very energized and people, with the youngsters, with a motive how to protect our biodiversity. So they interact with the village communities, they are very successful. So we should see how we can tackle this biodiversity management crisis, how the messages can reach the local corners of the country, and you represent the spectrum of people coming from different parts of the country and surely carry just only a very elementary message and very poor geospatial. I depend on Dr. Ramchandra or other experts in our team, but I enjoy applying that and see our data looks like it is given as spatial terms. Thank you very much.
Maybe 1 or 2 questions. You have some questions? Ravi, come here. Ravi.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have 2 questions. First, you said that Madagascar is a story and Indian Western Ghat, and you told you broke the very idea that how soil formation happens. You said that first we thought the soils are from the rock, but afterwards we found that the soil is in the middle and the rock is in the top and bottom. So I didn't get it how that is possible. So that's one thought one thing. And second thing I was just thinking about when you said that the amphibians are the most vulnerable, we can say that critical endangered. So I feel amphibians have the ability to go to water or to land, so how they become endangered. So these 2 things.
Okay. See, your first question related to that how rock above and soil below. That I have applied in this case to the laterite hills and plateaus of our west coast. So not to other areas. Other areas may have laterite, especially in valleys. Valleys how see soil is sedimentary from what is eroding from the hills will get deposited in the valley naturally, isn't it? And then if the valley is subjected to high amount of rainfall, then what can happen? What can happen is the rain will, if this valley is denuded of vegetation, no vegetation or very scanty, then what happens? The soil particles will be taken away. Then what will be left behind? Left behind will be what cannot be taken away, isn't it? And what cannot be taken away in this case is either nodules of iron or nodules of the ores of aluminum, such nickel, such things. So they all fuse together and with the soil particles trapped in that, there is a fine erodent particle and therefore that gets a honeycomb structure, and that is the lateral. So if the lateritic soil is very rich, if it is not eroded, but if it is erosion takes place, the top gets most eroded. So the top becomes hard like iron and very difficult to break. But if you keep digging that, you find there is a huge reserve of soil inside. So at least nature has kept hidden soils from our present generation. Like cover it with an accurate crust, so that future generation at least can break and use and grow trees and regenerate biodiversity. There's a stock of soil still remaining. That also we have discovered. And second one is amphibians. So if you see amphibian as a group, they are there in every water body, but there are so many species in it. So many kinds of frogs are there, so many kinds of the other limbless amphibians are there, toads are there. So all together make amphibians. Various species are there. Some yellow, some green, some there is a Manduka Sutta in Uganda. The frogs were making songs in very chorus noise, isn't it? That is referring to not just one species, a congregation of species, how they with the orchestra welcome the monsoon rains. So that shows that there is something, a lot of species are there. So that's it. But if you go to a disturbed area, you find common frogs. If you go to a very well-preserved area, you find endangered frogs. Similarly, in the case of fishes, if you go to most undisturbed forest, a stream flowing through that, in Western Ghats, for example, has maximum endemic and endangered fishes compared to others, which are big, have documented. We have Schistura, Saravatiensis, Schistura, Nagoriensis, then Dattatio Saravatiensis, all usually recorded from very primeval forest areas. But if the stream is through a eucalyptus plantation, that stream has fish, but common fish, which may be there in Uttar Pradesh also, or Rajasthan also. You can hear also, common fish. So disturbed area, and there is some fish.
Sir, I have a question. So, it is regarding the particular article that you have shown where you said that the Indian government has banned the patent, right, for Ayurvedic medicines and everything. So, sir, recently we have Ayush ministry that has come up. Now, homeopathy is given a lot of importance. Now, in homeopathy, we know many medicinal plants are being used, which are coming from places which is outside India. So in this case, the economy has to get into such a situation that patentship is required, because we on one hand, we are taking from Germany and different other countries the medicinal plants because we can't grow them. We don't have that particular climate. So banning one patentship and on the other hand making use of some other countries' resources, don't you think there's some kind of a misbalance out there?
See, when the horse is with us, we have to keep the stable close. Once the horse runs away, we have no right over that. And if it goes to another country, we cannot say it's our horse. It ran away 100 years back. It is our progenies of our horse. We cannot claim. Like that, see, potato ran away from Mexico, chilies ran away from Mexico, and today our Uttar Kannada place and Shimoga district or Dharwad district, Bangalore, such places, the chilies, they are settlers, they have evolved new varieties of chilies. So, the chili red pigment is extracted in Germany, and companies are there, and they are using it for lipstick, organic colors, as chilies. This is, they have patented there, and now Mexico cannot claim, it is our chili which we are using now. That variety evolved. So once the horse runs away, we have no right over it. If horse is smuggled out, you have a right. See, it is our horse. Basmati rice was patented in USA, and stamped it as Texmati by the Texmati company. And so what happened? India government had to fight and say this gene giving flavor is from India-Pakistan area, so therefore it got cancelled. So intellectual property rights are given even in their hands. After a certain number of years we lose our claim. That is why we have to immediately write it down, and the National Biodiversity Authority, if you want to take a patent, you can apply to the National Biodiversity Authority, you will get a patent, you can research, there is a fee for that.
So my question is between I said that on one hand, like we don't have the climatic, like the entire planet doesn't support the growth of many of the plants and vegetation to see it for mobility. Now in that case, we are importing from Germany and we are creating.
You mean homeopathy? I will explain.
Okay, yeah. But there's a, we are banning and we are also
we are not banning. For example, digitalis, that is, or say China, Syngorna occidentalis. It is from where South America, Peru, isn't it? Syngorna is widely used for treating malaria. Home medicine is the China 30, China 200. What is that China? If you take 1 ounce of Syngorna and put in Kaveri river, collect up to 5 kilometers away on a bottle of water, that is the quantity you use. It is not even an atom molecule there, but homeopathy again, the spirit of Syngorna is in that, like a vital spirit. So there is no material evidence that homeopathic teachers have that. And this is, see, our food is consumed anywhere. The free trade and all those things are, I think it's a different, it will take long time to explain. And I don't want to reach into others' time also. Thank you very much, we can discuss separately.
So every organism in a particular ecological space it has a niche. So it has certain environmental factors acting on it at a particular time. So how does geospatial data measure those factors, the n-dimensional factors acting on an organism, or does it actually measure?
I think the geospatial experts will answer to that. But what I can say, you are applying soil characters. Whatever studies are available on soil characters, you are applying rainfall characters, how many months of rainfall, how much of rainfall in that particular locality, and then you are seeing how much of humidity. Then you have to see what's the kind of forest or grassland or whatever vegetation described from that area. All these should figure into the modeling at a micro level. That's what I mean. You can have a macro level which is already available freely at macro geospatial. These profiles are already existing. Now what we are want to apply is more at a pixel level, how much we can fit in. So that's the kind of resolution that is being looked for. That is to make a target. How you fit in, you please discuss with the experts. Next, your chance to ask the question. Later.
Okay, maybe we'll move on to the next. Thanks, Subhash. Subhash will be here. During lunch break, we can discuss if there are any further questions. So now we'll move on to our friend Pravata. So we'll talk about how the documentation has happened and what are the benefits. Yours is here.
Thanks, Ramchandra. Can you guys hear me? I prefer to kind of talk about the PA system. Can you hear me there? Can you hear me? No?
I can't hear you.
about the India Biodiversity Portal. Let me just get some basic background of you guys. How many of you are connected to the internet? Raise your hands, please. Right here, right? You are connected. All of you are connected. How many of you are connected on a mobile phone? And how many of you are on laptops? How many mobiles are connected? Smartphones are connected. How many of you have smartphones in your pocket? Super. Okay, very good. Take out your smartphones, connect to the internet. And how many of you have Facebook accounts? A whole lot of you. Who don't have Facebook accounts? Yeah. Answer that? Okay. So, so the India Biodiversity Portal actually leverages internet connectivity. And internet connectivity today is proliferating at a very, very advanced rate, all over the place. There are places a few years back, a few months back that were not internet connected, but now the internet highway is going all over the place. So the intent of the India Biodiversity Portal is essentially a technology exercise on leveraging connectivity and internet to aggregate biodiversity information. I will quickly go through the presentation. Let's be interactive and let's see how many of you are connected and how many of you are browsing the net and how many of you can register on the portal or download the mobile app that is there, and when you go out for lunch, maybe click some species around you and upload it and see what happens. So what is the India Biodiversity Portal? It is a participatory system to aggregate and disseminate biodiversity information under open access for India. Which means, what is participatory? All of you who have internet connection, all of you who have Facebook accounts, Google accounts, mobile devices, etc., participate and build this biodiversity information system. That is why it is called participatory and it is crowdsourced information system. So all you guys, if you are interested in documenting biodiversity in your neighborhood, in your town, in your environment, you need to do it yourself. Don't ask the government what they will do, don't ask other people what they will do. If you want to kind of document biodiversity or biodiversity around you, you better take out your mobile devices, take out your laptops, take out your cameras, go out into the field, document the biodiversity and put it up. This is the bedrock of the India Biodiversity Portal. It is not academic institutions that provide research data, but it is crowdsourced data from the whole set of community that we have. It is completely open access. You contribute and you pay, you utilize it, and we'll see how people are utilizing this biodiversity data. It is completely open access. You can download the data, you can download my data, you can download all the amphibian data that is there on the Western Ghats, and so no more. In the generation that we did research in, you go out into the field, collect your data and keep it with you. You can get onto a fight in sharing data. You will not share data, you will not put it up. But today, biodiversity data is under open access. So if you are studying a small little area, if you want information about it, look at the internet first, get all the data that you want, and you will find there is a lot of information available on species around you, species in a certain area, from India Biodiversity Portal as well as many other global portals. How many of you heard of global portals on biodiversity? Can you name any one of them? How many of you have heard of any of these global portals on biodiversity? Have you heard any of them? Have you heard of GWIF? No. Have you heard of IUCN biodiversity datasets? We'll kind of introduce all of it. I'm not going to. Okay. Now, when you want to aggregate biodiversity information, you need to understand how do you organize this information. You have a whole series of information. You have taxonomic classifications, you have type specimens. Anybody knows what's a type specimen? Any taxonomists here? Type specimen? What is a type specimen? Sir, please. What is a type specimen? A type specimen is when you discover a new organism, a new biodiversity record, you take that record and put it in a herbarium and call it a type specimen. That is a specimen that is given a name, and that is what people will compare with. So when you talk about biodiversity information, you want to know what is the type specimen for every species that is around. Where is the type specimen? Which museum is the type specimen filed in? Morphological descriptions. This is how species are registered, or at least traditionally being registered. So you have morphological descriptions, you have descriptive notes on habits and habitats. You have images and media objects, photographs of different types of frogs, different types of dragonflies, different types of butterflies. You have photographic records of these things. Life cycle information, seasonality, etc., etc. So you have a whole series of information when you want to gather biodiversity information. You need to gather information on all, some of these aspects and collect biodiversity information. Now when you collect it, you want an organizational rubric. You want to know how to organize this biodiversity information, because that's very critical in building databases. And how do you organize this biodiversity information? You organize this biodiversity information along 3 essential axes. In fact, 2 major axes. You want to know, when you take biodiversity, you want to know what species it is. When you talk about knowing what species it is, you will understand what is the evolutionary plan under which the species occurs. So you will know the evolutionary history of the species. You will know whether it's a plant or an amphibian or a butterfly. You have some idea of where it is in this taxonomic hierarchy. So that is one important axis under which you want to organize biodiversity information. The other important axis that you want to organize biodiversity information is location. Where is it occurring? Where is it distributed? Where did I find it? Which geographical space it is in? So all biodiversity information is organized along essentially 2 axes. A biodiversity, a taxonomic axis, and a spatial reference system. So once you have this thing, so any data that comes in, you organize, break it down and organize it in a data structure which has a taxonomy and space. And if you have these 2, then you are done with. You can do whatever you want with this kind of an organizational structure. Time and temporal is also a 3rd axis. So all biodiversity information will be organized under what species it is, not just what species it is. What is the hierarchy, the tree of life where the species are, and where have you seen this particular species? Once you have this, you can calculate endemism, you can calculate threat, you can calculate rarity, etc., etc. Once you have organized the data along these 2 axes. Biodiversity, when you want to organize biodiversity or build an organizing structure for biodiversity information, you need other things. You need climates, for example. You need to know which are the high rainfall areas, which are the low rainfall areas. You need to know which are low elevation areas, which are high elevation areas. You need to know different types of soils that occur in this area. What is a clayey soil, what is a lateritic soil, what is a basaltic rock, etc., etc. So you need a soil map, and soils, these are all mainly spatial attributes. So you need bioclimates, you need soils, you need vegetation types, you need forest types. Champion State has a forest type, the French Institute has a different type of classification. So you need spatial parameters when you want to organize and see how biodiversity information changes or operates in this country. You need rainfall, you need temperature, you need land use, you need water resources. You need, of course, administrative boundaries, you need demography, you need habitations and towns, you need roadways, which are very, very significant changers of the biodiversity landscape. If you put a road across an area, you actually fragment 2 areas. And if that is a road that's being used very regularly, like a railway line or a road or a highway, you actually separate species from one side going to the other side. So these are fragmentations of landscapes, and these are very, very important. Linear aspects, canals, roads, railways, transmission lines, these are very important aspects that fragment landscapes. And today, in the current policy scenario, any linear influence, linear construct, which is called the infrastructure construct, is not necessary to be cleared by any biodiversity assessment. So you can build roads, you can build highways, you can build railway lines, you can build transmission lines, and they will fragment landscape. So you want to know what is the distribution of all these things on a spatial kind of domain. So 2 things you people need to take over. Whenever you're talking about biodiversity, you want to know what species it is and what is the distribution of the species. the taxonomic reference and a spatial reference. And which is why a spatial referencing system, maps, etc. are very important. Spatial technologies are very, very important in understanding biodiversity and its patterns. Okay. Now, how do we run this participatory system? By the way, there is a mobile app called India Biodiversity, which is there in the Google Store. Android app available. If people have mobile devices, just download it and install it on your Android device. How many of you have gone to Android and how many of you have OS X, iPhones? Android. All Android. Any OS X? I'm sorry, we don't have an OS X application, but we have an Android application. So all the Android users can download the app. So then, if you have an Android app on your end, if you have a smartphone and if you have an India Biodiversity Android app, you are a contributor. You can be potentially a very, very strong contributor to the India Biodiversity Board. Wherever you walk, if you see a butterfly, if you see a moth, if you see a millipede, if you see a centipede, you can photograph it and contribute to this global set of knowledge on biodiversity in India. So you are a contributor. If you've downloaded the app, have any of you downloaded the app already?
Can you say the app name?
App name? What is it called? India Biodiversity. India Biodiversity. And if you downloaded, the connection is very, very good. Thank you very much. It's a good connection. So please download the app. Okay. Now, if you have this kind of app possible, or if you have a laptop and a computer, and if you are connected on the internet, and if you want to kind of do your little bit for conservation of biodiversity, you can contribute data. So what all, you can contribute different types of data on the portal. You can contribute observations, you can contribute information about species. If you are a specialist who studies dragonflies, and if you know different types of dragonflies in that area, you can contribute what are called species pages that you will see. You can contribute documents. You can contribute, if somebody's published a paper, or you have yourself published a paper on some species, you can contribute these documents onto the biodiversity portal. You can also contribute maps. If you have layers and maps, if you've got them organized, you can contribute them as layers and maps on the biodiversity portal. And this is public crowdsourced. So what we do, we take all this information that the people will contribute, species pages, observations, maps, documents included, and organize them along spatial, temporal and taxonomic axis. Where is it located? What is the document pertaining to? Where is the observation made? Etc. When did you find this? What time was it when you found it? Day, night, January, February, March, etc. And what is the kind of species that you are talking about, that you are contributing data on? Then what we do is we have a system, a crowdsourced system of validation by experts and valuation. Some expert will look at it and say, oh wait, this species is not supposed to be here. Oh, did you actually find this species here? Which means it's a range expansion. And we'll show you how these things have been coming out through the portal. We've never found this species in this area. For example, there was a note which says Deplocard found in the northern, in the central and the western Ghats. It was not there before, it's been found, a new species has been found, a range has been expanded. You can contribute information like this almost inadvertently. And we will see how people have contributed, amateurs have contributed to the science of biodiversity knowledge. And of course, you are the consumer, some researcher who's trying to study a certain area, will use the data that you have contributed and all of us have contributed and do some analysis and understanding of this thing. Okay, all these things interact. The main important mediator, and we must understand this, it's difficult to communicate this to various people because they are going through a generational change in technology. The main mediating stuff in this whole thing is technology. It's technology that's driving all this. It's a platform that's driving all this. It's an enabling platform that empowers local people. So there is no more a need for example, going to a paper and pencil and recording the biodiversity in an area. You take a smartphone, record everything and upload it to this area. So you must understand that this particular information, ICT technology, is making massive changes to the way we understand nature, among other things of course. But the way we understand and document nature, it's going through a sea of change. And we are all a party to this massive revolution that's been going on. It's yet to be realized. So technology is the mediator of the whole thing. Okay. So we have on the biodiversity portal one descriptive page for every species in India. Now how many species are there in India? I would like each one of you to quickly say a number and move on. How many species are there in India? I'm going to randomly ask. How many species are there, will be there in India? Any guess? You there? Yeah. How many? Take a guess. 90,000. Okay. You there with that striped shirt. How many species are there in India? Yeah. Yeah.
Around a lakh.
Around? 1 lakh. Any other guesses? Quickly. Million, billion. Okay. Any other guesses? Any other? How many species are there are known from India? 5-6 lakhs. Okay. So the current estimate of the number of known to science is about 125,000 species, 1.25 lakh, 1.25 lakh species. That is what is known to the surveys. What are the surveys? The botanical survey, the PSI, the ZSI. They have recorded something like 125,000 species. Are there any new species, or we are a very densely populated country? Are there new species in this country? Species yet to be discovered, or we've discovered everything? Last year, how many species did we discover? Any guess? Anybody who's followed the news? Yeah. So how many amphibian species have been discovered over the last 2 years? There's been a spurt of new amphibian species that have been discovered in the Western Ghats. And Western Ghats is densely populated. All of us walk up and down the Western Ghats every other day. You go from here to Mangalore, you have to go over the Western Ghats. You go along somewhere to somewhere, you have to go along the Western Ghats. But still, there are new species being discovered. Amphibians, 23 to 25 species have been discovered in the last 1.5 years, 2 years. New species in the Western Ghats. So then one wonders, what is the estimated number of species? What is the estimated number of species in the Western Ghats on India? What would be the estimate? What would be the kind of how many species would actually pack the Indian subcontinent? So the numbers for that, if you take global numbers and kind of do a back-of-the-envelope calculation to Indian numbers, it is something like 0.8 to 1.2 billion. That is the kind of species that are there, which means 0.8 billion to 1.2 billion. That is the number of species that potentially are there with estimates of species in India. And out of this, we know only 125,000 species, which means there are so many, over 9 lakh species waiting to be discovered. We don't even know about them. And where are they residing? They are residing maybe in species that are only nocturnal, species under the soil, species in canopies, and we don't know these species at all. And it's important to know these species. Why is it important to know? Maybe a philosophical question. So what we want to do is we want to have one descriptive page for every species in India. Now there are descriptive information, but let me see how we gather this. We ask experts to provide species information, people on butterflies, people on reptiles, to provide this information in a spreadsheet kind of format. We take it in a spreadsheet format. Let me just go to the portal for a moment. So this is the India Biodiversity portal. It has a species pages module, an observation module, a map module, a document module. These are the 4 main modules that we have. And if you go to the species pages module, this is the species pages module. We have as of now something like 20,000 species whose descriptions are known. So for all these 20,000 species we have information available. We have 28,000 stubs. We have stubs in the sense we have empty pages for 28,000 species waiting to be filled. And how are we going to fill it? No one man will do it. No, Thomas and I cannot do this. It has to be crowdsourced, it has to be contributed from various places across the country, and we provide a platform where people can contribute these species pages. Okay? So these are the different species pages, and then if you go to one of these species pages, let us go to this particular species page. This is one page. This is the common kingfisher. And if you go down the common kingfisher, you will find the taxonomic tree, you will find a gallery of the kingfisher, all crowdsourced. None of us have contributed. We have not curated it. And then a whole range of what is the common names, what is its natural history, what is its size, and who has contributed it. You can see from here it's contributed from various sources, but all this is openly available on the portal. The behavior, general habitat, and a distribution map. It is the current node distribution map of the portal. So for example, if you go out here and find a common kingfisher and you photograph it through your cell phone and upload it to the portal, the next moment it will be a point here. So this is the kind of live activity that we do, and you can try this. This is so you can see all the blue points are observations. So when you upload an observation, it will come up. So this will continue to kind of grow with more and more participation coming in. These are the different observations that you have. So tomorrow when you go into the forest, if you have a camera and if you upload something, it will come in a gallery here and you can see who has uploaded it. A chief Red Earth person has uploaded it from Gujarat on 16th August, a few days ago. There's a person who's uploaded it called Manoj from Kottayam, Jaideep Singh, etc., etc. And if you put up your observation, your name will be cited there and it will be shown as an observation on the portal. This is real time. It happens as you upload. Okay. So the next one is the map interface. Let me just go back to my PPT. Okay. So you can give all that species page information is expert information. Taxonomists develop this information and give it to us. We upload it. They give it to us in a spreadsheet. What we do is we have in our information database, we have a structure where we have different types of attributes, something like 70, 80 fields we have. We map that by the spreadsheet that you give to each of these attributes and take them in. So you have those things and so you map them all and take them in. Along with every information content, what we have is a metadata which says who has contributed, what is the kind of license. Any of you heard Creative Commons licenses? Yeah, one person. Two. Creative Commons licenses. Three. So Creative Commons licenses is a license of sharing of the internet. Wikipedia is under Creative Commons licenses. The Creative Commons license gives you the ownership of that piece of information, but allows people to share it and distribute it in a very, very open, natural way. So all the information is under Creative Commons license in the portal, which is why you can download it. And all those license details you must give. The last one is the license detail. This is metadata for any information content. So we take all this in and push it into the portal. You can also do an online contribution. If you are an expert in a certain group, you can request, say, I'm an expert, I would like to contribute to Tetracarbs. So if you say you want to contribute to Tetracarbs, you will get a mail and then we will allow permissions to Tetracarb pages. Once you have Tetracarb pages, then you can contribute, you can go online and start contributing information on all those 80, 90 fields of information that we have on the biodiversity, on the taxonomy. Okay. The content of the portal, we started the species pages module in 2011 and you can see that it's been kind of going up in spurts like this. Experts contribute information, we push it into the portal and it goes up. So it is a stepwise increase. We get them in chunks of information. However, going forward, we opened online contribution, and so we expect the contribution and the increase in species pages to be much more continuous, exponential, and increase in a major way as we go by. So, who are these people who are contributing? We actually don't know. They are not from the Indian Institute of Sciences. They are essentially from a large set of open community whom we don't know anything about. Siddharth Kulkarni is an expert on spiders, and he sits somewhere in Sangli. He's been just about a PhD student, and he has this passion for looking at spiders. He's the India expert on spiders. Completely unknown. He's not in any great institution. So all of you who are there in disparate institutions, you can make significant contributions. And he has contributed all the spider pages on the portal. In addition to that, if somebody uploads a spider page and wants an identification, he is the one who will provide that identification for spider page. So you understand, it's getting very democratic, it's getting very opened up. It's not as though you have to be in the citadel to do work. You can be in your small little town and you can contribute information to the portal. Hari Krishna Sundaram, who is a reptile expert, and he's been very, very active on the portal. He comes and cleans up the portal, provides IDs on the portal, spots mistakes on the portal and suggests changes, etc. Vivek Sharma, who has contributed to all the states of India, state pages on the portal. All the states have been very, very nicely contributed to environment. Thomas de Bejon, he's in France. He has an interest in studying weeds in India. He's a weed expert, and he has contributed on the weed pages. Meenakshi Bharti in Chandigarh. Now she is, I never knew this discipline exists. She's a forensic entomologist. So she works on insects that go to carcasses and eat carcasses and things like that. And so we'll be able to kind of, I believe we'll be able to say what is the build up crime inside and things like that. So she's a forensic entomologist. She's been contributing all the significantly to the portal. So we have these people and we have no contact with them at all. They've just come online. We met some of them, we met Siddharth Kulkarni at a meet that we had, but many of them we have not met at all. Now, there is still a long way to go in contributing species pages. I will just run through this, but essentially we need to get much more species pages populated. The next module that we have is what is called the observation module. This is the citizen science module. This is the most vibrant module of the portal. This is where people all over the country are participating and contributing observations, amateurs, professionals, taxonomists, experts, photographers, all of them have been contributing information on the portal. If you're a photographer and you don't know species names, you can put that photograph up of a species and ask other people to suggest or identify the species through photographs. Very often it is possible to identify many of these species through the photographs that you upload. So all that you need to upload on a species page is this is a citizen science module, and all this information will go to build a distribution of species. So what is an observation? An observation essentially has 2 or 3 main aspects. It has to have media, it has to have a picture, it has to have a location, because location is very, very important for us. It has to have a map coordinate. And these map coordinates today are becoming very, very easy. Every smartphone, even if you have an Android app and if you download the IDP app, if you take a photograph of a species, automatically I know the location inside ISC, next to NASA, next to this conference room. I know exactly the geographical coordinates of this particular observation. So observations are very important. Date, again, many of these cameras, many of these mobile devices capture the date. You need a species name, and not everybody knows species names. Species names are specialized, only a few people know it. Taxonomists know this very, very well. And you may not know the species name, or you may know a common name, or you may know a local name. You can put the common name and local name and upload this observation. Then of course, there are other custom fields that you put. Once you upload an observation, it becomes immortal. Your contribution becomes immortal. In the sense that it is there, it goes into a database, it will go into multiple databases all over the world, etc., etc. Researchers will use it, and it will always carry your name, your attribution, because that's how we distribute the data. You are the primary contributor of this information base, and you can check it out. That's exactly the way we operate. Now, once it gets a life of its own, once it gets immortal, other people can comment on it. Somebody else can say, somebody else sitting somewhere else who doesn't know you at all can say, just like Facebook and things like that. There is a social network that is built around it. Somebody will say, this particular frog species is not to be found here, how did you find it here? Somebody else will say, no, I don't agree with your species identification, it is this species identification. So if we go to one of the observations on the portal, you can see this. So if you have got laptops, you can click on it, go to an observation, and you can see the kind of comments, how many people have acted on the portal. We keep an activity log. All of this is very, very eminently possible on a mediated by a platform. Okay. Now, this is a global database. Right? This is what is called GBIF database. Now, Global Biodiversity Information Facility database. This is the all-world database. And this is the spectrum of data, density of data that they have along the world. And you see, for example, tropical areas, India, Africa, Southeast Asia are blank. And where do you have maximum diversity? Is it in Germany or in India? Which has more diversity? Germany or India? Sure. Okay. So Germany has got dense population record, dense biodiversity records. India has lower biodiversity records, right? England has very dense record. You can see the England map there. India has lower than England records of biodiversity. US has plenty of records. So all of these global biodiversity records are basically filled by records from temperate lands which are low in biodiversity. Tropical lands that are rich in biodiversity, poor data is available and nobody seems to be addressing it. We are trying to address it. So this is where we need to kind of contribute information onto the India biodiversity. The second point that I want to make is over the last few years, over the last 5-10 years, the citizen science crowdsourced participation to data is far outstripping data that is coming from herbarians, museums, researchers, people who are sitting in research labs and identifying species. People are contributing and bulking this data, huge amounts of data. 70% of GBIF data is what is called occurrence record, crowdsourced occurrence record. eBird, which is a distribution of bird record from the world, has been increasing tremendously over the last few years. So they are contributing. So most of the records of biodiversity are coming from people like you and me who don't know species, who are amateurs, who may have a photograph, who may have a smartphone in their pocket. These are the people who are contributing to this biodiversity information. And the more information you have, the better you can do informed decisions, better conservation can be effective. I want to show you one small thing which in fact shames me, which is this is GBIF. Now this is online. This is the information on GBIF, right? Now they have something. How many records do they have? They have something like 9 lakh records, right? 9 lakh records from India they have. That is the kind of record. We have something like 1.2 lakh records from India. So they have something like 9 lakh records from India, and that is the smattering. That is the heat map. All of you can understand that map, no? The redder areas means more. In that grid there are more records. The yellow areas are in that grid, there are less records. The blank areas are in that grid, no records. Okay. Let me go one step down. This is globally the data about India. And let me look at this. This is the data from India. So if you go to data from India, this is the data that they have from India, which means locally made records. So where is the rest of the data coming from? Yes, where is the rest of the data coming from? Louder? Other countries. How is other countries providing data about India? Researching in India. How are other countries providing information on India? Many Indians are staying abroad. Anybody else? Anybody else? Satellite imagery. You can't find species. Can you identify species on satellite images? Not yet. We will try and do it in some time, but not yet. So those things are colonial records. Those are records where people came and hunted specimens and went. Today you can't even take out a specimen from this country. You have to go to the biodiversity authority to take out a specimen. Those are specimens that were taken out and in museums abroad. They have been digitized, and that record is much more than Indian records that are available. 69,000 records from India, from this Indian country, and 9 lakh records from outside. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't want to be kind of parochial or glacial or something like that, saying India and India. But then, what is the problem with these records? The problem with these records are herbarium records, records from museums in the West. What is the problem? What is the problem with the records? Absolutely. They are all dated. They are all old. They are all many years ago. And those things, they don't exist today. So current records of somebody who wants to lay a railway line across Konkan, bridging Panaji to the plateau, has no information available to do planning. Has no information available, publicly available information available to do any kind of record of this. Isn't it necessary? Don't you and I want to know, as public people say, if you lay this line here, what are the species that are going to get killed? What are the species? I want to know that. I as a citizen want to know that. So if you want participation, if you want transparency in decision making, if you want decision making to be data driven, you need information on the biodiversity of this country. And there is really very little information on biodiversity in this country. So for environmental impact assessment, there is green tribunal, green law, etc. Environmental impact assessments are made. Is the data available? The data, they find it very, very difficult to have this data available to them. So this is the responsibility. If we want to do conservation today, we must generate data and put it out in the public domain. Don't keep it in your desk. Please don't. And appealing to researchers is much more difficult than appealing to other domain areas, to the common man, to everybody, to all of us. So we must crowdsource this as much my responsibility as your responsibility, not the researcher's responsibility. You will never give data. Okay. So let me just skip this. Yes, sir.
Prabhakar, see, there is one problem from the forest department. They do not allow the researcher to put the locations to fit data of the. So there is
There are many.
That is making many people.
Yes, I agree with you. There are many restrictions. There are many. When we started this portal in 2010 and 11, we went to 2008. I can tell you our story. 2008, when we started this portal, we went for a meeting in Delhi, and the NBA chairperson was there. And the NBA chairperson said, "If you put this data, we have every right to arrest." We know these stories. We all know it's happened in front of our eyes. I know when I was a PhD student here, such things have happened. I will put you behind bars. Now this is your contributed data. I am just running a platform. Go and arrest that person. Go and arrest the millions of people. Find the person. We have records of that. Now, open data is now a very important global movement. Now you have to keep telling people saying global data, open data, open data, open it out. We need it. We need transparency. And once it is not going to happen overnight. It's not going to. India has an open data policy. Do any of you know about this? Data is supposed to be open. It's a policy. But is it actually true? So we just have to keep talking about this and imaginizing on this and say, please put it open. Create commons licenses. And the more you do it, you will definitely find traction. The more a crowd does it, it's very, very difficult to stop to check it. You know? Okay. So now I need to kind of go fast.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
India's laws are like in forest area or something. Is there legal action can be taken if taken to you are saying the person who has uploaded? So then who is behind the bars?
Yeah, so I got the question. So what I'm trying to say is that there must be a mind change and we must work towards a mind change, and this is happening very, very quickly. It's happening in front of our eyes. You know what the Forest Department is now saying? RTI and servicing RTI requests is becoming a big problem for us. I want to take the data and put it on your portal for everybody to use. So I just point that person who files an RTI request saying the data is available here. Now there are certain, I would like to also say that there are certain types of data that one has to be careful of. For example, the rule in the Biodiversity Act is a very, very simple rule. Species in trade, be careful with exposing actual locations of species in trade. That is a simple rule that operates. operate on very, very simple rules.
Actually,
Yes.
nothing like that.
No, what I'm saying is it may be worthwhile to.
Only the MBA, that chairman or the secretary will tell you. But there is nothing like the rules. Of course, we discover, we publish it. It is open source. And plenty of our things are in the certain recommendations, while we arrive at those recommendations, and that may have to be scrutinized by the government if it is a government-sponsored project. That they will not come to say, if you sort it, you can do it. But this is not a lot of guidelines. But only thing, the biodiversity portal, you have to take it out and this thing, upload it.
Oh,
it has to be uploaded from your side.
I will get it.
No, what he says is already we have archived whatever we have come across.
Oh, I will take it out and put it in. Please provide it, we'll put it in tomorrow.
Yeah, whatever is available.
Yeah.
Free.
Yes, please.
Not necessarily in this form.
We will do it. Yeah, we have time to do this. Yeah, we have. That's a major exercise and we will do it.
So then, months, you will have lakhs of pieces of data.
Absolutely. So please, what I'm saying is, there are two big principles I want to work with. Open data is a movement, it will increase, mediated by the internet and mediated by all this. It will increase. Nobody can stop this. It's mediated by ICTs. Please see what you can do for the country. This famous line of John F. Kennedy. Don't ask what the country can do for you, see what you can do for the country. Similarly, please see what you can do in contributing data. Don't tell me saying, hey, that data is not going to be done. I will do that, but it is unlimited. The crowd is unlimited. I will do that. Wherever I go, officers go, he'll keep taking photographs and uploading it to the portal. How many can one person or two persons do? It should become a movement. So people who have data must fight with each other in putting the data on a portal, anywhere, or in some digitized, structured format. Put it in PDFs. What do I do with PDFs? How much effort I have to take to take a PDF and put the data in? So there are these issues. Okay.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
One question. I am not negative about it, just to clarify my doubt. It's better if I clarify now.
Yes.
So, just now sir said about the Garcinia. It's a very important drug for cancer, and a lot of multinationals are looking for the site where they can find it. So let's say if I by mistake put it and then put it in the well, this is the place you can get Garcinia.
Okay.
What are the people who are looking for those things and now they go for exploitation of that?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's
No,
it's
very,
a side of it.
very valid. So there is this side to it. Information availability is power, it's exploitative, etc. There are two, three kinds of arguments that are made. One is that if you know that this is a threatened species, if you know that this is going to be exploited, but if you want to know, if you want to state that it is approximately in this area, what we as the platform managers can do is we have a thing called geo-privacy. So what we do is we put a mark there, but we will not display and download and allow anybody to download that mark. We will put it in a random 30 kilometer, 50 kilometer radius around the area. So that is one means that we can kind of enable. The second means that we can enable is automatically if there are species in trade, etc., don't show their points very, very accurately, muffle them. Finally, I think the judgment must rest with people, and more information is asserting its conservation right. That is something that we have to agree upon. We have to say that if you are going to put all the Garcinia and see that the Garcinia distribution is going down, it should cause for alarm like somebody like Suraj. He doesn't have to go and look at where all the Garcinia is distributed. He will already know that Garcinia are getting out in these areas, and everybody is documenting the biodiversity around them. So what I'm saying is, free availability of information is also a check on over-exploitation of the resource. I don't know how many of you agree with that. Yes, sir.
So, actually, this is a very valid point that you raise, but we cannot keep all this data and secrecy.
Absolutely. Good point.
See, all these things are from researchers coming into the form of publications. Not only you look for any primary data collection yourself. You see the portal is there and data is there, the current science or resonance or somewhere observation. You can take it out and fill it, the portal, and say, sorry, what else can be said? Contributed to so and so. Like this, the most secrecy, the law, and moreover, the government of India has given a list of 500 species which are called normally traded commodities, normally traded species. So, this has asked for objections. This is the MOA website. If you say Brazilian India is also there, Brazilian Ambrosial is also there, as normally traded commodity. So, I am going to write to the MOA that these two species should be taken out because I know quite well that these are not normally traded communities and because then there will not be act will not be applicable to these various act applied here. So these should be taken out of this factor. So you can have your pre-comments up to 28th of this month. This is open to the public website, but this does not bar anybody from publishing even the rarest species that is found in such a location, like it would want to. We also made a publication on Madhuka Bowler. Point data is known to us, but we are given lately in the central western Angola because I know researchers, for instance, rushing there and get this process. We don't know what implications are. So we have applied our conscience and data, but now the forest department has taken it up and they are multiplying thousands of discounts in the nurseries, we plan it. So there is it can help in various ways. There is absolutely no harm on anybody declaring that this species I found that no one is going to understand.
Thank you, sir. So this is an observation that you see here. Of course, Nanjupara indica very common. And so this observation, like I said, once somebody has uploaded it, who has uploaded it? Somebody called Viola Rodriguez has uploaded this information. So you have the signature, that is her signature here. That's her signature. So it is, so that is the attribution that you have to give. You own that observation. However, once that observation is there, lots of people can do lots of other things with the observation. What you cannot do with the observation is change the media, change the location, or change the date. These are the three things that the observer must report. The species name, somebody can suggest some other species name, comments can be given, descriptions can be given, etc., etc. But what do we do with this? Now, you have species pages on the one side. You have curated, authentic information about the species. So from crowdsourced information, we have a mechanism where this crowdsourced information contributed by the crowd can go into authenticated, curated, reliable species information by experts. So for example, that is the species page. You can take a picture. Sometimes you get very, very good pictures of damselflies and butterflies on the portal as observation. And this is very important. A species page must have media. So you can take a picture and put it into the species page. And an expert can do that once he's identified it. The date of the observation is there. The date of the observation can go and build, and this happens automatically, build a temporal distribution of the observation. For example, there is this Malabar torrent frog torrent, tree toad. So these fellows are always on the canopies. They never come down. They only come down when it rains to mate and then go up again. They are never sighted. Now there is a certain campaign that we ran, and I'll show you how that campaign ran, for people to go and photograph these Malabar torrents, tree toads. And then when you see this, you can see the peak. Only during the monsoon season there is a nice little observation peak. There is also a small little peak in September. So you can see these two little peaks of observation of Malabar torrent. Nobody is going to climb up the tree and then go and photograph and put them up. That is very few. But you can see these patterns that are coming up. Are you on the portal or are you on Facebook? Okay. So data observation, very important. It goes to build the temporal distribution. Then there is phenology data that we gather. When is it flowering? When is it fruiting? These are very, very important to track climate change. So we have this phenology data. Are there fresh fruits? Are there fresh flowers? And crowdsourced. How many of you registered on the portal already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, actually I got a question related to the accuracy of crowdsourced data.
Absolutely, correct.
The question is like, for example, if we hold data, suppose we want to give it towards a campaign like the same type of something similar campaign. Now the amount of data is so diverse that the kind of false alarms and misinformation will be on the very high. So my question is like, what is the method that you have to check on the authenticity or kind of something?
Absolutely. So can I just go back 2-3 slides and then show? You see this? What's special in this? Can you see those lines going across places?
Yes.
Now the bright lines show the density of data available. Does that mean that only those lines have high biodiversity, rest of the places don't have biodiversity? Pardon me? Reported. And why are they reported there? Why are they reported there? In those lines? Why are they linear? Because ships go in that area. Because people go in ships in that area and keep reporting them and going. That is why you find all those lines there. Now, crowdsourced data, you have to be careful about using it. You have to know that if you go along the roads, you will find lots of biodiversity reported along roads. In fact, we've done these studies. And so if you go along the road, you'll find lots of biodiversity around it. Somewhere inside, you won't find biodiversity reported. Does that mean this is richer than that? So when you do your conclusions, when you do your analysis, when you do your scientific studies, you have to understand crowdsourced data will have all these biases. And you have to make a study, statistically tease out these biases and then put them on and then use the data for your own use. However, let me ask you another question. Okay, that is the error question. What about Wikipedia? It's crowdsourced, right? And how many errors are there? Very few. And why is it very few? Because more eyeballs are looking at it. People go and correct it. If you put an error today, 5 minutes later somebody will say this is an error, you go and correct it. So, in a crowdsourced system, if you have more people coming and looking at it and correcting it, that is the way crowdsourced systems can improve its quality. So, the answer to that question is, if you know there's an error, don't blame me for it. Go in and correct it yourself. Go in and make the change yourself. Go in and report that error yourself. And if you have mechanisms on a platform to report these things, to correct errors, it will purify itself. That is the kind of thing. So two things. One is caution with using crowdsourced data. The other is we find that data is getting finer and finer and better and purer as more people like Sebastian and people like that, taxonomists come and participate on the program. And this is growing. No question about it. Okay. Have I answered the question? Okay, so like that it goes. Ramchandra, when do I stop? Okay, let me tell you some valuable contributions that are happening. This is a new species recorded from India. We started, and who has identified it? It's come on the portal through crowdsourcing. Now this is completely new. We are creating science here. So what is the story about this? The story about this is this particular species is there on the western India, Pakistan, all those Iran, all those areas. It is available, it is being reported. People know that it exists on the eastern India, on Far East, on Burma, Thailand, etc. There has been no reports from India of this particular species. We all thought, since it's available, it's reported from the eastern side as well as the western side, but not in the subcontinent, it must be there. We all conjectured this, but you need a record to do this. You need reliable information to do this. This is an observation that's come up. You can see this observation. Somebody called Prathamesh has put this on, that's a contributor, and it goes with his name. This guy has actually done a divide, and there's a paper published on it. This is very, very recent. This has been done in a few years of the book. So look at the contribution you people can make to science. That is what I'm trying to say. Don't believe in it, don't rely on taxonomists. You can make these contributions by contributing to the portal. Very attractive, no? So this particular species is a new species from India. Never reported. It's so colorful. So people have seen this all over the place. You know, if you see this, you will of course go and take a closer look at it. So it's been reported last 2 years, smatterings of here and there. Now this was reported, I'll tell you the story of this particular species. There's a guy called Sunny Joseph, who's a photographer sitting in Cochin. He found the species, he photographed it, put it on the portal. He said, I don't know what this species is. Help identify. He said, I don't know what this species is. This guy, Siddharth Kulkarni, who works on spiders, saw this and said, hey, I think it's a new species. But for him to confirm that it was a new species, he needed a specimen. So actually, Sunny Joseph picked a specimen from his, and so they started communicating, because the portal allows people to talk to each other, to communicate with each other through the portal, just like Facebook or any social network site. So they talked to each other. This guy took specimens, went to Satara, examined the species, and last week we got a mail saying it's just been published. It's going to be published pretty soon. So he's reported this, and it's going to be a new species record from India. So these are very, very valuable things that are happening on the portal. This is another dragonfly species. So this was reported a long time back by a person who calls himself Chief Redder, stays in Trivandrum. You know where he is, you can go to his site, you know exactly yesterday where he was, I know. Because he's uploaded observations from that place yesterday, cited yesterday. So there is a certain transparency, that's what I want to say. So the Chief Redder put this up on the portal, and it was wrongly identified by somebody else. This particular species was scientifically reported, Thomas, this was scientifically reported much later. And then after it was reported, somebody saw this and said, I have reported it from Goa region. My God, this species exists in the Trivandrum region. So this great expansion suddenly happens. So new insights saying this particular dragonfly species is found and reported from Trivandrum. I have just discovered this new species. And so he changed the name of this particular observation species to the new species that was reported. This is another species that is endemic to the Western Ghats, and actually at only one location. And there's an expert called N. Mohanan who works at TBGRI, the Tropical Botanical Research Institute in Trivandrum. And he has photographed this and put this up. Nagarjunasagar, yeah. Yes. Yes. So what happens is, what we've done is a very, very simple thing. The observation is given a name. If other people subscribe to this name, confirm this name, it gets a double vote. So it gets votes. And so we say, what is the maximum voted name of a particular species? This seems to work well. So if it is the maximum voted name, that is the name that we report at one point in time. Tomorrow, if a lot of people come and change the name and say, no, it is not this species, but species Y, then species Y will be the name of that species. So that's how we kind of crowdsource, because we cannot do anything, we don't know. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. So, what is infra species? Below species, sir.
Below species.
It's not infra, it's infra species.
Consider accepted names. Quickly say, we don't have species in this area. We cannot get subspecies. How we can't for doing this is aggregating the whole species of name and then trying to get to apply a taxonomic exercise to try and work out which one is the accepted name, which one is the synonym. And we use the taxonomic reference. So you find that most of the names are not
tell me when to stop. I'll stop.
I would say it take years. We don't have a species list for India today, and it will take years before we can say that we have complete list.
Shake up the taxonomist to provide a species list for India. Okay, this is another interesting story. Nagarjuna Sagar Reservoir, only reported from Nagarjuna Sagar area, endemic to the area and nowhere else. Few months back we got this record of report from Karnataka. So you see, it's a sudden new change. And with so many people in this country, we should kind of do this in 2 years' time. We should just complete a biodiversity inventory of this country in 2 years' time, if you all get to it. This is an interesting story. What is happening here? One species or two species? Two different species. One species lost its way. One of them is a migrant that comes from Thailand into this country later. The other little individual lost its way and came along with a flock of some other species and landlocked in India. This is the story. And this is from Kerala. This is a report from Kerala 2 years ago. So this fellow lost it. I mean, can you imagine you going with a herd of geese or with a migrant herd of wildebeest across some place? So these are mixes of species that are happening. Very, very behaviorally, very, very peculiar, very special. I don't know, the ecologists will understand the fascination of this. I was fascinated when I saw this. How did a species without its friends, relatives, brothers, sisters, join another flock and come up to India so far away? And there are multiple reports of this from Kerala. Okay. Observations are galloping. It's a hockey stick. You know what's a hockey stick? A hockey stick is an accelerating exponential curve. We are at 1 lakh observations. We are soon going to kind of accelerate. Today, if you see the list of observations that are coming today, there must be 50 or 100 observations today. However, having said that, I want to say, if anybody is on the portal, go to the observation page. Yeah. If you go to the observation page, if you want to know how many observations came in today, everything we play an open game, nothing to be hidden. So if you go here, if you go to any, so you see here 4 observations. So that is the kind of observations that keep coming in. By the end of the day, it will keep changing. As soon as you upload, if you have a mobile app, you go out and take a shot and then come back in, it will go to 12. So this is real time. It just keeps increasing. All this is open. Today we get something like 50, 60, 70, 80 observations, 100 observations every day. Which means in a week we get 700 observations. Which means in a month we got 3,000 observations, 2,500 observations. Which means over a year 2,500 to 12. So this is increasing in numbers, not decreasing in numbers. I don't expect it to decrease because there are more people. Yeah.
So we know about the Bangalore lakes, right?
Bangalore?
Bangalore lakes.
Bird lakes. Yes. Lakes. Yes.
Yes, sir. So we know that there are hardly any lakes right now in Bangalore, and because of which many of the migratory birds have come very which is being shown us. It's not coming anymore. Isn't that decreasing the species count?
He's a lake expert of Bangalore. Sir, please. Birds are not coming to the lakes in Bangalore.
I think what she understood was you're saying that species numbers are not decreasing. No. But I think what he's trying to say is that the number of observations reported are going up. It will not go down. But the species itself may go down. That's it.
Okay. Okay, so let me go back to the presentation. How many of you are very hungry? I am very hungry. Okay. This is the observation set heat map of the country. There are areas which are unreported. Anybody from Andhra Pradesh, all those empty areas, please go back there and report observations from there. Please fill it up. See, so please go and fill it up. It's very easy. Mobile app. You have a smartphone?
Yes.
Have you downloaded the application?
Yes.
I'm sorry to push. Okay, so this is it. Kerala, no, very, very active. How many of you are from Kerala? Quickly raise your hand. Yeah. So Kerala is very, very active on the internet. Most active state on the internet. Really. We get a lot of observations from Kerala. Bangalore, urban areas, we get a lot of observations. That is the kind of heat map. We like the whole country thickly populated. We like information from every little corner of this country. Okay, who are these compulsive documenters? You know, you can get addicted. How many get addicted on Facebook? 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on Facebook, posting and liking. A lot of us, right? So these are, that first person is chief reader. The second person, that's a chief reader sitting in front of him. The second person is a person who is a doctor, medical doctor working in Northeast India, in Assam. The third person is a banana farmer sitting somewhere outside Bangalore. We don't even know. You know what he said? We met him. We had a community meeting. He came and said, sir, you know what, sir? Early morning I wake up, sir. The first thing I do is take my camera, put it into my back pocket, and then only get out of bed. That's what he does. And wherever he goes on clicking. He must be having 2,000 observations, 1,500 observations. Reach 2,000, is it? 2,000. He's near 2,000 observations. All from that same small banana farm, banana growing area outside Bangalore. Very nice fellow. Etc., etc., etc. So you have all kinds of people. This person here is a professor somewhere in, and I have not, these are not privacy protected. They have put their photos. So they themselves have put their photos on their profile page, and you can go to their profile page and see what they do. Okay. There's another breed of fellows who don't put observations at all, but they come in and provide IDs for all these observations. They provide species names for all these observations. They are not interested in putting in observations. They just only want to identify observations and go. And I don't know what drives them. I don't know what motivates these people. So all of these people, Hank Schmidt, who's that? What's the guy's name? Hank Schmidt, no. Roger Kendrick. Roger Kendrick is a moth expert sitting in Hong Kong. He comes regularly to the portal, identifies all the moth species and goes away. He comes, check like that, over 3 days he will do all the identifications and go away as much as he can, till the family level. And then go away. There are some people who come regularly. This person here, Rathod, he's from Agra. He's a botany professor at Agra. I don't know him at all. I have not talked to him and said, please give data. No. He comes every day and will provide IDs to all the plants in the world. Satish, please help us.
I think I hardly have 5 hours sleep.
You are on Facebook?
No. Without that. So other works only take so much of time. And a lot of things not only research, various other things. So I am very interested. But I think I am lacking limitations. By our publications people,
yes.
everybody can scan and these publications are.
So let me see. I'll tell you what we've done with documents. Yes, please. Yes.
So how effective has this particular software been in helping government agencies to make roads or particular specific project?
We need much more information, but we will see the impact of the portal on general understanding. We have we don't know these are all unknown impacts. I'll show you the publications that cite the portal and have created in the last few years. I'll come to that. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Now, someone else can probably find some of the species in some other part of the country. So then it doesn't become endemic anymore. So have there been flashes of something being endemic and then we realize it's not endemic and continuous switching of data?
Yeah, I think certainly that if somebody else finds and reports it officially in publication, actually that reduces our endemic status. Nothing is that's what we are sure. It's an endemic system. It's there in Pakistan, it's there in Thailand, why not India? Somebody discovers India. That's only bridging the gap. It's a data deficiency.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, please.
So once you post the observation, will it immediately get updated?
Yes. We don't do anything. Immediately, you post it today, it is there tomorrow. If you post, it is there immediately. You can see it. As soon as you post it, you will see it on the web.
There is no moderation.
Nothing. Goodness of people. This dominates in the world. On the internet, goodness of people dominates.
But then, so when he asked you the question regarding the carcinogenic thing, like the particular drug, plant, that helps in curing cancer, he said it is the area that you show in GPS, the area looking
Yes.
30 kilometer radius.
Around, yes.
So if that is not monitored properly and it's suddenly coming, how do you understand?
So what happens is, if you are uploading a species, you will be asked for a location of that species. Along with the location of the species, you can say, I don't want to show its precise location. And say geo-privacy. Enforce geo-privacy. When you enforce geo-privacy, the moment it goes up on the net, it knows that this is a geo-private observation. And it will not show the exact location, it will show it in a range. That will no effect. We can have mechanisms where species in trade, etc., are given a certain range automatically. If you upload a species, and if we know that this particular species is species in trade and rare, we can enforce these rules. Right now we have not. It's all very open.
I think this is a very important question. Actually, we cannot give any kind of data secretly. When it is discovered, it is reported, even precise location can be reported, but the reporter is sometimes afraid of the other researchers, not the public or because sometimes we are scared because somebody even pharmaceutical companies come, researchers come, and they rate that area and on the commercial applications. That is why we have to awaken the village communities, biodiversity management committee. That is the most.
That is what it is.
Application of the Biodiversity Act. So there is no bypassing all these things. So we can develop, and we have to develop not only on the goodness of the people, but also on the honesty of the people.
So we are in different age and time. There is really, you can't keep information secret. It's all out public information. You cannot keep, somebody will go and put out the information. In fact, the person who wants to kind of more exploit it, you will go and find it. It will not be out there in the open for you and me, for common people to use. That fellow who knows that this is useful and valuable, he will go and find it and put it on a actual state of affairs.
He knows it better than the researchers.
He will be better than the researchers, and I am knowing this.
It's not about it.
Let me just do this one small thing and show you what is this is the documents model. So you can upload PDF documents. And what do we need to do? You remember the two principles of organizing biodiversity information. What is it? Species and location, right? So what we do is, if you upload a PDF document, now we need to kind of reference it somewhere. We need to reference. How do we reference it? I'll show you what we do with it. So if you upload a PDF document, so this is a PDF document somebody put in. Journal of Entomology and Zoology. Somebody put in this. We automatically, as soon as you upload a PDF document, we automatically look at the scientific names in this. These are all the scientific. There may be some errors, but the scientific name, there is a service that there is a small little software that will read the document and find out the scientific name and tell us how many times it occurs. There is Diplopoda occurs 8 times, something occurs 15 times, etc., automatically in the document. So what have we done? We have referenced, species reference this particular document. So we know this particular document talks about these 15 species. And what do we do then? Look at the power of the whole thing. If you go to a species page, you will see this particular document record in the species page of Harpane hydranella. If you go to that species page, then you will see the document reference there. So this is how we automatically reference using vigilante information technology, reference documents and put them in appropriate species pages. So if you go to a species page and you want to know what are the documents I have relating to the species, they will all be listed. If you go to our species page, observations, this is the species page. If you go to this particular species page, all the documents here, these are the documents that somebody has uploaded. 1, 2, 3, 4 documents people have uploaded onto this. It's automatically referenced and put there. We don't, Thomas and I don't do anything. We cannot do it. It's humanly not possible to organize systematic information by 1, 2, 3, 4 people. The crowd must do it. So it automatically comes in and says, so if you click on this, it will have some reference to this particular species that we are talking about. So it will have some reference to this. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Have some reference to the common kingfisher. All these documents will have some reference to the common kingfisher. Yes? Yes. Yes. It will miss. We are talking about law of large numbers. It will miss it. It won't happen. It will not be referenced there. Unless it goes into a database of species names and then comes. I don't know what the GNRD runs a Latin name thing or a Latin name, is it? I don't know what the GNRD, the algorithm could be looking at Latin. So if there's a Latin name, you pick it up. If somebody's name is Latinized, maybe you pick it up and put it up as a species. But these things, you see, one must understand what we are playing with. We are talking about large-scale data organization. There will be little holes and loops all over the place. Yeah. So right now, as of today, as we talk, I have not linked it. We have not linked it with global databases automatically by APIs. We have a set of APIs. If somebody wants to take data, they can come and take it. It's all open. You can download all the data if you want. Somebody who is handling large global databases can download this data and push it there. So what we have currently doing is we do syndicate. Let me also say that, for example, the Encyclopedia of Life. Anybody knows the Encyclopedia of Life? So we syndicate with the Encyclopedia of Life. All the species pages here are duplicated or also available on the Encyclopedia of Life. So there are these things going on. Yeah, there are links on each species page. If you go to an observation, if you go to a species page, if you want to know if there is a yeah. So for example, if you go to this page, here you see Encyclopedia of Life. There's a link to Encyclopedia of Life. There's a link to IUCN. There's a link to GBIF. And of course, there's a link to Wikipedia. The Wikipedia link will go thus. Yes. 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 We have not put in, we have multiple taxonomies that we registered. You see, the advantage that we have is, if it is in a digital system, we can quickly adapt and change. If people change it, we can put, if that information, molecular phylogenetics comes in, and molecular phylogenetic classification of species come in, we can directly upload it to the portal tomorrow to be available. That is the kind of advantage that we have. The dynamicism that this offers, the real-time, real information dynamicism, you don't have to wait for a publication to be recorded, to be peer review, recorded, printed, and then sent. You directly can put it up. This is the way, this is a revolution that we are seeing around us. And we must realize that we are riding this surfing wave.
So this is a common question to the Indian species. So suppose you have recorded the Indian species in a particular area, and then you realize there's another species spotted in some other area. So we cannot say this is anthropology by this code. Probably it's not actually belonging to that area because it's caught.
Possible. Current occurrence is what we know. How it came there, it's for evolutionary biologists and anthropologists to kind of discover. Possibly. Yeah, possibly. We just know that it is being reported from this area. So we play this game of reporting what is actually there, and that is all. Any conjectures, any policy decisions, that's for the other people to make. Okay, let me just 2 minutes, let me finish. So that's the document, and then it's all, and documents are increasing. This is a big challenge, sir. You see, we don't have a name list. We don't know the list of names that are names of species available. We don't have a name list. Every other country in the Western world, every other developed country has a name list. Are there no taxonomists in this country? Are there no two big surveys, the Zoological Survey of India, the Botanical Survey of India? Can't they give a neat, well-organized name list for this country? We don't have this in this country. And a name list is very, very important for us to organize this information. The name list will change. It will be dynamic. Somebody will change one category to another category, one particular group to another group, families may change, etc. It has to be dynamic. So we need a system where name lists for India can be generated. It's a pressing need that we have. And unfortunately, this name list is supposed to be given to us by the state, the government, or whatever it is. Now, if they don't give it to us, we have to create it ourselves. We are trying to create it ourselves. And we are not very good at it. I mean, we are not taxonomists. So we are trying to see if a system can be created where taxonomists can come and debate a name, debate a species, and give it a proper hierarchy. We're just about building this. So what we did for India, we took global databases, GWIP database, Redlist, IUCN database, fish-based database, and found out what are the species that are available in India. Then we took people who are experts in that area, eFlora, lists from the French Institute, lists from Keystone, Flowers of India, and created a name list. It will be very dirty, but created a name list. Some would have author name, some would have year, some will have author names wrongly spelled. All kinds of junk was happening. Now what we are doing now is building a curation system where experts can come and kind of curate a name and put it into a system. And this is a name curation interface. I'll gloss over this because it's really taxonomic work. This is being driven by Thomas, and we hope taxonomists will come and help create an online name list for the country. It's very important for me to organize scientific information from. There's a fully featured WebGIS functionality. Have any of you explored it? If you go to a map, you can overlay maps. We have something like 200 layers of maps, and they are replicated. The Western Ghats portal has many of these maps. There are global systems that have taken these maps and put it up. And so this map that we have put out into the open source, because people have contributed, is now available for download, for anybody to use, for anybody to analyze, anybody to kind of publish, etc., etc. So for example, if you look at, this is the Western Ghats portal that we run. Much of the data and the layers are from the India Biodiversity portal. There is also this particular, there's also some other portal that I found. There is this site which is very, very interesting. There is this data basin. Anyway. Data basin query India. The net is good here, so it should come soon. And you will see all the data is from the India Biodiversity portal. So it's kind of spreading. It's going into all kinds of databases that we don't even realize. Anyway, so that is that. I also want to say that participation is the most important stuff here, and so we run campaigns. Any of you heard of this neighborhood trees campaign? No, you didn't get it. How many of you registered on the portal? Very good. Very good. So next time we run any of these campaigns, you will get names on them. So these are campaigns that we run every year for a short duration. First time we ran it, we got 2,000 observations. We got 2,200 observations. We got so many users. So they all come and go around their neighborhood, click trees and put them up. Immediately, you run a campaign on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, and things like that. Lots of people come up. That's how we are trying to do a marketing, so to say, campaign on this. Much more effective than talking to audiences. This Facebook campaigns are much more, seem to kind of benefit much more. So we run this neighborhood trees campaign. We run this moth campaign. The first time we ran this moth campaign, we were very, very different because moth diversity is tremendous in this country, but we have no moth experts. We don't know what moths moths are, what categories there are, and things like that. We thought there would be very little contribution because moth observation will have to be done in the night, under a light, in new moon, etc., etc. So lots of paraphernalia. But we found that there are lots of, and moths are very beautiful creatures. We found that there are a whole army of people who came and contributed moths to the photo. And it was completely surprising. We also found that there were lots of people internationally who came and helped identify moths and things like that. So we were pleasantly surprised the first time we ran it. So what do we have? We have 10,000 moths, which is almost 20% of the observations on the portal are moth observations. Surprising. We are learning as we go along. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. Today, moth observations are 20% of the observations that we have on the portal. How? Why moths? Why not trees? Why not butterflies? I don't know. Anyway, this is the Malabar Torrent Toad campaign that we are running. We are also running, currently we are running an invasives campaign. So we are trying to find out, we have some, invasives and weeds are all over the place. We are trying to find out its distribution, its spread, its density, its occurrence, etc., etc. So we listed it and lots of people are observing invasive species and what are the invasive species and what they are doing, etc. Okay. Our Wembanad Wetland Conservation Program, this was a school's program run around Wembanad where we asked them to do a bio blitz. And you can see all the children there doing a bio blitz, uploading it to the portal. This is another interesting surprise that we have. Somebody asked, are people using this portal? Are using it for analysis for EIAs and things like that? EIAs, they will start using it. I don't know if people are actually using it because EIAs are selected special documents which are not in the public domain. They are in public domain but they don't publish. We found last year, early this year, we just did a random search and said, are people using our data? And we found lots of people are using the data. They are citing the portal. They are using the data, citing the portal. We don't know about it. People are downloading the data and citing the portal. Every download, that's the other thing I want to say. Don't try to be scared about your data that you put in, especially researchers. Why? Because if you put in data and I download it, I am recorded there as I downloaded your data. Every download is recorded on the portal. As of date, we have something like 400, 450 used to have downloaded it. 450 downloads of the data. So it's all very transparent. You cannot say, oh, I stole my data, this app didn't acknowledge me, etc. You can go to them and say, boss, you downloaded it on this particular day, my observation was there, my data set was there, you downloaded it, you get it, make it ready. So all this is completely transparently done. That is the name of the game. Okay, so 400 downloads, okay. So essentially, finally, what do? We have raw data coming in. We have a lot of raw data people who are putting in data, maps, observations, species names, descriptive data, documents, images. We kind of push it into the portal. The portal organizes itself, has a set of validators, curators, experts, admins and moderators. These are completely, this is not one person, this is not two persons, this is an army of people all over the place. This is another crowdsourced unit that is there, who look at the data, clean it up, look at it, and then interact with it, and then push the data out into an organized kind of format as species, taxonomy, descriptions, say spatial data, temporal data, media, and documents. And this is consumed by different users, information technologists, educators, decision making, planning, researchers, data download, students. All of them can use this data for various kinds of purposes. Okay, I will stop here, and this is the set of acknowledgements. Yes, Azim Premji University is there. OSGeo is there. We are trying to run it as a consortium. It's a big challenge to get people together in India. You know that, right? Everybody is only competing and fighting with each other. We are trying to run the whole portal as a consortium of partners. As people who will come together and believe in this simple principle of open data, public access to data, participation. These 2-3 principles, based on these 2-3 principles, we invite, and this is an inclusive set consortium of partners. We have 20 now. Azim Premji, there are people from Azim Premji University, there is ABCT, there is FERRL, there is NCDS, there is Hornbill Foundation, small and large. Hornbill Foundation is an NGO of 3 or 4 people. They are apart. So anybody can FRLHT and a whole set of others. This is our team. We have a small team, we have a 2 developer team, 3 developer team, that is in Strand. Thomas, myself, that is at Strand. We have a team at the French Institute of Balu, Ramesh and Rohit. Rohit who gave a presentation. We have a team at AT, Radwin who's moved to APU, Ganesan and Sachin. So this team runs the whole code. I hope you don't have any questions.
So does it mean that you don't want to?
I will take any question, Ramachandra, from you. Anything that is there.
Okay, we'll take one question. Just to break this.
Otherwise, Ramachandra will ask you. Please ask me a question.
Now, drawing this, see, so many publications are done, lakhs, about the various species. And certain organizations are contributing data. Now we have some persons, including myself, very interested. So, what about the credit they get? When they go to another publication and contribute certain things reported by so and so.
Yes, so what we normally, you see, all these rules are very, this is database, data on India. All these are maps available on it. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay, I was thinking what happened.
Yeah, all these are data on India. Yeah, I will just come to that. You see, so all this is data from the India Biodiversity Portal that's been put up here. Geology of Papagni, Cape Comorin, India Conservation Drainage Network, India Biodiversity Portal, all those are layers from India. Downloadable as layers, you'll get shape files. Databasin is interesting. Databasin is the one that is trying to get into this niche of environmental impact assessment. On Subhash's question, documents. So this is a document, right? So our rules are, thankfully very simple, and we just stick to those rules. If you upload a document, your name as an uploader of the document will be in the signature block. For example, this particular document is by somebody else, Chowdhury, somebody, right? And here you will find, where is the uploader?
It says Prabhakar.
Oh, document creator Prabhakar. Yeah. So I have uploaded this document. So if you upload this document, your signature block will be there. We had a signature block, no? We didn't? Huh? Not in documents. Sorry. So this is uploaded by. So everybody, the person, we do an audit trail. We record every activity of a logged in user. If you're a logged in user, can you contribute information or take out information? Everything else is openly available. If you want to download information, you better log in. And so I know you would have logged in. I know you've logged in and taken out. And so whatever you do, we record it in an activity stream that you see. Every object will have what is called an activity stream. So it has an activity stream. Somebody comments on this, and there will be an activity stream saying this guy commented on it. This is the activity stream. Somebody added something to this, there's an activity stream. So anybody can upload data, but it will go as contributed by so and so. The credits for the data will be there, contributed is there, and you can download. Yeah, so simple side.
We use this system, but didn't know you are the player behind it.
I am a player. Oh, the crowd is the player around us. What do we do? It will be empty without any of us.
Okay, Prabhakar, shall we have lunch? Okay. Thanks, Prabhakar, for a very interesting talk, very informative.
Separate group related issues, but it is related to species management issues, that is ecological issue modeling and conservation planning. Coming to the first one, that's the local hydrology. Actually, it's a quite well-known fact that globes and water, they are quite interrelated, and globes conserve water. Another observation
observations are there and the documentations are there. But if you look at the scientific understanding behind the mechanism, what kind of mechanism is there? Why groups are preserving water or conserving water? Hardly any study address those mechanisms. Because many problems are there also, because these are very broad. Sometimes these kind of studies are scale-dependent studies. Sometimes these kind of studies are not easy to explain in terms of experimental understanding. So we have done one small-scale study in Central Western Ghats region where we have selected paired watershed kind of thing. In one watershed, that is the Karikan, I think Professor Chandran told you about Karikan, Little Forest and those areas. So that sample we have taken, and obviously a counterpart is taken in neighboring area, that is called Sambegade. So we were comparing how these two vegetation, one is separate site, other is non-separate site. What's the difference we are getting in terms of their vegetation profile? What's the difference we are getting in terms of their water conservation profile? That was the main objective. So whether groups have really any role in water conservation or not. So these are some of the another thing I want to mention here. Whatever case studies I am presenting here, most of these case studies methodology part, if you look at the GIS and remote sensing part, we are basically depending on the open source softwares like QGIS, GIS, then Max and modeling system. These are all open source softwares, so anybody can use those things if they have slightly developed. Even R, the statistical software, you can use for this kind of work. So we digitized the available information like stream network, control map, catchment area, groundwater study points. We digitized those things, and obviously we have done also the field work to collect information on vegetation, disturbance, etc. soil moisture profiles. If you look at the result part, like vegetation, there is a distinct difference in the vegetation pattern. Like if you look at the diversity indices, they are quite high in Karikan's separate group site compared to the non-separate group site. But interesting part is pointer. Which one? Interesting part is this one and this one. If you look at this is actually nothing but multidimensional coordination techniques where you can find the saccharide sites close association with the soil moisture pattern, and these three saccharide sampling sites are distinctly different in their position from the non-saccharide sites. Even in this one where we just split one sites in the plot areas, there also we found that saccharide sites have distinct association with the moisture pattern, whereas non-saccharide sites do not show any kind of association like that. Actually, we have taken some basic parameters. Obviously, more parameters one has to study to get some definite conclusion about water conservation. But these parameters, when you combine these parameters with the profile available in downstream area, it gives us some support. If you look at the hydrograph in downstream area, you can see the saccharide sites, water depth is significantly lesser than non-saccharide sites. So in lean season, non-saccharide site has greater water depth, whereas in saccharide sites has less water depth. That indicates in lean season, saccharide site still maintains water, whereas in non-saccharide sites, people are facing water crisis. Looking at the crop pattern, because of that water availability, it impacts the lifestyle of the people who are living in the downstream area. If you look at the crop pattern, the saccharide site, Arikana, this is a cash crop. It is central western, not only central western Ghats, but entire western Ghats, Arikana is a cash crop. Arikana in association with paper and other kind of spices. They occupy most of the areas, like 20 hectares of area occupied by Arikana plantations in saccharide site area, which is quite higher, almost double than the non-saccharide sites. Whereas in non-saccharide sites, people are mostly depending on rain-fed cultivation, where they need water only in some specific seasons.
Percentage of the total land use.
No, this is the total cultivated land in that downstream area.
To have the impact now, if the 20 hectare is 99% of the land use for cultivation is.
So that I just use the absolute value here.
No, absolute value, people are thinking, if 20 hectare is not a small.
Okay.
When we say 99% of the area is under the
Alkaline.
The road is alkaline.
Cash crop.
Spice garden. All these.
Vanilla paper, everything is associated with alkaline.
Or cash crops. And here it is something 40%. Yeah. So that is an income. Rest is rainfall tide. Most of the calculation is under the
Exactly.
It is rainfall tide. By percentages.
Okay.
Because certain you come to Kaveri Basin, lakhs of hectares are what is this 28? It's a percentage.
Okay. So, and if you look at the income, where we did some basic level cost benefit analysis, it's a very conservative estimate. We haven't taken all the factors, but just to take those factors, how much they invest in cultivation and what are the profits they are getting in terms of market values. There also we got the differences. Like in separate sites, people's income is almost double than their counterparts in non-separate sites. So all this information gives us some indication that perhaps presence of separate site and availability of water throughout the year gives people this lifelong benefits. But obviously, what I am telling repeatedly that we need some more parameter study based on these findings. But anyway, this study gives us some indication that it has some role in water conservation. But obviously, this kind of study one can do in watersheds area because obviously there you can differentiate the area as highland, lowland, where water comes out from the highland and you can get idea of that. What about the sacred groves which are present on the plain land? What are the roles they are playing? That study we have done in species pool maintenance. If you look at the picture, the Google image, you can, the first idea is, if you look at from ecological or some just biologist viewpoint, the landscape is very much fragmented. It's not entire large green continuous forest patch. It's a fragmented landscape because it's eastern plain land means once you cross the Ghats section and go towards eastern side, you get a landscape like that. Now the idea is that what's the role these groups are playing in this kind of landscape? These landscapes are dominated mostly by agricultural land, by plantations, settlement, water bodies, all these man-made alterations happen in this landscape. But these groups act as small, tiny vegetation parcels in this landscape. What is their role here? So we conducted study in a 25 square kilometer landscape in Siddhapur Taluk, where we use sensing data, the Landsat IRS data to check what kind of land use changes taking place in that region. Then we also did field survey to find out what kind of species present in sacred groves in this region, their regeneration status, what kind of disturbance they are facing, and obviously people's perception about the sacred groves in the region, whether they are still maintaining these groves, the way they are go further maintained, or whether there is any change in the ideas, or whether there are any new factors coming out from human sites. Coming to the result side, if you look at the land use dynamics, the square indicates our study area. Probably because of the very much domination of cropland, you may not get the details of the changes taking place. So if you look at the lower information sheet, like evergreen forest, it has been declining from 10% to 7.26%. Moist deciduous forest also decreasing, whereas agricultural land built up area is increasing in the region, which indicates the land is undergoing. Obviously, the entire India is undergoing changes. You can see this kind of changes anywhere in India if you compare images from time series. But when we are talking about conservation, when we are talking about how to conserve species in a changing landscape, one has to understand the overall picture. One cannot go to one place and check, okay, this species is not available, so it is under extinction or under threat. But apart from that field level idea, you have to understand the scale. What kind of changes are taking place in local scale or regional scale? So it's the local level analysis. What we have found that here, the plantation and agriculture, they play almost a major role to change the land in this way. And if you look at the species presence, interestingly, in such an altered landscape, we have covered 54 separate rows. The range is varied from 17 to 18,000 square meter. 17 square At 80,000 square meter means almost nearly 2 hectares in size. But what we found, even in these patches, they conserve almost 138 woody species of Western Ghats, among which 19 are endemic species. So they are maintaining the regional pool of endemics in such an altered landscape despite having such an area shrinkage as well as disturbance from other factors. They are still conserving that because they are getting some kind of formal or informal protection from the local communities. Obviously protection varies, but still they are enjoying that protection. If you look at this design part, these are the group area distribution. So most of the groups are in small area categories, whereas the larger groups are very few in number. Only 3, they are nearly 1 to 2 hectare categories. And this is the graph for species accumulation curve. And these are the distribution of endemic species, their sibling, sapling and adult members, how they are distributed in the area. Some are very rare, their number is very less, whereas some are quite widely distributed in that particular study area. And if you look at the disturbance pattern, like these are some of the disturbance factors, whereas these groups, they are enjoying protection quite better way compared to other ones. So these 2 studies give us some idea that okay, even the landscape is changing, even the people's idea is changing, but still we are getting something which may give us some hope for future. But the issue is that one has to understand how the changes are taking place in local and regional scale, because some of the issues are very much scale specific. What is happening in some other place, sometimes some factors could affect us in this place. So you have to understand whether it is happening in a very local scale or any big scale. That scale understanding is one of the important issues. So here the idea of remote sensing and GIS actually comes. So we have taken another study where we tried to demarcate the boundary of this very forest in Western Ghats area as well as in Eastern Plains area. Just to find out what is their current boundary. Obviously boundaries are available in cadastral maps and revenue maps, no doubt. But the problem is that if you go to fill with those kind of paper data, you can find the discrepancies. Because most of the cadastral maps probably they have built during British era and lots of changes have taken place, but nobody has documented those changes explicitly. Maybe some documentation is available, but extensive documentation is not available. You can get the idea quite clearly. If it is a fragmented landscape like that in upper panel, at least on the basis of cadastral map, you can identify that okay, this is my area, this is the front forest or sacred area. So that is what you are getting. But if it is in an area like that in lower panel, which is in Western Ghats section region, very difficult to get the boundary nowadays, even for the foresters also, because many of the time they even don't go to that part, because those parts are officially present, but they even don't go. Roughly they are, I don't know, one border stone is there, another border stone is there, that's all. Even sometimes when we went for this kind of work, it was very difficult for us to find out the cornerstone. Where is the cornerstone for that separate forest? So we took up some of the studies, like we have selected 4 groups in Eastern Plain region where the landscape is fragmented, and 4 groups in Western Plain region where the landscape is comparatively okay because of the presence of Western Ghats Valley's spatial status is enjoyed. What we found? That is from the Eastern Plain region. See the changes taking place. Especially the lower one, you can see the incrementing agriculture and plantation related land use pattern. Even in upper one also, agriculture, plantation, and another point is that forest department promoted plantation. Here there are 2 types of plantation. One plantation is public, private plantations. Second plantation is government sponsored kind of plantation. So in both the areas, in eastern land, where the topography is comparatively easy to handle, people won't face much problem of terrain, there you can see massive changes. Look at the western part, changes is not that much of the eastern part. If even in the upper panel you can see the greenery is almost intact, but if you look at carefully, the green shades are getting changed. It was dark green which is indicating presence of evergreen forest, whereas the light green is indicating presence of semi-evergreen forest which is successionally next step of evergreen forest. If the forest gets disturbed for some reason, the semi-evergreen species, they are getting dominated, and even presence of some of the deciduous members also reported from this changes area. Look at the lower ones. They are also, the dark green is very much replaced by the light green shades, by the semi-evergreen species in course of time. So these kind of changes perhaps due to some natural reasons, or maybe some kind of antibody issues are there, but they are not that prominent like our historical products.
What is the variation in change size? Where
is the size?
1989 to 2010.
2000?
1989 to 2010. Is the variation in the size?
No, maybe the figure is very the same. It's same. The same polygon we use. No, actually these are different figures we put in one slide. Maybe the size is little bit, that's why it's strange calculation. It's not really change because the same polygon we are using for that. And these are some of the figures related to this kind of changes, but you can find that cropland, acacia plantations, teak bamboo plantations, coconut, red cashew plantations all increased in 4 areas, whereas in evergreen forest anonymously decreased in all 4 plant forest areas. This study actually a part of our ongoing work, what we are doing on assessment of some physiological aspects as well as some functional aspects of species present in these plant forests. So this is one of the parts. Even the temporal scale analysis can help us to assess what kind of changes have taken place in a particular area if people can provide some protection of the system. Interestingly, actually 18 years ago, 18 years from 2009, because we did the second stage start from 2009, 18 years ago, Professor MDS and his associate members, they did one survey in one of the sacred groves in Siddharpur, India, that is Mati. So they did survey, they documented each and every tree present in that sacred grove, their girth, their height, meticulously they documented everything there. And luckily we got the data almost in intact form, though because in that time there was no computer, why application of computer to enlist all the data for this test. So in 2009 we planned to do another survey to check what kind of changes have taken place in terms of vegetation quality, because after doing that survey they suggested the local community to take care of the system. They also offered them some help in the they put some fence over the system, and they also keep communicating with the local community so that they can get some suggestions how to conserve the system, how to protect it, that kind of thing. So in 2009 we did another survey, and this is the comparative result of 2 time period. If you look at some of the very basic indicators of quality of the vegetation, that richness, total individual, endemism, all parameters, they are really getting some boost up because of this informal protection that particular forest has enjoyed. If you look at the values, all have been increased, and if you look at the graph, that also gives you some idea, like height plus distribution, GDH plus distribution. These are some of the parameters which can give you the idea, the health of the system, what you are studying here. So they are also, even when you look at the carbon value, that is also increased from that time period to this time period. This is the carbon concentration. In that time we have calculated based on the data available from that time, and this time we have also calculated. There also we see some species they contribute more in this time, some species they contribute more in that time. That way it was a comparative kind of analysis how a formal, informal protection can help a system without having any external large project support in that particular case. Coming to the genetic diversity maintenance, that is another interesting part, because many times if you go through the sacred group literature, people are arguing that okay, groups maintain genetic diversity, groups maintain species diversity, but hardly experimental evidence is available. People are doing study, I'm not telling that people are not doing, but if you look at specific, if you focus on particular issues, you can count the studies. Simply the genetic diversity, you can heard that one study of one endemic species which is available most, which was actually reported from southern Western Ghats area, and it was, the idea was that the species is restricted in southern Western Ghats, but later on we found it that the species is in fact distributed across Western Ghats. There is some taxonomic dispute about the members available from central and northern Western Ghats, but still people are accepting that its earlier range has been expanded. It is not at all restricted in southern Western Ghats. So we sampled from across Western Ghats, we collected the samples, we have tested the genetic profile of the population through some standard markers, and this is one part of the study. Based on one marker, we got a network like that. This type of network is called star-shaped haplotype network. Haplotype means, you know about allele. Some characters, every character in our gene is represented by allele. So that is called allele. Haplotypes are nothing but changed allele. Like one allele, because of having mutations, can have different forms. These different forms are known as haplotypes. What we have found based on one marker, we are getting this many haplotypes from Western Ghats region. That is number one point. So the population which is distributed throughout Western Ghats, it has many local variations in the genetic profile. Number one. Number two, among these all 3 and 4 haplotypes, the small balls, they represent the unique characteristics of satellite group population. So which indicates these group populations, they maintain some unique genetic character in there, which is not available in other members. So when we are talking about maintenance of genetic diversity, we are talking about maintenance of these local variations in the system, because these maintenance will help us for species evolution, to fight against the extinction threat, and to fight against other kind of disturbances also, like disease or pathogen-related disturbances. So, through this study, though it's a preliminary findings, but at least we can say that groups have some role to maintain the genetic diversity in the system. And this is the last one, mission modeling. So, what we have done, actually, this is actually species-specific approach. Morning somebody was asking about ecological issues and species, how to do those things. This is one of the answers. Actually, here what we do, this technique, what we are doing here, we have collected species distribution information, whatever the distribution of the species. So here for this particular plant, Syzygium praviculatum, we collected this distribution information. Then what we have done, we have taken some bioclimatic variables mostly related to temperature and precipitation parameters, which are very basic parameters of any species distribution. So we have downloaded those variables, and apart from these variables, I haven't mentioned it here, we have also taken soil moisture profile, because this particular tree is very much specific to swampy areas, then mangrove or those kind of, like where water logging condition is quite prevalent. So we have downloaded those variables, then we selected few other variables based on their correlation pattern. Then we have taken the occurrence points, what we have got for the Western Ghats region. Then we do ecological modeling through Maxent modeling tool. This Maxent modeling tool also a POI version, so if you want, you can use this. So we did that, and as usual, model validation, its performance checking, everything we have done as per the, and the map generation, everything. So look at this. This is the Western Ghats distribution of the species. Another thing is, actually in this kind of study, if you use only one modeling algorithm like Maxent or any other, there is a problem of uncertainty. One may tell you, no, whatever you are finding, there is some discrepancy, it is not like that. So the better idea is, if you can approach through various modeling algorithms and combine the information. That is the only Maxent-based result I am presenting, but actually we have gone through 7 different algorithm parameters to check what is the combined result of the distribution. So this is the Western Ghats distribution, but we were interested to check about Uttar Kannada distribution. So we selected the Uttar Kannada part, and then over the distribution map we have superimposed the Uttar Kannada total administrative map as well as the land use map. After those kind of screening, what we got, these are the areas, these are the probable areas to find out some more populations. Probable areas. It is not like 100% sure that you will get the population there. It's not any sure shot kind of thing. But obviously, if you consider the entire district, you can put or you can downscale your effort to find out the species in these highly probable areas. So probable area means green to red. It is low to high indication. So ultimately, we have selected these two areas for our inventory purpose. From this lower area, the soil. From this lower area, we got two more populations of Sadism Ravana. It's not a very big deal or big achievement, but at least this local level study help us to get idea, okay, this is the favorable spot where we can find out the species. So if you can continue this kind of exercising across Western Ghats, you can realize how many new points or how many new species one can get. So this is one kind of exercise what one can use for inventory purpose, for documentation purpose, even for this kind of study one can plan some conservation activities also. Because if you superimpose multiple maps from multiple species with this kind of result, so you can get the rich areas where you can get more than 10 species, where you can get more than 6 species or 2 species, 3 species kind of category. Based on that, you can put, okay, this is a biodiversity rich region. So it needs some way of conservation. So these are few of the case studies through which I hope I can give you some idea how the group system is important for us. So obviously the conclusion can tell that this particular tradition is a part of our rural landscape. So it gives us ample opportunity to study biodiversity ecosystem functioning with human intervention. And then the local and regional level importance has already been established throughout India. People are working even throughout the world. People now realize the importance of these sacred natural sites. So many studies are coming out, and even policy also quite favorable nowadays. People are doing conservation. Even government are accepting that yes, these are the informal way to protect the biodiversity. And important thing is that nowadays the idea of conservation or species management program, they are not only within the boundary of protected area or natural areas. Even people are now thinking about protecting species in altered landscape, agricultural landscape. So in that kind of scenario, sacred group, they are really good potential to act as local preservation unit in a system. And last but important point is that nowadays we are really lucky because of technological advancement, because of availability of free softwares and information. You can do ample study, whatever research yet to be done. So those options are nowadays available. So I hope that in future we will get more new insights to the sacred group tradition. Thank you very much, and this is an acknowledgement. I thank all the members of my group, even Dr. Ramchandra, Dr. Chandran, for guiding us in these studies. Away from entry, Karnataka Forest Department. It is because of Forest Department we are continuing the studies still in this area for such a longer time. And funding from Minister of Environment, Forest, Food, and then ASP also. So any question, please. Yeah.
Mostly the question may not be related to Western Ghats, but like in Uttarakhand, there is a raising area. So, in recent part, it was trying to locate the transit for the number of people related to that particular local area. But what is also the past 10 years, now the state government itself, they have made it sort of reduced place kind of thing. And so much so that, like 2-3 years back, when the road was constructed to that place, it was constructed using the data of that particular area. So now my point is like, if there was so much of data and so much of studies which are going on, so isn't it possible that you will do some sort of before and after study and give the government or the people who can execute the kind of action to stop this kind of exploitation?
Actually, the studies what we have conducted, like these studies, because Karnataka Forest Department is associated with us. So whatever study we make in this region, usually some local decision level issues, they usually invite us. We also know that okay, what they are thinking about that. So everywhere the scenario is not that easy, but at least here the condition is not that bad. At least they listen to us. But the problem is that scientific study is one thing, finding is one thing, but when you try to implement those findings in real life, more factors will come which may not come in scientific study. Because in biological studies, we usually concentrate on biological factors or natural factors. Sometimes in group system, we consider stakeholders factor. But when you are talking about ecology and those aspects, stakeholders factors are minimum. So implementation is not that easy every time. We have to compromise in certain issues. But obviously, we are trying our best, and I am not going to criticize that they are not doing anything. It depends on the level, it depends on their attitude towards the system. So it differs from state to state. But it is happening. At least nowadays, people are quite aware about the importance of this system. So that is one advantage. Even all the Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, these forest departments are really active to conserve the sacred root system in their state. They put some of the local level bills to protect the system. So those options are there. But obviously one has to do these things.
Okay, thanks, Yashvi. Now let's move on to the next presentation. There's a slight change. I was supposed to do the presentation on ecology sensitive. So I'll do it after tea break. Okay. Now I request Prasad and Gaurav to take over. So meanwhile, see, we got the internet facility in this room yesterday night at 8:30. I have given in writing that this connectivity will not be misused for any social network. This is the institution of higher learning. You please understand that Facebook, torrent, all those things using when the class is in session is highly objectionable. And some of you are misusing it. I request you not to do it. If you don't know that, please learn from now. When you come to the institution of higher learning, this is the temple of learning. You should understand that you come here to learn, not to waste your time. Okay, see, usually in my session, I is interactive. I make it a question and answer. So my students understand that. So I will do that. But before that, please concentrate on the presentation. It looks so hard to me. When I move around, I got a couple of emails asking me why the internet is being misused in your classroom. Whoever is doing it, please do not do it. Without internet, you can listen to this presentation, nothing will happen. You can keep it aside, okay? Okay, Dr. Prasad.
I prepared very few slides because already you know about biodiversity policy. And since from morning we have so many lectures on biodiversity. So this is something initially this slide talks about something interactive thing. So far let's see how to integrate biodiversity conservation with respect to geospatial tools. So some of you are aware of what is biodiversity and biodiversity conservation so far we are hearing now. Then many of you know about geospatial tools, that's why you are attending for this session, maybe from tomorrow. So most people know about biodiversity conservation. Now how we are defining the area for conservation? What is the criteria? What are the parameters that describe that this is the area for the conservation? What are the parameters to think? Question I am asking you. Species richness, yeah? Is that? What is the criteria we define an area for the conservation? status of the species, okay? That's not conserving the ecosystem. What is the parameters we are using? Why I'm saying that I have to conserve this one. They are endangered. Species richness. IUCN. Changes in the habitat. Okay. Important of the particular species. Endemism. Mostly more or less related to IUCN categories, talking about endemism or endangered thing, or it is something like degradation. So change in the habitat is something like degradation or more deforested. So only those areas should be considered and protected. Areas with high species richness or area with high endemism and areas which are degraded, or any forest, any national area which is grey, that should be conserved. But mostly when we talk about conservation, so we come up with this kind of saying that it is having high endemism, something like what to say hotspots, protecting the hotspots because they are having high species richness or endemism, etc., or rare population. But anything we need to conserve because most of the habitats are subject to process of degradation, deforestation, and finally threatening the species. So once the species comes to threatening, then we will say we have to conserve. That is policy we are adopting. And the question what somebody raised at the previous thing that maybe why we not show to the government that previous and current. So actually there are so many organizations in the country, maybe the private one or the government one or the research organizations, and all the organizations in a particular location they try to focus on a particular area. So many studies are done or carried out, maybe by the researchers or by the students, maybe as a part of the thesis or the part of the research program, but everything is something in bits and pieces, which is not interacted or integrated. So there is a possibility that sometimes there is a dependency of the work. And always when the question comes the secrecy, data secrecy. So that's why in the morning they were talking about the open data. So I don't know what to do. So whatever the data you do, you collect, you keep it with you only, you just publish 1 or 2 papers, so no information about that. So soon people will forget. And one more problem is that using the satellite data, I am able to get the past and current data sets. Something like what is the past land is covered and what is the current. But usually we lack actually field data. We have current field data but we lack past. Why we lack the past? Are there no studies in the past for your area? So mostly if you talk about something about 60s, 70s, mostly they are field oriented. Now also we do the field work. But those field work actually they are not recorded. And currently we are also doing the field work maybe 10 years back. But even that we are not making as open in that area. So if you make that data set as open and try to make out that whether really that species was existing at that time, what is the population, then I can analyze what is the current status. So then I can go on implications. But since based upon some kind of studies and some kind of recommendations, we say that okay, these are very sensitive and they should be protected. So what is required for the biodiversity conservation? So many said that endangered something what we call as to know the status of the species. If you know the status of the species, whether it is a rare or threatening, then we will propose some kind of conservation activities. Now, to get the status of the species, basically we need to have data collection. So there are many number of methods where we can collect the data. The traditional method is, what is the method of collecting data? To go to the field and look at the field data sets. So field data, enough field data, you can make use of satellite data, I can make use of past and current data sets. I will try to analyze what is the change in the land landfall pattern or decrease in the vegetation type. And finally, I will link my current data set, current field data with the current data itself, but I cannot link to the past one. So since so far there are no studies saying that in previous forest area was there and currently forest was decreased to this many so many hectares. So there is a change in the forest area. And in the current area we are doing the survey, field survey, saying that in this area these are number of species. But can we relate that in this patch these are the species. In the previously to the extent of the patch
there will be minimum of species. So obviously the number of species will be more. So if you make out some kind of study like that, then obviously we try to see actually what we are using, because every time we say that there is a forest loss and that keep on going. It's not saying mostly it is there are no studies, maybe few studies saying that there is a growth in the forest, but mostly always we say that there is a degradation or decrease in the forest areas. So one is to get the field data sets, and other is in another method to get the field about information about the species. Existing secondary data, collected data, something like from the published articles. So now there is one important exercise actually which you can do as part of maybe the course. So already have some published data showing that this is the location where I can find a particular species. Exactly, even we cannot get the coordinate because the publication may not, because if you see the previous publications, they will not put exactly the geographical spatial locations. But at least you can say that this is the area where we are able to identify certain species. If you see Western Ghats, number of studies are done in Western Ghats since almost maybe some more than 50 years, I guess. Western Ghats system. So now all the studies they may be mostly in the hard copies published, but they are not publicly available, not in digital form. So now if you want to do some kind of species analysis, temporal change here, I should be able to make out, trace that data set and make it as a digital one so that I can identify what is the species location in the areas now and how there is a migration or it's totally extinct. So there are different methods to collect the data. So mostly data what you are collecting is a static or single time. So mostly we do majority of MS and PhD MA students. So as a part of your thesis, you do the field work, you go to field only once, 1 minute or 2 minutes you collect the data, but you don't collect temporal data. Maybe 10, 5 years interval or 10 years interval going to the same location, observing the same species. Have anybody done like this? Or you do this biodiversity? Maybe the body you all the ecology guys. So mostly what do we do? Most of the studies are restricted to a single time inventory. So basically what is happening is we lack temporal data sets. So now we cannot go back to the past and get the temporal data. So one way is what is helpful is that to have data from this published information, maybe in a conference thing or proceedings or published books. So making those information as a digital thing and try to have some kind of temporal data. Or other method is that try to do collaboration with the organization who have already done that kind of work in the same location and try to get data from there. So in this case, we will talk about open data policy, which is actually lacking in the Indian scenario currently, and slowly some kind of awareness is bringing to the whole community to keep data sets as open. So one problem is that you can solve this temporal data by keeping the data sets open. But question is, how far open data is in the useful format or in a format that is readily used in the specific domain? Or how many of you know that there are some sites where there is open data? How many of you know? How many of you know that there is a site where you can download satellite data? Free data sets, out of 40, it is 10. We have climate data sets. So many of you actually there are not proper awareness about the sites that can give us free data sets. So now there is a number of sites that can provide free data, as well as there are free tools that help us to do some kind of analysis and come up with kind of conservation methods. So one method is the crowdsourcing. So about open data and crowdsourcing, I need not discuss in detail because the morning session we had could talk about this crowdsourcing. So crowdsourcing plays major role in providing data sets in a particular area. So we try to build the data sets in the portal. So this biodiversity portal, what is saying, they mostly work on all open. They work on open software or open tools, and the data is open. So now having this kind of open data policy will help with bring
such kind of planning for the conservation to many users who want to use the data sets. So we can also use the data sets, and there are also sites where we can also download the tools that help us in doing some kind of analysis. Ready to forward? Please see the back. No response. Girls, especially in the back. So now, whatever the static data we are collecting, we will try to do some kind of visualization. Now we are entering into the geospatial tool. So I don't know how many are familiar with geospatial thing. How many of you? Geospatial technology. Okay. So maybe using the GIS processing or remote sensing thing. So basically, whatever the data sets we are collecting, we will try to do some kind of mapping to identify locations where we find this kind of data sets. At the same time, we will also try to do some kind of analysis. So just visualization will not serve my purpose. I need to have some kind of analysis process. For this analysis, I need to use some kind of multi-layers. So the layers what we are going in the biodiversity modeling, that I see a particular species is situated what kind of altitude, or what is the slope it prefers, what is the climatic gradient it occurs, what is the soil layer in which it grows, what are its association species. There is some kind of association, that is, in the presence of a particular species it can grow, or in the presence of a particular species it will not survive. So such kind of all the things can be done if you have multiple layers. So on desktop GIS or using any remote sensing software on desktop, we can do this kind of analysis. So finally, when I do this kind of multi-layer all approaches, I will come up some kind of correlation rate between the parameters, saying that if these parameters are existing, there is a survival of this kind of species. In the absence of these parameters, there is a chance of extinction or disappearing of a particular species. So finally, based upon this, we will try to come up with some kind of inferences. So inferences of the implications for the conservation. So that is one way to do some kind of analysis using open source tools on the desktop. Simultaneously, if this on these layers, if I keep it on a website where I can do some kind of interactive query, and I can see and analyze what are the parameters and what is the data set and how the data set and these parameters are correlated. So when you need this kind of data on the web, it not only sufficient fulfills our need, but also helps the others to see their area of interest. If they are interested in some kind of species, they can do some kind of query. So similar to this kind of things, we have created a project on Western Ghats biodiversity. But actually what Dr. Prasad has shown you. So that also has different kinds of layers, and all these layers are pulled from different data sources, so open data, and built on totally an open source platform. So now we have data sets, open data. Okay, now after seeing all these things, we think that okay, I want to work on this something on conservation. So we have open data that is freely available. Also there is the tools. So now problem comes with what kind of software I have to use. So software is always a problem. Many people are comfortable using any commercial or proprietary software, something like RPS or Ghats. So mostly since they are all having high commercial value and it's very difficult to procure, only universities or some research organizations are offered to have this kind of software. So now what is the solution? So if you need to work on some kind of software and you are already working in the Ghats and RPS, anybody? You are working. So you have lessons version with you? The students, so mostly you depend on highlighted. So answer can be highlighted. Good. So you are not using the lessons from, you are using the highlighted version. So then the problem is that highlighted version always is a problem. So now what is the solution? So then we can go with what we call is as a hotspot tools, free and open source geospatial tools. So initially they may be found to be a little bit tricky or difficult, but if you once explore them, then it is easy for you to do the analysis. So mostly based upon some kind of inhibition that okay, we are not able to do this kind of software because you are well versed all with the Ghats and RPS.
or because of some kind of laziness, because why to use such kind of thing which is not easy. Any reason, so people are actually not showing much interest with respect to phosphorated tools and ready to use all this kind of biodiversity versions. Okay. So now one question is that now if a biodiversity project is given to you, so what kind of steps you perform and what kind of data you need, what are the software you work. At least you say what are the steps. First, a project is given to you. What is the first thing? Collecting data from the field. Field, then so you collect data from the field, then what you want to do with the field data? Categorizing. So you're not doing visualization. Okay. Okay, then after the data, field data using GPS. So using GPS I collect for a particular species I have collected the data. Okay, what is the location there? I have coordinates with me. So then what do you do? Create a layer, the JS layer, right? Okay, it's not good. What are the other layers you think? Okay. Right. So slope, magnitude, all this you create using? So then what is the result for the data? SRDM is an open source data. I think many of you know. We have SRDM, we have raster, we have watersat, all are open, right? Climate parameters, okay. So the data, what is the climate? Something like rainfall and temperature. They are in what format? What kind of data? Point and polygon? Raster. Okay, it is a point data. So I get a meteorological station data saying that in this location this is the rainfall. What about process? Point data can be converted into raster. So you do the interpolation. Okay, so you do the interpolation, then you create that kind of climate parameters. So I have climate parameters, I have topographic parameters, then what is the impact? What is the basic thing I require for the species? This time is hope you join this workshop voluntarily, not forcing, no? You think that it's something like compulsory or forcefully or staying with us. What is required for the species? Basic thing, what is required? Vegetation time. So vegetation time is prepared using interior. How will you prepare vegetation map? Vegetation map or I say land example map? Land example also include vegetation. What I need to prepare? What is required? Satellite data. So if I want to analyze the past and current data, I can use a temporal data set, or for the current thing I need satellite data. So to process this, I have to process the satellite data, do the classification, then I come up with the vegetation map. So broadly, almost. So we have data from 1970. May not be 1970, 77 like that, but at regular intervals 1970, 75, 80, 85, 82, all are there. This is there. And from Microscope, even you can download data sets from yesterday also. It's possible. There. So what we need is all these parameters is basically vegetation map. Then all those field data to be converted into shape files. Then climate data, interpolation, all those things. So apart from this, what else we need? Do you think any further anything is required? I can identify locations, then I see, I make a land example graph chain, I see that this species is very near to some kind of human habitations, so then it should be protected or conserved. You do correlations, okay. You do correlations, right. So, okay, after doing the correlations, we will come to conclusion that these are locations where we should be conserved. So, all these So majority of Naboku said we're using radars and RGS. We perform all these things using radars and RGS. Or do you use any other software for this? So mostly RGS or radars. Radars for the classification, and for the RGS you can do some kind of interpolation on all those things. And further, if you want to do any some kind of modeling, you can also use some models like MaxEnt or GART models. Species distribution models are available, but majority people will not touch that part. Mostly we talk about the mapping, classifying the data, identifying locations, then proposing some kind of conservation measures. Okay? So now, why people are very fascinated towards commercial software? If you say RGS and if you say radar, so many people when you make some kind of comparison, they say that in RGS this model is do this open source have this thing. As if we are going to use all modules in the radar and RGS for the project. So many modules are available in the software, but all are not used for all the purpose. For a specific type of application, we can use many of only specific modules. Okay? So now I will show you. So this is Revit software which is describing functions of all kind of image processing similar to that of radar. Okay. So now if you want to do some kind of stretching, so you can also do the stretching operations. Usually once I take a data set, I like to adjust, do some kind of stretching method to increase the clarity or visibility of the data. So you can also perform all stretching operations. We can also create a color composite. What usually called as color composite is as FCC, forest color composite. So that we can create using this. So then I can have the option to classify the data. So there I have these are different algorithms that are available similar to what we have in radars. Mostly people use actionable for the classification, that is universally approved. Sometimes if it does not function, may go with the minimum distance. But apart from this, we don't need anything. Though radar provides so many things, but that we are not using. I want to put people are fascinated. Even the radar also we use all those kind of software. So we have the spectral angle mapper. This if you want to do, you can do with the hyperspectral data, but nobody I think you do even radar also hyperspectral. Then we also have something like raster operations. Different raster operations here. We can also do geometric options. Then we can also do some kind of interpolations in this. So what are the basic things? I can do the classification, I can create a map composition, I can also do some kind of filtering, I can also do stretching methods, I can also create a map. So all this will be done using this kind of software. And if you see one more software, this is totally on vector data processing, where I can create data sets. If you have GPS data set with you, you can convert it into a CSV file spreadsheet, and spreadsheet directly can be converted into a file format. That can do in this thing. Or you can also do some kind of digitization process also. Suppose this is for the OpenGem. So these are all the things. So apart from this thing, I don't know what you do in RGS. We can create data using the GPS, or I can do the digitization process. Mostly people can say RGS, they leave raster map at the back and they start digitization. So that you can easily do this thing. Then data representation, maybe the symbology part, showing the map with the different colors. So vector georeferencing, very few people may do this one. If they have something in georeference map, and there is some vector map which is not georeference, which is distinct from a not geocoded map, I try to do some kind of what we call the georeferencing. So the option is there. Then I can do the data querying, I can query the data set and I can get the data out of the query. Then I can do all this kind of analysis, union. If I want to join two layers or extract a common layer, what we call as a thing, or we can create the buffering zones. So when you propose some kind of conservations, you can make use of these buffering options. So finally, map generation. So mostly these are the things done even in the commercial software. So though all the modules are there, but not used for all the purpose. So this is actually a raster map, and the raster map I can do the digitization. This is the vector layer or the shape layer shape file.
This is something like working process, georeferencing. This is the one which is a non-georeferenced one. This is a one which is a georeferenced one. I can do the working process and finally over the 2 layers. In this LVs have all these kind of capabilities. So LVs is also provided with a good manual. So nobody don't need anybody's help. Just have the manual. They provided each data set. Then what are the steps we have to do? So they have so many modules for the LVs. So mostly we can use mostly image processing only. So I can do the subset of the area. I have the boundary. And I want to keep my study area from the satellite data what we call as the subset of the macro areas. So I can do the subset process. Then I can also do the georeferencing the topo sheets. This is georeferencing satellite data. For starting is the registration process of the topo sheets. This is the georeferencing of satellite. Then I can do the cluster map. Cluster map is nothing but what we call as an unsupervised classification, where we can use ISO data or the James algorithms. Then I can use go to the supervised classification. So the models what I have showed: Gauss classifier, minimum distance to mean classifier, maximum likelihood, and somebody said about individual. We can also create individual using this thing. We can also create this stereo pair. How many of you have stereo pair visualization? Something like programmable. Okay, so in English we can create stereo pair from the same satellite data. I can create stereo pair. Then I can also do the visualization. If you have specs, you can do the video visualization. So in this actually this is all higher elevation part. This is the difficult part of Tamil Nadu, and these are low elevation part. So if you have that kind of very spectacles, you can do the visualization. This is what how we can digitize the green portion. So this is something one which is actually done with the data collection method. So I have temperature parameters of an area. I created what is the variation in the temperature, what is the variation in the rainfall, humidity patterns using tracking methods, where we use tracking from the QGIS. It's one more software. So now here you have the tools where you have different kinds of analysis talking about all buffer outruns, union reserve, or sometimes something like geometric functions where you have different functions like intersection, difference, everything that we can do in this thing. So this is mainly meant for the analysis purpose. We can do the query, spatial query talking about identifying locations, or based upon the name we can also pick up the things. For Karnataka, this is a Karnataka land use landform map, where you can overlay what is the distribution of endemic species. So now you can see actually in which location we have more number of these endemic species and they fall into which type of classes. So now if you want to create some kind of color coding for this, what we call as symbology. So we have this blue at the European forest, and these are different type of forest. So we can see in which location we are able to identify. So this is not something a multi-layer approach where we can use a basic land use landform map, or if you want, we can also use what is the rainfall pattern in that area, the dry seasons, river data, whether it's near to river data or something like that. So all this kind of multi-layer approach is there. You can use in this. This is done within OpenGen, and it will come out with some kind of conservation. So mostly overall message is to convey that on board with all commercial or licensed softwares and also well do in this kind of open source softwares. So it will satisfy basic things. Further, if you want to do some kind of modeling, obviously in other courses also, you have to do some kind of programming part, have some kind of software, something like Maxent and Ghats you can use.
So for all those things, we need some kind of basic input data, maybe the land use data or climate data, and then we have to generate, so that will be generated by these maps. So just this is one slide. How we can generate data from the published data? This is something on fish population. So after referring some papers about ornamental fishes, so we try to generate some data. So these are the locations where we can have this kind of ornamental fishes. So more 291 from northeast, 250 from Andaman. So this is some kind of information. So we know such kind of additional information about the ornamental fishes. So by using some kind of publication data, we can also create this kind of data sets. So we also made distribution of a particular species, how it is distributed in different parts of the West Bengal. So for the West Bengal, there is a good sufficient literature about ornamental fishes. And so we have to able to generate about what is the distribution of each ornamental fish in different parts of the West Bengal. Anyways, what is the that I am not sure because I know tomorrow what will be our details. Yeah.
Whether I using a particular project, I customize my toolbox model, and I create my own tool for particular project. Whether in open source, it is available.
So customization means you do some kind of coding?
Yes, the coding.
Definitely. So in open source, we have like source is available open. So using that code, you can customize yourself. And we, in fact, as our students, they create generally this kind of models. So there is a software called Office, which is very meant for hierarchical analysis. So one of the students, they develop this kind of thing. And the LUs, as I showed you, that software process, initially you are not very able there. So you have to type a command. So instead of having people who are doing a single command, they can type it, or you can also create a kind of model that can be added to the results.
I use optics, but for segmentation,
Actually, only developed segmentation. Yeah.
So for customization, we use it software.
Okay. Because this is a commercial connection.
Commercial. For segmentation.
Okay.
But some of the tools are not properly coding software.
You using our optics.
Optics, okay.
Okay. But we are not recommending NPC. That is commercial. We are not doing that. Optics actually is a segmentation tool which is developed by our student. And is used by analysis in that. Okay, anything? No. So I think by coming. In what is the create model? Model data. So something like if you see in this here you can type the syntax actually what is required, you take it. Or there is an option here. Script actually, so there you can also write your script. Option is there. So something like what coordinator. That is there. But anyway, in fact, Elvis don't support both for the vector, but it's more with the image processing, and OpenGen mostly with the vector part. And QGIS has both functions of raster vector. At the same time, it also brings up some kind of models from graphs, RStats, and SATA. So all models are available. So I think you even don't need that kind of model. So it is well versed as a QGIS. And as you know, so what are the basic things you require that you can easily go with the things. So most of these kind of tools are best suited for the academics and the researchers who are not effort for those kind of things. But if you are satisfied with the academic, then we can move on. Okay, any questions?
Sir, you can create a slide information in case, but there is no tool. I think there is no tool in the QGIS. Only training is there for only information. Is there any way to run
Actually, enthusiasts, you are not aware. Enthusiasts, I think there are options. There are options. What your cooking is there. But ideally, is the best one idea.
Why do you use slide for information?
Because sometimes it is a short course, a lot of times.
I have done my information in a groundwater analysis. For that, my professor told me science test for that. So I was searching QGIS and food. It is not available. Only taking an actionable is available. That's what I said.
Science is not an option for the science is very good. And science actually even add more vertex on. In India, the vertex.
Yes, sir. I'm asking about is there any way to create line to link that?
And with respect to the support anything, there is a mailing list is there where you can interact with the particular people, immediately provide a solution, or yes, if you get some kind of error in the software, if you copy the error based in the science, you get a solution. So this is something about that.
I think in future, I am working in a particular project. I am using land survey. Before I go to the project, I create all the rules, all the single criteria, using a land level indication like that. Using that NDA, we create a course and we use in open source.
Using NDA, what do you create?
We create a course for Indian language, using language. Then in a single criteria for each area, we will create a future. If you want customization for this, some of the techniques like NDA, they are actually exist with the last software. Last single day in that software, all these techniques are available.
No, but I cannot manufacture.
If you want to create NDA,
that is exactly it asks you to enter the satellite data and create that. It's something like that, individual. So it asks you what is the visible band, what is the red band, layer band, and if you upload this thing, you can create it easily. Okay, so I showed you two important desktop things. There are something more you will learn in the course. Apart from this, what are the other mobile things? There is a for the WebGIS part. So how to create data on the website? What are the tools that are available that will be taken by the developer?
I'm working full time. I run a startup. After graduating from Hyderabad, we started this company. We work on integrating open source and building custom applications. Like you are asking, right? So say some function is not available in a given software, then we try to use the library and then build that function. So it simplifies a lot of effort. Say for example, I just want to convert an Excel file to a shapefile. Which most of us do when we go to get data, it might be in CSV format. Using a tool every time might be difficult. So say we can use the library and write a converter. It simplifies a lot of our work, and probably if we share it over the internet, all the people in our organization will be able to use that tool. So those kind of things is something that we work on. Say coming back to biodiversity, say in the context of conservation biodiversity, there will be different stakeholders. Some of them people like this, there will be administrators, there will be researchers who are contributing their work in conservation of some species, and then there will be tourists who are interested to see and enjoy forests, and by doing that they will be contributing financially to the ecosystem, okay, to the local communities, which indirectly helps in conservation. So, and they have different types of problems or challenges that they want to face. Like in the morning, the speaker was telling, say there has to be a railway line in the Konkan, what is the effect that is there on the biodiversity of Western Ghats? Is something that has to be studied before going ahead with the project. Those kinds of questions will be there. In Kerala, sometime I went for a tourist purpose to the driverless police. I asked why there is so much traffic. It was telling me it is a road expansion because last to the nation. So that kind of things might happen. So for decision making to happen, whether it is general people like us or researchers to support their findings or for administrators, we need information which can only come if there is data available. The main challenge that the researchers face or even government face is data, availability of data. So, say for example, as I was telling you, railway line kind of thing. Railway lines project is responsibility of department, central government department, whereas the individual forest preservation conservation might be a state. So, railways might not be having access to the data that the state governments are having. Railways might not understand the effects of those kinds of things. So for that to happen, for learning to happen, departments to speak to each other, there should be some platforms which we might have to share the data and improvise our decision. Say for these kinds of questions, say for example, if I take a tourist, what kind of data is we need? Say if someone is asking that question, what is the chance of seeing an elephant which is 8 kilometers from where I stay? So, to answer such a question, what is that we need? This is something that we all might be interested. So, I go to Munnar. The first thing that we ask the local people is, where can I get an elephant price? Right? How many of you have gone to Munnar or Malala? You would have, everyone of us allowed to ride an elephant. Or see an elephant riding would be much more difficult. So to answer such a question, what does that mean? So distribution of elements, do we have access? Do we have the data? There is the data. Who has the data? Do you get that when you go to Munnar? Or you have to purchase it in Bangalore and then go to Munnar? These are all challenges, right? Someone has to address it. Okay, who will address it? So you didn't get the feel of biodiversity portal. So what was the speaker telling you on? We have to contribute, right? If I see an elephant, if I go to Munnar, I can take a photograph and upload it to the portal. Next time when someone else goes there, maybe fairies, probably might get. The 30 days back, so and so person came here, he saw it. So like that now if I see again, I need to take a photograph and then upload it. So when government does that, we are there. Or when it is asking the government to answer these kinds of questions, and because these are important for us, we may start contributing portals. Okay? So, say Biodiversity India has data like species sightings, where we can all contribute, and then Google is something that has satellite data. How many of you have used satellite data from Google? So then Administrative data can be accessed from data.gov.in. This is again an open platform by government. Okay, government is also part of open data movement, and there are good number of data sets available in that. Again, this is an initiative by a department in central government. So probably people like us in different departments and different state governments have to contribute data to data.gov.in for it to become relevant. So for these kinds of portals to be relevant, if people like us, stakeholders, where it could be administrators or researchers or general people, so we might be in this, we might have different roles, we might play all three roles sometimes. So we have to contribute to these kinds of data sets from our own interest to make them relevant and compelling. Okay, so now dealing with satellite data is something that you probably learn tomorrow. I'll just introduce you to. I will just pose some questions and answers to these questions will come up in a training session that we will be giving in December. So I will just explain to you what all things are possible with free and open source tools. How they are doing it as something that two-way intensive training will be given in December to some of you. There we will answer to questions. We can ask these doubts and building. So how many of you gone to field to collect data? So, say we want to have geotag data, probably we should have a GPS, and then for collection of data we might use a paper, sometimes a PDF we have. Then if we want to take photographs of the samples, then we need a camera, and then to link all of them and put them in a file kind of thing, we need a timestamp, right? So at what timestamp I have taken a photo and written about it, and then what is the timestamp of that GPS, we match them and then create a record kind of thing for that data. So it might be a species, it might be a partner, something like that. Okay. So creating this kind of data, we have to carry these many things, enter data in the field, and then create. Okay, for doing these kinds of things, one slide or this. This is a PDF, not a presentation. I'll just explain. To create these kind of things, all the software that Dr. Prasad has stored, OpenM, Quantum GIS, there is one more called DGC. These three software, and there is a open source called GPS Travel, DGC, Quantum GIS, OpenM. These can be used to convert GPX files into JPEGs or CSV files into JPEGs or etc. So we can use these open source tools. Say some of you might be interested in just analysis, not much more. So this, say for example, we are only interested to convert your text data and data, then we can travel with a very lightweight tool to just import it in text, convert it into data, and then work it done. So we need not spend much time in learning or using very costly software. Okay. Now, say if I have a smartphone, my data collection front page, okay, will that reduce? How can a smartphone assist us in field analysis? Now, there is an image there. I think it is visible. So we are able to see correlation between the earlier slide and this slide. Okay, smartphones have GPS. We can write notes in smartphones. There is an automatic clock, and then there is a camera. So all these things can be used and data can be collected. But then, what is the format? that data. So how is it stored? So do we need any app to store such data? Is something that we have done. So I'll come to that. So before that, I'll just pretty straightforward things, which you understand. In traditional way, where we carry an paper and then GPS and then a camera and then a watch kind of thing. Whereas in smartphone, all of them will be in one device, one gadget. It would reduce the cost, it would reduce the efforts in entering data on the field once and then coming back to office and then entering it again into the system. Whereas in smartphone, if we have an app which is capable of storing the data and transferring it to a server, that can happen through from field itself or whenever the network is possible. Visualization again, we cannot CSV file here and then probably cannot take an app and then visualize. Whereas if we are storing data from smartphone based visualization, we can directly import it to Wetlands or GSV or OpenGeo and then directly visualize it. Okay? So, anyhow, for managing data entry, these are the 4 tools that I told which are available. Okay, for converting GPX or CSV data sets into shelters or any other thing. But then these are the mobile GIS kits where each one of them has their own advantages. I have written them. The Open Data Kit started as a surveying app, so it can be used. Then later they added something called a farm builder. This is very robust, where you can use it is just writing down some text, specifying it as a data type, and then an app will be generated which we can download and then install it, and then all the forms will be created from it. Okay, in that. So the form builder of ODK is very good, whereas geospatial is a Spanish group, I think. It has been developed for people, journalists, to collect news. So that is why that paparazzi is the paper. And then this has a map where we can load a base layer or get WMS from internet and then see that layer and then probably do some data. In the context of biodiversity, say we are going to collect some data, say we have pre-classified language data as WMS, which can come as a web service into your mobile. The GPS that is there in the mobile will be able to see where we are, and in the base map we will be able to see what is the language that we are, which will help to coordinate the feature, the species that is there in the field on the field. On the field itself, we will be able to correlate what is the language and the species present here. So we can probably come up with some questions whether this is possible or not, or this is here, how abundant those kinds of things can happen if we have a map. And then there is another thing called OSM map, which is for street maps. OSM is open street map. It is again data, open data portal for street maps and land maps. This has a capability to get data from server in the offline mode or online mode. We can edit that data on the field using GPS and then upload it back to the server where processing is made. So each of them has Open Data Kit has a very good form builder. Biodiversity has a map view where it will help us to coordinate when we go to the field where we are administrative boundary, we are those kinds of questions we will be able to see. OSM map will help us to download data in offline mode because in the forest we might not get network. So we still will be able to work with the data that we have already downloaded and then edit the data on the field, come back where network is there and edit it back to the data. That kind of database connectivity is there in the So these 3 mobile apps are open source, free. You can all download them, use them. You have start. Okay? So now this actually you would have probably understood with Biodiversity APN portal why a central database is more useful than a file being in your desktop. Okay? But I don't think I need to explain this. We have all seen how collaborative work can help, how much data can we can gather with the central database. Now, once we have data which is from portals like Biodiversity APN or datasets, these kinds of services will be possible. And for these kinds of services, things that we need are probably mobile apps, which join the smartphone and technology, and then better communication services like these or 4G services. We will be able to say to answer this kind of query, end-user locations can be automatically linked, or user himself might be able to send his location through a communication channel, probably a network or cell phone network, and then if there is a server with spatial data, automatic data, or temporal data. Why temporal data is important is, say the elephant is seen some 20 years back, probably you might manage your minutes. So yesterday I was thinking that makes more. So asking temporal data, automatic data, it could be elephant, it could be tiger, it could be some butterflies, something. Or it could be a river nearest to you might have got lost in a forest, you might need to find out nearest road near, or you might like to have a bath in a river or interacting, probably those kinds of services. And then spatial data that we gather. So our role as citizens or as administrators, as researchers, is very important in open data movement kind of thing, where we contribute to portals like Biodiversity India or data.gov. So once we, instead of storing them, creating a database and storing them as files in our office, if we put them to a database and then open up services like this, using all these open source tools, say for example, database could be Code.js, Biodiversity uses Postgres.js as their database. So where we need not pay as things scale up, we can manage it, we can manage things on our own. Then Postgres.js is a very good database. And then say if we have any of these servers, a map server or a geoserver or a degree, to publish these services and explain what these services are, then desktop clients like UJS or OpenM or JSX will be able to use those services at our place and then do our analysis, whatever it is, and generate information and use it for our data. So if every organization or every individual starts contributing, setting up these kinds of clusters of databases and start contributing their data or analysis services, then we will be in a better position to solve a lot of problems that we have. Now coming to services, what is service? Say I go to a hotel, what happens? So that is a service that we all understand, right? We have gone lots of times to hotel. Okay? So waiter comes, he will explain what all is there, we choose. Okay? The better formatted way is there is a menu card with different sections like starters, soups, things like that. So there is a protocol kind of thing that runs in India where things like starter will soup will start and starter will follow. Then some difference will be there, then those kind of process is there. So that is where these kind of standards are required. So for us to communicate in a better fashion with our colleagues, because as we have seen in biodiversity and other conservations, citizens can be there, administrators can be there, researchers can be there, their language, their area of work, their expertise will all be different. So for them to come to a common platform and communicate with each other, they should have some common methodology or common protocol where we communicate with each other. Except for that, in that context, Open Geospatial Consortium has come up with some standards. So for example, for sharing data, we can just share data in some format. Probably say if you share your data in geology, for that to be used by me, I will have again upscale. Probably I might not be able to afford it. Probably if I go to it, I may not carry my laptop with RPS to read the data. Okay? So for that kind of a thing, this is called a data standard is web feature service is the standard. Another standard to share data over web, where we can download data. There is WWST is the web feature service with transactions, where we can probably edit it on the and then update it. So those protocols are very clearly defined. Those things are properly defined for data. And then coming to an example of WFS is Biodiversity India. Okay, so all the data that they have because they are an open data platform, they have put their data as a WFS. So anyone can just access those URLs in the software like one here, and then just go to the layer and start analyzing. And then portrait. Portrait is the map service. So the map comes as an image, as a JPEG image or a image, which a browser can read. Okay. So example of this is Bhuvan. Okay, Bhuvan has its services as WMS. There are lots of WMS services from Bhuvan. And then processing service. This is not much work has been done in WPS in India because this is tightly coupled with domain. Say web processing service is nothing we all know. Say for example a buffer or a distance to an forest. I want to find out distance to the nearest road. So that itself there is some processing involved. We have to know my position. The road network data is still there. We find out distances and then give out what is the nearest road to the end user. So for that kind of thing, WPS is that kind of thing. Where we do analysis over. It could be buffering, it could be pointing polygon, it could be something, whatever. Okay. But for that to happen, there has to be an application. Okay. A WPS server, say for example, biodiversity index of is something that we want to know. So to calculate biodiversity index on a web, we need to know the domain knowledge, have the background, and then only we will be able to build WPS for that. Okay. And then once we have all this, say I have WPS or WMS or WPS or all that. How do people know that I have? So I have opened my data, I have published it down there, but people will be able to search it. Right? How does Google work? Have you ever run any website? Do you have your own WordPress blog? You have something. So how does people recognize your blog? How? When they search, how does your blog pop up?
Yeah, it's about the keyword and the type of the keyword which have been searched, and which is got the maximum. There is some word I actually forgot.
Okay. So keyword. So what is the keyword? Say I have a website or a blog or something. So there is some keywords. That's really. So where the unique domain name. No. If I enter the domain name, I get the website. Say I am searching for best education institution in Bangalore. Yes. That's how we get to a website. No. I am asking about how Google search works. How Google search works. How do we search? Say I have searched for best education institution in Bangalore. So some list pops up, right? How does that happen? Keywords, right? So education is a keyword, best is a keyword, institution is a keyword. Okay? Google searches the websites which are having best or institution or all the three together. Okay? So for that to happen, what should be there? Google search entire websites all over the world for that or only particular subset? How does the tool know?
It's optimization actually forward
It does indexing. Okay? So, say their education is a keyword. So, Google will maintain an index with that key and a value tag. Okay? Very roughly or very broad overview. So, it runs some key value tags. Okay? There is a key, there is a value. Okay? So, say all the values which are education as an index, it will call. And then there might be some other metrics that Google follow to show which one first, which one second. That is something based on the business. But algorithm is there is an index, there is a key value pair. That index, all the records in that index in that key value pair will follow. Okay. Similarly, I am putting up my data in the as a WFS and then my WMS or WPS. Say probably you are very good at performing one kind of analysis, some statistical analysis which you only can do and you want that to be contributed to the community around. So you have written a WPS, but for the community to know that while opening WPS you have to do something called catalog service. So CSW is catalog service on web. So I have to define my keywords, I have to define my procedure, what is that, and then publish it as a web service. This is something similar to sitemaps that we generate. You would have seen sitemaps for most of the websites. Okay, this is something of that sort. But they are geospatial servers. CSW is similar to sitemaps. So there are softwares like GeoNetwork or Python CSW, where once we publish CSW, we put that CSW in that server, and that server will consume that. Someone searches that server for some data, say Bangalore frog species. It will search for Bangalore frog species and list out all the relevant things that are there. So this is how it works. Okay? For this to happen, for that map to come up, if I type good, the publisher of that map has to give this CSW to this search engine. Okay? This is the kind of search engine. So where for Google we give sitemaps, as there is something called Google Analytics. There is one more service in Google where we upload the sitemap. This is also a similar thing. This is something that we can host. Okay? So we can host on our server. So people coming to our website, say Biodiversity India is there, Biodiversity India hosts its own geonetwork. Then people can search for, there are lots of species, they search for that species. All the maps related to that species and all the data will be shown. Okay? This is a search engine which we can only deploy on our own. So these are the possibility tools. I have shared this PDF with Bharat. So we will be making this. We need not write them on this. So there are different parts in the web architecture. Say for example, once we get data from mobile or from satellite data converted to a vector or satellite data converted as a tile cache using some tools like geocaching. Or we can create tile network, or we can create some files, or we create spatial data. Okay, so once the data is created, for that data to come onto web, these are the tools that we use. Servers like map server, geo server, are complete servers where we can publish web services, style them on web, do processing on the web, and then publish them as services. So all the three, even degree can do that. Whereas GeoMoves or GeoManagers kind of thing are only interfaces on the. Say for example, we have opening or continuous on the desktop. So the GeoManagers or GeoMoves can be those counterparts on the web. Where if we have data, we can upload that data as a file or as a connected database or connected web service, and then do analysis, do scaling, and do publishing using these tools. Okay. And then open layers. This is open layers. Open layers is a very lightweight JavaScript library. There is one more for doing that, which is generally used to publish maps on the browser. Okay. This is a very small library. Leaflet is even smaller, which will be used to style the maps on the web. Biodiversity India and both of them use open layers. Biodiversity India also uses leaflet as well for certain users. There are other open source platforms like RPDB or Mapbox. They also use these kinds of things. Mapbox they have their own JavaScript library as well, which is based on leaflet. We have tried to showcase some of these to Ministry of Environmental Projects by putting together these efforts. We have taken measured data from Biodiversity India portal, and then created services for that. And then this Wetlands Biodiversity APN, and then try to make them OSGeo compliant so that people can access and showcase that open source can be used to publish web services at an affordable cost. Okay? So these are the things that we have done, where people can upload some data as Biodiversity India, like Biodiversity India. This also has a validation kind of thing, where experts can validate the data uploads. And then visualizations, layer based RSS index or temporal visualizations. And on different place layers, it could be ping or surveying interface or India also has a web service. How many of you are aware of that? Surveying is there where we can access topics on web. There is a surveillance service, and they will be opening WFS. There is but they are in the process of opening WFS also. It might be a great service. And then layer styling APN on the web. There is a mobile app connected to this where data like Biodiversity mobile app. This mobile app also can be downloaded. Once you register, you will be able to upload data to this. And then web services are there. Some help is there also. So these are the 4 phases which we follow in this. So we took data from different sources, set up a spatial database, and then we publish the services that are shown, and then we build an integrated web client. This is the client, and then a mobile application client as well for uploading data. So in spatial database design and deployment is there as part of database setup. So some indexing we have done, printing just place indexing, and then spatial metadata definitions are being given. So there has what is the bonding of kind of thing, or what is there layer, what data is there, what is the species information. And then these are the services that we have kept. As I told you, processing is something domain defining. So probably in this is the second year of this project. So in this year we will be setting up some WPA services to calculate biodiversity index kind of a thing for given an area of interest, or richness index of a species given an area of interest. Those kinds of processing we will try to build into this. Also we will put up catalog services once all this happens. And then the web client that I showed you has these components where we can manage type, define our own style, and then visualize data on the web. And then encodings were from OSGeo standard. It is an XML format, so everyone irrespective of whether you have some software or not, you will be able to download GML. Probably just even a browser will be able to open GML. So that is an OSGeo standard. And there are lots of converters available to convert from GML to. In the mobile application client, as I told you, with these three parts, form builder is something that we have not yet created. So once we do that also we can start with this. Rail tracking is something where if we have net connectivity, we can browse through certain things and all those sites coming to our website. So when we go to a place where there is no network, still we will be having a base layer impact because we have already downloaded the text. There is certain caching, certain server because mobiles have limited data, limited memory. So we will have say 25,000 something. So that part will be even data connectivity is not there. There is an app here. App here is basically open layer client. We have put it on layer to mobile so that any reference available can be used in map here. And the spatial line is the database that is used to store the state data in the offline. So when there is no network required, we will be able to store the data and we come to a place where there is network. This again is by this year and we will be completing this with formatter and then we will upload create a repository, source code repository, and then probably we can all download source code or download the app and then use it as per your requirements. So this is the geocaching standard assets. So you have seen all these parts. Any doubts? I have explained all these parts. So my three source integrated application plan is offline, or a desktop science, or a mobile plan. Mobile there are three: open directory, geopowerability, or voice command. Browsers. This probably is compatible only with Chrome and Mozilla. Or Internet Explorer 9 onwards, I think it's or whatever it is. And then desktop, if there is any OGC compliant desktop application, will be able to consume this OGC data processing and processing, whether it's proprietary or open source. If they are OGC compliant, they will be able to consume. So if we create get data from different sources and create a database and publish these services using any software, then probably anyone having any kind of software, because any standard compliant software, will be able to use that kind of spatial data and then use them in their decision making process analysis to get better information. So portals like Biodiversity India will become more and more relevant once we start using these kinds of services to push data into those portals and get your data from those portals and then enrich the whole thing. This is what we are planning to do as part of this year. So then we will build web browsing services, that is getting from our side industry access here. Once that is there, we have an entire SDA connecting where data center, service center will be there. So people can download that and then set up their own SDA in their institutions and publish services where it becomes an open platform and transparent platform. And then a form builder we have to build for the mobile client. We have to take ODTA form builder and integrate that with the web client to make it more easier to handle. And then as part of training and outreach, we are this awareness programs that we are conducting. Yesterday we had one in Pondicherry at French Institute. Today we are having it here. Tomorrow at the Food Sullivan Institute. So we are creating awareness. We will workshop and there will be 2 sets of trainings on December and February, where we will actually train people on these tools and explain them why these are important. And then current portal has ready, because we are still in development. The user manuals are there, but source code manuals are still very basic level. And then we have to, all the source code that comes out in this project, we have to create an open source repository these predictions is something that we do in this case. So, data sharing platforms, we need to have mobile apps and spatial databases for us to make better research because most of us are expensive. And then once we have those data sharing platforms, there has to be service delivery mechanisms. Some of us might be having very good data, some of the universities might be having very good data. They probably they can define their own service delivery mechanisms. It could be open and paid, it could be just with WMS service. So some kind of thing which suits their policy and their income. So that kind of service delivery mechanism will help them to bring their work into public domain for others to see and learn. And then once that is defined, catalog services is equally important for us to tell what we have done and public research can discover that our capabilities. All this can happen if only there is an active user developer community at all the places. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
One or two questions we'll have. Any questions?
I'm very new to this development and I have no information how to do it. So what's the basic level should I start?
The basic level is take a data you have, show it on. This is the first step that we can now do.
Let's say I wanted to develop a mobile app. So how to start? Okay, I understand that we have gone with the basic data and how to analyze and all this. So should you give us some information? Get some idea of some books or some recommendation or some videos so that we can go ahead.
For mobile applications, Android would be easier to start. There is Android Studio is there. There is an Eclipse platform which you can directly download, and there are enough number of tutorials available in that to start with developing mobile apps. The basic mobile app would be just to read the GPS and then show it on map. That would be the starting point. You will get a lot of tutorials in the Android development community. Okay, there are good number of tutorials, and we will also put up all those tutorials in the portal that we are going to develop in this community. So, because we have the ideas, I will be communicating to you as and when we put up some material on that. But Android would be very easy to start with, but the only thing is you should probably know Java, start programming Android. If you are not from software background, then developing Android apps, developing something, start using something, then you will get comfortable with the apps. Then once you are comfortable with using the apps, probably you will get insights into how it works and how it doesn't work. Then probably using a platform for development would be easy. First start using these open source tools. You will get an idea of what all can be done because they are free to download, free to experiment with good number of documents. Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
So what should we do? Should we take a break? Is it good? Okay, presentation is for about 30 minutes. I'll take you to the Central Western Ghats. We have branded some of the regions in Central Western Ghats as ecologically sensitive. What is the criteria? In fact, the morning Subhash talked about it, and then Prasad, then Prabhakar also talked about it. So, but what I am going to do is how we have done that. If we say somebody is good, we will tell you also why they are. If somebody is bad also, we will tell why they are. Okay? So now this is about the group, our research group. We work in this area. Okay. In fact, some of you would have seen our publications on Bangalore urbanization. Then I think that someone is from Mali College here. In fact, Bharat is here. There was a competition for best thesis. So some of us went there as the judges. So the students came, who was doing masters and all. They were presenting. Then we noticed all our things. See, we believe in the transfer of information, open access and all. But we noticed that our own information is given back to us in the slides without even acknowledging from where they have taken. Okay? See, this open access, that's one thing you have to keep in mind. You are free to use, but when you use, please give a credit to people who are knowledgeable. See, in fact, Bharat was so wild. When he saw all this hard work of 5 years, somebody is coming there as for a best thesis award. So, fortunately, we were there, we warned that person. And incidentally, that person was a teacher. What we are asking from the doing masters or something. Okay? So, that is where the problem is. See, when you use all these things, please don't use the option copy paste. You read, let it go to your brain. Then you put in your own way the interpretation, we have no problem. But don't take the relevant stuff as it is. And for your learning or for our learning, we will come there, we feel so bad. And then we will come and withdraw everything. Of course, we didn't do it. We hope that in our system, diverse system, there will be 10% of people who are thieves. There are 10% copy paste from us. Why should we require another 90% just because of this 10%? I hope the message is loud and clear. Whatever the data is available on the web, which are validated, when you use it, you are free to use it. And come out with the value-added product, we have no objection. But don't put our own data and show that as your thing and try to take it. That is not good. Okay. These are the areas we work, and in fact, we do the capacity building, the various ways. One of the events we organize once in 2 years, popularly known as Day Symposium, is that from 98 we have to do it. And we have a network of education institutions. For example, about 28 or 29 institutions work with us, the schools and colleges. Those students who take part in our advanced experiment, they come to our symposium, they do the presentation. So one day is kept exclusively for them. And also those who are they're working in industries and now we offer a course to the internet. In fact, LMC actually took part in the. So that is, we receive a large number of applications. In fact, all our courses, we receive a good number of applications, there are a lot of requests. In fact, sometimes even VIPs recommend saying that please accept this application. So, and then the Prasad Cup, as Prasad mentioned in the morning, we have a real site at IIC for grass. You know what is grass? Grass, how many of you don't know? You don't know. You can see grass also. Are you sure? That is also grass, no? Okay, I am talking about geographic resource analysis about this grass, which is a kind of a robust software. So the open source software you can download, do the image analysis. Especially, when you download the remote sensing data, you can do the image analysis, okay? Classification, etc. And those who want to know about our work, our website gives you all the results. In fact, if I talk about Day Symposium, if you go here, the proceedings, presentation, everything is available. And those who are interested in our research paper, there are 2 research paper sections. These are related to energy, remote sensing, etc. Here you will get the related to wetland urbanization, etc. When you click on this research paper, okay, so you can access, you can download this article, you can read, you can criticize, we have no problem. We have only problem when you copy and paste. Okay. Then, say the section wise is there, for example, remote sensing and GIS. Whatever the algorithm we have developed for image classification, image fusion, etc. is available there. Okay? And you can go back. Then go here. See here, you can see our work related to Western Ghats, the lakes, and also if you want to know about urban sprawl, in fact, this I should show. This image, probably it would be there in about 200 publications from various institutions. Okay, sources here. So you can see, you can do the Google search and granular urbanization, you will get this. Okay, this is the work of Dr. Bharat Aikar. So, but now we see that many people have adopted that. Okay, without being different. So, and if you want to know about urbanization and other work, you will get in this website. If you want to know about Western Ghats, these are the Subhash Chandra's article and all are there. So you can download and read. Okay. So this is as far as our the information dissemination is concerned. Okay. And also our announcement regarding the conferences, workshop, we all we put it on the website. Okay. Okay, this is the region we work. You know where it is? Sorry? Sapa? Okay, this is part of Western Ghats, okay? So this is in Karnataka part of Western Ghats. And why Western Ghats? See, if you look at the data, the relationship between latitude and the number of species, you see that is the maximum in the region, 8 to the 12 degrees. That's the region we are working. And also if you look at here, there is a relationship between evapotranspiration and vertebrate species. Can you give some examples of vertebrate species? Humans. Why? I didn't understand. Where the humans have vertebrate? When I look at Sonia Gandhi, all the vertebrate. Okay. And when I look at Sikramaya, he is modified in the child, and all the colors are also modified in the child. What do you think these people are like? Then why we don't stand up and say that there is a corruption here? No, that is not. Okay, the message here is, see, evapotranspiration, from where you get evapotranspiration, plant transfer, operation from the water body and plant. Okay? So that means higher evapotranspiration, the humans survive there. That's what it says. That means if humans want to survive, they need to respect nature. Okay, these are the things as far as today's talk is concerned. We work with special data on temporal scale. Since there is a large amount of data available from various sources, we do the data mining. Then we develop the spatial decision support system. This is to help the planners, the decision making, so that they can visualize, they can take appropriate decision, and also incorporate their decision and say what if. Suppose as somebody asked about railway. Okay, you have the Western Ghats, you put the railway there, then how many species you do, what are the other implications one can visualize. And we also do the capacity building network of schools and colleges. Now this workshop we are organizing In fact, we are also looking for trainers for the next visit. There's a plan to have the 15 days intensive training program. How many of you want to take part in that? Raise your hand, little bit louder. Sorry? We said December. Except telling you Rahu Kala, Purit Kala and all those things, I said December. Okay? You want second, third week, third, fourth week. It is second week. Doesn't coincide with Christmas. Okay, if you want to take part, why do you want to take part? You need to give us a right. Why you should be a trainer? So, because next 4 days, there is a regular training happens here. You will acquire some knowledge. What more you are going to do, you have to tell us that. Okay? How you will contribute to the system? When I talk about the system, it is the country I am talking about. Because this is the one technology, we can remove the slavery in the country. Today the slavery is there in the country because of the fossil fuel resources, second is the software. So we are trying to remove the software slavery. If some of the youngsters, some of you who are assembled here, take, the message forward, that is the greatest part. If you can become a developer and put it back in the system, so you can. And I will also share this is how we got into the system. See, this is in addition to whatever the work we are doing. If you are the teacher, you continue to do the teaching. In addition to that, you can do this. Okay? Now, these are the kinds of data normally we use. We have given some examples because this is the data we have done, used for our Uttar Kannada analysis. Then, when we look at the remote sensing data, essentially, is there somebody who doesn't know about remote sensing? Does it mean that everyone knows remote sensing? What is remote sensing? I can hear, but I can't speak. I'm asking about classroom example. Give me the example here. What is remote sensing? Okay, what you are seeing here, how long it will be in your mind? Till I give certificate. Alright? If I come to your institution, you might remember. Say that on that day you spoke something about Western Ghats. Some vertebrates and all you spoke about it. How long it will be in your mind? See, how often updation happens in your brain? Test it. No. Now let me change the student, okay? How frequent you will remove the information and keep stacking? Okay. Now the interest, that's a new terminology as well. See, that's why to avoid this problem of losing the data, we use the sensor to record the process of phenomena. Now our Vinay is recording the phenomena. Whatever is happening, he is taking a photograph. How many are sleeping? How many are using Facebook? Many things he has recorded. So that we get a picture of the interest of the youngsters assembled here. Now, what we are doing is sensing remotely. Okay? We acquire what are the things we analyze and then start interpreting. Okay? Now, why do you take photographs at regular interval? I saw him taking at 1 o'clock, then again 3 o'clock, again 4 o'clock. Why is that? To see what changes are happening. Okay? So now, that means change detection one can do, change analysis can do. That's what we are doing. And then you take photographs. Okay? It is all the electromagnetic energy that is stored in your sensor. Okay, whether it is a charge coupled device or a fields. Now, why the vegetation looks green for you? I mean, leaves looks green. It reflects the green. That means electromagnetic spectrum. Visible band has blue, green, red. When you photosynthesis, it absorbs the energy in blue and red band and reflects the green. That's why your eye perceives the green. Now, depending on the amount of energy reflected, your sensors digitizes that. Analog signal gets converted to digital. So that's where we have the digital numbers. Now, what we do is we analyze this number. We find out what is the number corresponding to forest, what is the number corresponding to the agriculture, building, etc. Then finally we say this is the rate end of agriculture, this is the rate end of forest. That's what the concept is that. So once you acquire the data, it becomes purely a mathematical exercise. Okay? So that is what we do the cluster analysis and all those things. So when we have the data in various bands, we have the data on green band, red band, near infrared band, and of course other bands also. So you can combine that. You can generate a composite and do further analysis. Okay? Now this data is available in public domain. So that means free data is available. Okay? Now to analyze the data, we have the free and open source software. So this is the kiosk which we developed at IIC, the free and open source software. You get everything. See, starting from GIS, statistics, then price tags, then operating system, then content management system. If you want to develop the web page, you have the thing. Everything is available in one place. Like when you go to Mars, no? I'm sure all of you know Mars. Everything is available there, no? Cap, down to shoes. Isn't it? The same thing here. Okay? Now, I said glass. See, this is the website which allows you to download the data. Okay? And also when you look at the glass, it is very friendly for the people who don't program. That means most of the things are in command line argument. So now for the people who do not know the programming, we developed a customized this one. We branded it as GRDSS, Geographic Resource Decision Support System. It has got all the functionalities of vector as well as raster analysis. When we talk about GIS, I am sure that we know the terminology vector and raster. Am I right? Somebody from KSR, can you tell me what is vector data? Point, line, polygon, whereas the raster data is the pictures, or the raster, or the grid, or the picture with the connection of the pixel or the picture elements. Okay? Now you can do the analysis. When people talk about, see, most of you people talk about errors, asking, go and all. I think you should also start thinking on these things. This has got all the function aspect. Okay? You can see that. You can rectify the image, you can enhance the image, fusion, develop the vegetation indices, and you can do the classification also. What else do you want to do? And verification. Okay. And with that, we have done the analysis of 10 cities in India. But the thesis is on that. So he looked at what are the spatio-temporal changes in 10 cities in India and also tier 2 cities in Karnataka. And also he developed a model to say how India will be in 10 years from now. So the landscape modeling also he did. Now today's talk I am going to talk about the geovisualization, local hotspots of biodiversity, landscape dynamic and ecologically sensitive region. First I will take you to the landscape dynamic. So this is the, when you assume that you are flying. When you look at the landscape, the Western Ghats is like this. Okay? Now only thing is I need to map which are the area and the forest, which are the monoculture plantation, etc. So this is the protocol we follow. Of course, in our published literature also this is available. We have the vector data which gives us the administrative boundary of a district, village, etc. And we have the raster data. As I said earlier, we downloaded landscape data of various types. Then we did the image processing, then image which involves the geometry correction, then land use, land cover analysis. Then since we have done the analysis for the various time frames, we have the temporal land users, then we assess the land use dynamics. Now, what we did is, for this, we use the data here, okay, and we went to the field with the GPS. So we collected the data from the field for the forest, agriculture, for various parts of the district. Then also we took the help of Google and we did the classification for the entire image. For you, your image to have a successful classification, you need to cover at least 10% of the study area, and you should cover the entire uniformly distributed training data should be there. So what I suggest is if you are taking district, you start from each tower. 10% of the tower you try to cover, go the fieldwork. Okay, that's what we do. See, when you do the fieldwork, when a person like this will become like this. Okay? If you see now, they are not good. Okay? Now, this gives you the land use dynamics of 1973. See, the temporal, this is 79, 89 and 2010. Okay? And also I will give you the statistics. There are some pictures, some numbers, 6 degree becomes 32 like that. But I will show you the most effective thing is the visualization. So, this is the forest cover in 73. Okay? Now, in 89, orange is that means the green one I have lost. Okay? Now, 99, the forest cover is the blue. Orange and green I have lost. Now, you can see 2010 and 2012. You see there is a declaration. When you see this and go back to your earlier this one, see you will understand that. See here, the forest, see this district is supposed to have highest forest cover in the entire country. And this district itself is facing a crisis of deforestation. See, evergreen to semi-evergreen, 67% is 22% in the last 400 years. That is quite worrying. We are talking about development, but at what cost? See, these are the forests which gives you the water. In fact, because of the forest, Peninsular India has the water and the food. If you remove the forest, nothing will be there. Like in Poland and other places, people are facing crisis of food and water. The same thing will happen to the entire southern India. So, okay. Now, the next one is we looked at what level the fragmentation has happened. You know, people will go occupy the agricultural land. One fellow will go on the right, then he'll call his cousin. Then this colony comes, all the fellows will come and stay here. Okay? Now, see, when the animal moves, for the animal, the entire region is a territory. It continues to treat that as his territory. When you start moving from this region to this region, naturally it finds new kind of food sources. You know, sugar cane, paddy, etc. You start tasting. Like when you go, if you see pizza, you start tasting the pizza. This is the same thing animals also do. Now, but unfortunately what happens is, here there is a conflict. The humans start reacting because they have a loss, okay? Then they start hunting and shooting. Now, when they start hunting and shooting, the animal senses the danger. We start residing in the smaller pocket. Okay? That means earlier animal from here used to move here, but now we start residing in smaller pocket. When they reside in those smaller pockets, they breed among themselves. That is metapopulation. You see that this phenomenon we call it as inbreeding. That means there is no exchange of gene. Earlier the population here used to exchange the gene here, but now that doesn't happen. Among the cousins they breed, and that population becomes a weaker population. Finally that gets out. You know, if you are talking about tiger conservation, not just any TV advertisement, you should also think what is the territory of tiger and how to make sure the tiger gets food and to water. If you do that, then only that any TV advertisement is meaningful. Otherwise, it is just a money-making mechanism. All of us get emotional, send money, and then we don't even ask what has happened with that money. Okay? Now, using remote sensing data, you can also see the levels of the fragmentation. These are the various terminologies we use in fragmentation. So, what we do is, we use the kernel 5 by 5 or 3 by 3. We find out the ratio of number of pixels in the forest versus the total number of pixels. And similarly, we compute PFF. When we compute this PFF, if PFF is 1, that means it is a contiguous interior forest. If PFF is less than 0.4, that means degradation has started. It could be patch forest, perforated forest, edge forest, like that. Now, using remote sensing data, we did the analysis of entire district. See, now the advantage is you do some small amount of library work. Then with that knowledge, you start during the entire district. And don't verify. If you catch this, you don't have to redo the whole thing. So that's what we have done. So now you can see that how the things have changed, how the forests have fragmented. Now if you are a decision maker, when you look at this thing, you will get excited. You will say, oh, I should restore the forest in this region. If you are really a sincere conservationist, you will do that. If you say that, if you are not, if you are in the mood of making money, you say, already forest degraded, so what, let me also take another 20. And you will also be instrumental for further fragmentation. Okay? Now, how the fragmentation has happened? These are all the things which gives the extent of encroachment in the Western Ghats, in the central Western Ghats, Uttarakhand district. See, I am not talking about a big project. I am talking about a fellow goes there. Initially, he will get 5 acres. Over 2 years, he becomes 100 acres. If nobody questions, then it becomes 1,000 acres. These are that kind of thing. Now, here we have overlaid a Google Earth to see who is the person responsible. Now, when there is a degradation of forest, okay, see, here it gives an idea about who has encroached. Okay, there is another level of the degradation happens when you allot a project. You know, you might have given 1,000 acres, but over a period of a year, 1,000 acres becomes 10,000 acres because there is urbanization happens because of the project and all. In this district also, there is about 62,000 acres of land is given for various hydro projects and nuclear projects, railway line and all those things. So now there is almost the extent of damage to the ecosystem. Okay. Now, why do we have to conserve forests? Do we have to conserve forests? Why? Okay, who says that? See, I'll tell you one more thing. In 90s, there was a discussion in Vidhanasabha. You know, all of you have seen Vidhanasabha, no? Otherwise, you can open your laptop and see the Vidhanasabha. Inside, you are there, you may not be able to make out. There was a discussion because Bangalore was not getting rain. You know, Bangalore is a rain-shadow region, was not getting rain. So the minister, people are asking questions to the minister. So the minister asked some experts, people like you were sitting there as a bureaucrat. So the bureaucrat said that, sir, this Western Ghats, you know, here has large trees. The trees stop the cloud. Okay, because of that, all rain happens in Western Ghats, no rain happens in Bangalore. So the minister said, let us remove all the trees. So that Bangalore gets the rain. So why forest? See, Bangalore because of the rain. According to the minister, the forest should not be there in Western Ghats.
Whenever we are taking decisions, we have to invite somebody. Nobody they have to invite other people.
Okay, you will invite a person like me to watch it. Then what happens? We will say that the road is disturbed. Then what will happen? See, because of our work, we have become so unpopular with the government. You know, those who keep the media, they don't know that how unpopular. Actually, I have become in the Karnataka among the bureaucracy and the ruling circle. Okay, possibility is also there. They constitute only 10%, but 90% of the people also like us. Okay, now coming back to this one to show the linkage between the water and the vegetation, the small study was done. So this is in Sharavati River Basin. You know Sharavati River? Who is that? It originates in the Shivamoga, Shivamoga, joins the Arabian Sea. It traverses about 128 kilometers. So that 128 kilometers, the health of this landscape, the catchment or the watershed, how it affects the water level. We have studied. Now when you look at this, see the density of the streams. The streams join and becomes the, first order, two first order join, becomes second order, that kind of thing. Okay. Now when you look at this gives the land use in the region. When you look at this carefully, you see more of green here, more of openness for the agricultural land this side. This I call it as east, this I call it as west. Okay. This is the Lingamaki reservoir. This is the Jog Falls. Okay. After this you will see the falls. Okay. Now this portion, when you overlay this on this, you will see on the western side there are more dense streams are there. On the eastern side there are not that dense. Now when you look at this, can you believe the linkage between the forest and the number of trees? Is it quite evident? See, and also if you go back, suppose you take the map of 100 years back, okay? The entire region had a stream network like this. Like this on this side also. And forest was there. But after constructing the dam, in 20 years we saw the degradation has happened. Okay. Now to understand that further, what we did is we divided this into 9 surfaces. Okay. We looked at the forest cover in each surface and the rainfall. Okay. Now when we look at this, on this side, you see that on the eastern side, 41% forest cover, rainfall 1700, 30% 1756. But on the western side, when you see forest cover 65%, rainfall 4900, or 60% 4400. Okay. Now, this clearly establishes there is a link between the forest and the rainfall. Do you understand? I didn't get the answer. Huh? Where is Ravi? Give the mic, let it get amplified what they are speaking.
As per statistics, it is less.
Then as for common sense? You are from which part of India? Your roots must be somewhere. Bangalore did have you. Bangalore, your great grandparents were not in Bangalore. You must be from somewhere else, no? That's a good right answer. Okay, see, the question is, if you look at those who understand rainfall pattern, type of rainfall, you know, this region, this is a orographic precipitation. The entire region, this is orographic precipitation. Okay, when our friend was in heaven, it was receiving rain, entire basin was getting 4,000 plus. And today, one side gets 1,900, other side continues to get 3,500, 4,500. My simple question is why? And when I see that, I feel that maybe people have removed forest because they want to bring water to the Bangalore or the rain to the Bangalore. Because of that, now the rain is not, water is not there in the region. Okay, that's one assessment. Then also, our team monitored the streams in the region and they graded as ABC. A are the streams carry the water 12 months, B are the 9 months, C is 6 months, D is the 4 months. When you look at this is based on 18 months field survey. That means what is the water discharge we monitor. And when you look at that, A type of streams occur in the region where there are higher forest cover and that too of native vegetation. Wherever people are converted into the monoculture plantation etc., you get the either B or C, and where agricultural land is only the monsoon rainfall, flash flood and then those days. This establishes the link between the water and the forest. That's what Professor Subhash Chandra Naidu referred it as water cover of India. That's native because when there was a vegetation, there was a water. And if you are getting water every day in Bangalore, it is also because of Kaveri. Kaveri originates in Western Ghats, and health of Kaveri depends on the tigers in the Kaveri. Do you agree with that? You know tigers? Which tiger? There are two kinds, okay? The brand one as LTT, the other one is which one you have taken? Yes. Because when we go to Tamil Nadu, both are there. Okay, we have LTT as well as this one. Okay, see, if you look at as we degraded the Kaveri catchment, you see the water conflict in the Kaveri also has increased. Okay, if somebody is interested in solving the Kaveri problem, first and foremost thing they should do is go and do the watershed rejuvenation and activating the system there. Okay, so this gives the kind of rainfall pattern. That's what our Vinay means. And we looked at based on this field experiment, we also said that what is the hydrological status in the Uttar Kannada. Now, this region predominantly has a stream which carries the water 12 months. The remaining class are the forest. And these are, you can see that we have graded as A, B, C. A means 12 months, B is 9, C is 6, and this one. And these are the monsoon region. And that has the direct relationship with the forest cover. If you recall the land cover, use analysis, you understand that. Then based on these data, we prioritize the region. We rated them as ecologically sensitive. Now, Narendra Prasad talked about this. So we use, these are the parameters. We use the land, ecology, geoclimatic, hydrology, energy, social, estuarine diversity. We use the forest cover, interior cover, and all those parameters we use. Then we assign the weights, and based on that, the total score we prioritize the region. And finally, we have ecologically sensitive region. Now, to do the mapping of flora and fauna, the animals and plants, what we did is, as Prasad mentioned, we divided the region into 5 units by 5 units, or 9 km by 9 km grid, and we chose some of the representative grid based on the agroclimatic zone and did the further mapping of flora and fauna. That means to find out what kind of plants are there, we lay the transect and quadrant. In the quadrant of 20 meter by 20 meter, what type of trees are there, what is this curve height like our Rajashri talked about. And then in that 5 meter by 5 meter we did the shrub, and similarly the 1 meter by 1 meter grasses we documented. Okay? And also if we encounter any animal in this region, we have noted on that. And if we, in the same grid, if there are streams, we monitor that for 18 to 24 months, depending on the rainfall in the region. Okay? Now we got the water, we got the plant and animal details. Okay? Now we prioritize, say we assign the weights. If the forest cover, land use forest cover is 80% greater than 8, we get 10 marks. If it is 60 to 80, 7 marks. Similarly, the flora, if there are endemic species, more than 70%, we have given 10 marks, like that. Then, if the region has the conservation, the region already protected, then that pocket we gave the 10 marks. Okay? Then you have the altitude, these are all the geo parameters, the slope, precipitation, stream flow, then energy also, solar, wind, bio, that doesn't matter much, bio matters. Okay? Then population density, if the grid has the less than 50% per hectare, then that we have given the 10 marks. Higher density, that means it gets a less mark. Then if there are forest dwelling communities, as per the tribal act, that has to be this. That's why we have given the 10 marks for the grid. Then estuarine region, depending on the productivity, we have given the marks. Okay. Now for each layer, we give the weights and also the value. So now multiplying these two, you get the total this one for each grid. Okay. Now, see now the land, forest cover, you know that, where is the forest cover. Similarly, based on the ranking also you have. This is for the forest cover. Similarly, interior forest, wherever we did the fragmentation analysis, wherever the fragmented forests are there, that the less mark. And where contiguous forests are there, you have given the higher marks. Okay. Then the biomass, these are linked to the land use. Okay. So, depending on the biomass availability, we have prioritized it. Okay. This is based on our the transect and quadrant. These are the grids where we did our field survey. Okay, we did cover the entire district, we have done the sampling. Now wherever in our samples, wherever the endemic species are higher proportion are there, you see that they got the higher rank. That's how the Katlekan and such region got the higher rank. Okay. Similarly fauna. Okay. Now wherever the already protected regions are there, like Anshika, Tiger Reserve, Ashraf, all those things, we gave the higher marks. Okay. Then based on the altitude, higher the altitude, higher marks. Okay. Similarly the slope. Okay. Hydrology, we did the linearity of the stream and seasonal streams. Okay. Then social aspect, tribal population, wherever the tribal people are then we have given the higher marks. Okay. Then these are the estuarine based on the productivity we have ranked. Okay. Adalashmi has a higher productivity. You see the 5,000 people there. Per hectare per year they get about 10 lakh rupees. Whereas here it is 2 lakh or 2.5 lakh. So based on that we have given and also the diversity of species. Okay. Now based on that, when you overlay all those things, whichever the grid has got higher mark, we said it was very sensitive region 1. The next one is 2, 3, 4. We did the group. After that we have assigned. And now what we did is we also overlay the panchayat boundaries now. So we have taken down to the panchayat level. Okay? Because we have the species occurrence at Panchayat level. So the location data is available. We have done that. These are the things in our district. So 1 or 2 are in so that's what our Bharat data analysis shows. Now, to tell the people what is the value of the forest, see, now we know where is the ecological sensitive region and this. Now for that to make it, we also give a quantification of the product what people get. We found that in an area of about 10,000 square kilometer forest, the tangible benefit in the form of timber, fuel, non-timber forest produce like spices, etc. The value they give is about 9,200 crores per year. This is just for the tangible thing. And now, if you add the wild fruit, okay, in the next scenario, I have added wild fruit, you see the value goes up by another 2,000 crores. And if I add oxygen, so it becomes another 3,000 crores, that is 15,000. So in an area of about 10,000 square kilometer, you see about 15,000 crores is the kind of the thing we get the benefit. Now, what does the government record show? You know, there is something called GDP. How many of you know GDP? What is GDP? Okay, similarly, you have the GDP, gross district domestic product. If you see the gross district domestic product, they say for Uttarakhand district in 2011 or 12, it is 5,800 crores per year. In that 5,800 crores, they have assigned, they say that 180 crores is from the forest. So that means when the government does the documentation, they are getting 180 crores. The same data, I take it from the forest department. When we do a calculation, we get 9,282 crores. So look at that anomaly in our accounting system. That's where the environmental accounting has to happen if you have to remove the mismanagement of the natural resources. Today, major mismanagement is happening because most of the people, you know, they undervalue or they don't show it in the record, they move the thing. So, like buying, even the forest sector, we see that kind of scam, okay? Now, you want to know more about the ESA, you can go to this web page. This is the kind of thing which gives. And also, see, we also have created those who want to know how we have contributed to the ecosystem. This is a lake in the campus. You know, 98 we gave the proposal. Today, in 2008, when the institute celebrated the 100th year, we have a lake in place. Okay? And this is how our campus looks like. And this is the, you know, those who can have time in the evening can take a walk. Here only, closer to this, you see the telecom center, you go further down, you will see this building, CES building. In front of the building, you will see a climber. Okay? And this climber is from Western Ghats. Okay? So this pod was brought to the Bangalore. Okay? And it was, you know, this had 14 seats. Okay? 7 were planted in various places in the campus. Only one has survived closer to this building. Not in other 6 places. You know why it is? Shade. Then master. Then but campus is master, campus is shade. You are saying something? Huh? Entire campus is only 400 acres. It has to be same. Soil is same, air is same, shadow is similar. Huh? That is what we said, 400 acres it cannot change. That is what happens. Okay, I joined this department, you know, we knew that I will take care. So that's why we have come up here. Don't know, that's true. If you repeat talking, then you are told you like, my answer is just now. Okay? So, now, when you look at this now, filing, you also get an idea. So, it is clockwise and then there is some gap, then anti-clockwise. This is to prevent the filing. In your telephone handset, same analogy is good. Definitely, if you observe the nature, you can also learn many things. And see, in front of that department, we also created a forest. You know that what is the advantage of that? Groundwater which was 150 when before we planted, today is about 10 feet. 150. has become 10 feet. Is good or bad? Groundwater, 150 feet, it has become 10 feet. Is it good or bad? Why it is good? See, 150 looks good.
No, it's the groundwater. You get to take the 100.
Okay. I just wanted to know whether you know the thing. Okay. So that means there is something good happened. It has happened because of the vegetation. That brings the linkage. So we talked about the forest, same kind of thing, rainfall is same, but still how some area retains the water is because of the vegetation. And another thing is 2 degrees lower. See, you are come to the land. You would have 5 feet. Second is today you would have also got oxygen. So those who are in the poor area of the city, you may not have to go for the oxygen water and pay 200 rupees per hour. I don't know how many of you go there. So whenever you have to do that kind of thing, you just come to IIC campus, deposit 200 rupees at the gate and take one more and go. Okay? So, and it's also habitat for slender knowledge. You know slender knowledge? There was an article in the paper last week. Those who are Bangalore, sir, slender knowledge. Small monkey, state animal, Karnataka. Okay? See, that was there in Malaysia. They have migrated to our forest. It is there in our forest. You know, 7 o'clock we start calling our Avishekar. Till 9 o'clock they go on calling. And when he leaves for home, no, they also start calling. So, okay, this is the lake symposium. And this is how the children take part. See, what we are teaching you the next 4 days, we also do it at school. You know, the kids do the spatial mapping, they quantify the carbon. Here to quantify carbon stored in a tree, in 2 time frames, they measure the depth and height of a tree. Once they have the depth and height, they find out the biomass. 50% of the biomass is carbon in T1, similarly T2. Then they will say what is the carbon stored per year. Another thing is when a class of 60 or 70 kids measure each tree, you get 60 values. You can also teach them the standard deviation, average, etc. That means they can learn mathematics as well as statistics as well as natural science. And those who are schools surrounding the lake, they do the mapping of catchment. They also do the water quality assessment, physical, chemical, biological analysis. Here you see the kids have been trained. You know, recently Vattur Lake in Bangalore was in June. It was in June, it is because of the school children. They make sure that the data, what they compare, analyze, it gets into the media. Through the media, it went to the politician. Today, everyone talks about Vattur. You do the Google search, it has become so famous for various other reasons. So, now the kids, they collect the sample, they come to our lab, okay, and they do the sketchup. This is through our research students' using scanning electron microscope, and this is the RD. The symmetry and all, you can see that. Okay. And this is how our Subhash also talked about neighborhood mapping in Uttar Kannada district. You know, government was struggling, but we succeeded in getting a document for about 150 villages or 300 villages in one. You know, the interesting thing is each kid knew in their village how many Nati Vaidyas are there, traditional medicals are there, doctors are there. What type of plants are there? That way they get a feeling of their neighborhood. Once you have the feeling for your neighborhood, once you know the importance of that, I'm sure any sensible person will think of conservation. So that's what these kids are now. Some of them don't want to come to Bangalore after seeing all these things. Okay. And recently we also published an article saying how you can get oil from the data. You can download and read that. Because this has a oil gland. You know, they directly deposited millions of years back in ocean bed. Because of the temperature and pressure, we have the oil. Today, our senses, they are trying to cut down the time and so that you get oil tomorrow. If you want to know how to get oil tomorrow, you just read that article which we branded as a milking diagram. Okay? Well, I think I have completed. Those who want to know more about the thing, you can go to this web page. This is our group web page. This is for free and open source software. those who want to know about biodiversity of Western Ghats. You know, if you look at the digitization of the data related to the biodiversity, I actually takes the lead. Because 95 we talked about it, the putting the data on the web. Slowly we are moving towards the spatial database also. Okay, this gives a glimpse of our the lake symposium with okay, thank you very much. Okay, now is going to be okay, I can take one or two questions. There is going to be interactive session. Yeah.
So you spoke of how hydrological and irrigation constructions are affecting the natural flow of water. There have been talks about utility in rivers recently, and environmentalists argue that we are interfering with the natural flow pattern of the river, or it's going to cause an adverse impact on the catchment, which will drain water into its natural stream.
But don't go further. After listening to my presentation, do you think it affects or not?
So definitely it affects.
It affects, no?
Yes.
You also join our pattern, okay? So we got one more film for that, okay?
Yes, sir. But from an engineering point of view, not all areas are blessed with the topography of the windward side of Western Ghats. There are arid regions which are supposed to be arid anyway. It's not that because of human interference.
Give me an example of your arid region.
So most parts of Andhra Pradesh, there are places like Gulbarga, Raichur.
Kolar.
Kolar, I know it's because of mining and things like that. But
Let me take Kolar. Kolar is arid region or Western Ghats? Arid region. What is the rainfall? Your region?
I don't know the rainfall in Kolar.
But you are from that region? No. Okay. It's about 600. Okay. What is the district area? Okay, Kolar, I am talking about Kolar and Chikballapur. Okay. It is about 4,000 square kilometers Kolar. Chikballapur is 3,500 square kilometers. When we did the quantification of the water yield in Kolar, in the last 10 years, each year you are getting 105 to 120 TMC. If you are talking about drinking of the river, you are talking about giving only 5 TMC. When your district is getting 110 TMC, why you have to take 5 TMC? See, we are all engineers. Okay? Professionally different. Common sense is another thing. So when we talk about management of the ecosystem, we should look at how the nature functions. If it is only the engineering principle, it doesn't work. Telugu project, people talk about water to Chennai city. Where is the water? 10 years. They assured 17 TMC. Not even more than 5 TMC they have given in 10 years. Where did the water go? Not water go. The money. Whatever the 12,000 crore or 15,000 crore has gone to somebody's pocket. So that is what you have to understand. If they are talking about big project, it is not for you only. It is for their benefits. Okay? If you want to read it, recently we wrote an article on one of the river diversion asking the government where is 24 TMC, ethanol project. That's available on the net. You can give ethanol project, where is 24 TMC, you will get it. Because in that project they said 24 TMC is the water. But when we did the calculation, it was not even 9 TMC in a good rainfall year. And out of 9 TMC, 6 to 7 is required for the local people for their horticulture, etc. Another 2 TMC for our fish, etc. There is no water to divert. See, it is, it's very easy to fool Indians with all this kind of catchy thing. Because most of the Indians have not understood this concept. If everyone becomes eco-sensitive and understand the thing, they will start questioning. That is what we are trying to do. See, we want you to go back and convey this message.
According to what she told, suggested that Kolar, per se, this is 105 TMC and 125 water from outside. What would be the solution there?
Oh, very good. No. See, my great grandfathers have given the suggestion of lakes. They created 4,500 lakes in the region. But my parents, when they came, they forgot they started mismanagement. So that they didn't do the removal of silt and all. Because of that, there is no water recharging is happening because of the problem. If you rejuvenate the lakes and have the vegetation in the catchment, I think this problem could be solved in 5 years. We did this study of polar district in 2000 to 2004. If you see our webpage, there are articles on hydrology, etc. It's only the government which split 90% of the time have to wake up and do the job. For that, you people have to take the guns and.
You are referring to the system.
That is how the system works. Even Bangalore, it's not integrated system. Outdoors are okay. Yeah, I think 2 questions are over. So. You have something like this, you said, okay.
Sir, the question is, even though we have a lot of knowledge and even though there are a lot of procedures, but
one second, let me dispute you. Where is a lot of knowledge?
Like what you have just now.
Yeah, only you give.
Sir, I am saying, okay, on the people who have actually gone and studied and they know that lakes will be in charge and all. But at the level of policy level, like we not able to make it happen. There is really a gap we are seeing. We have knowledge, but knowledge is not actually.
Don't be too pessimistic. System started responding to us. Even though they brand us as a group of fellows, they still respect us. They are taking suggestions. Things will work. Okay, it's not very bad. Things will work. That is where we have to form the pressure group, as she talked about. Then things will change. If all your youngsters are questioning the government, I am sure the government will listen. In Bangalore, various episodes happened. Aam Aadmi questioned the government. Every year, the government woke up and took some action. So that is where, if you are equipped with the knowledge and go back and start questioning the system, question the system if you know the concept clear, if you have the concept clear. Otherwise, then you will be branded as one of your and there. Okay. Right. I think we will move on to the Prasad and take over. Yeah. Can you speak a bit louder so that Pola can be heard? Put the mic closer.
Now is rainfall and same nothing extra and very also extra the groundwater level is also went down to 1,500 feet.
Yes. See, we did the studies. Rainfall is by lot 600 to 800, and in 1 year, it's a 2001, no? It's about 1,200 or 1,300. 1 year there was a very good rate. See, why there is a crisis is that water that falls is going as a flash flood. Nothing is getting percolated. For the system to absorb the water, there has to be entities. Like vegetation has to this one. Since people have removed vegetation, there is a problem. For example, Nandi Hill, the more years when they declared the Nandi Hill, surrounding lakes became the season. You can't ask the villager, they will tell you. Similarly, if you look at Kolar Taluk and Malur Taluk, in Malur Taluk, wherever lakes are there, in the lake catchment, wherever vegetation is there, lakes has a water all 12 months. Whereas in Kolar Taluk, it has become seasonal and also it has gone deeper, groundwater. Because the lake doesn't retain the water and groundwater recharge is also not happening, we are going deeper and deeper. And the second thing is, both our fellows are very greedy. That is an added vision. What the crop they should grow? They grow cash crop. See, there is a mismatch in that. See, their greediness and rainfall is not scant. Adequate rainfall is there. Mismanagement of the forest is the root cause of your district problem. Okay? So, if you have to do it, please look at our report. Make sure the government listens. Okay? Okay, now Ravi, so your question starts, no?
Yeah.
If you push it this side. Ravi, put some chairs here. Okay, now we'll need some more people on the dais. Ravi, you have to do quickly. That's why I said you eat snacks, okay? doesn't eat. That's why he can't work. See, if I had asked Sulava, by this time 4 chairs would have come. Subhash, please. Come. You have some role to play. Come. Prasad, you have no role. You have decided yourself.
Gautam will call.
Okay, then we will call Gautam. Okay. Bharat, come. From tomorrow you have a role to play. Come. So there are a couple of questions are there, no?
Yes.
Shall we start the questions? I think I already asked one question. Okay. Some of you said that you want to be a trainer. Want to be trained so that you become a effective trainer. How many of you still want to become a trainer? Take a camera. What is that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, our polar man, the moment camera came like this, we are like this. What happened? Pratibha and Pavitra, you are PMS, no? Now what happened? Again you raise your hand. One more hand came just now.
No, out of this 8 or 9 hands that are raised, how many of them want to be explicitly biodiversity related?
Okay. Good.
So out of 7 or 8 people who have raised their hands, I would like to know how many of you want to be interested in biodiversity, because in modern times we've been hearing non-stop about biodiversity in some form or another. So how many of you would like to be explicitly biodiversity oriented?
Okay, just when you raise your hand, you tell your name also.
JP.
Okay. Sudarshan, can you make a record of the names? Come here, Bharat, you also record it. Sudarshan, you come and stand there and record it.
And also tell why you want to be, so that...
So one thing is, I have explained 5 minutes, you can give the 2 minutes time to me, I will explain. Because
You can sit and speak, no problem.
Where I work is Jawaharlal Nehru University College of Engineering, Pulivindra. Pulivindra means came for Pulimandara. Pulimandara in the sense.
Because we don't have much time, just the point.
Group of tigers living under in 1910 and then 1920s. But now there is no like that situation, but there is no dense forest or that in and around that Pulivindra area. One thing is now these are very vital. All the farmers and then every people is suffering in that. At the same time, water for groundwater level is completely decreased, and then climate change also completely changed, and then there is no rains coming on that. That's why I'm also native of that particular area. That's why I'm interested to do the field work and then somewhat how to contribute to my area, to do the research and then to aware the people. At the same time, something with that
Okay, now one second. Sudarshan, what's her name? No, 1 second. He has recorded your name. What's her name? Huh? Madam, your name is correct? Come here, you stand here so that you record properly without asking the parasector.
Here is.
Yeah, next. Yes. Aishwarya, currently in NRSC and formerly?
I feel
as he said in the morning, someone said like smart cities are developing. So
Not somebody. Subhash is there. You say, don't brand us already somebody. It's only till 6 o'clock, okay?
There will be the urban-rural divide if we want to level it, and also we have cities developing all the food for the city, everything is coming from the rural areas. So unless and until we develop the rural areas also simultaneously, there will be a proper imbalance between different districts. So natural resource management is very important.
Yeah. What's your name? Tell us.
What do you do?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm basically from native land.
Okay.
Last 10 years ago, my native town reaches the ramp reaches full 120 state. After 10 years, there is no full reaches. And then I now staying in the picture where I already go through and I reaches there. But today that area is covered in the soil market.
Sand mafia.
Sand market.
Okay.
Then we are always talking about the deforestation and all things like a carbon. In calculating, then we did not do it. We just analyzing the area where the forest, this level is high, this level is low, this is a temporal change, spatial temperature. We did not cross in the social economy and other aspects.
Okay. Next, please. I'm here. And I want to do it because
You have to tell from where you are.
I'm from Manali.
He is originally from Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I want to do it because I feel that much of the place Himachal used to be, it's not the same anymore. Like urbanization has totally taken a toll of the state. Right now, I feel that more than the biodiversity, more than humans, it's about the harmony. We have lost the harmony with nature. We are not harmonious with it. It's like Shimla used to be a good place some time ago. Now there is a third of climate change, and it's a meaning of me before me that has grown totally. Like some time ago, people started saying that we should not use polythene because it was easy. I mean, easier to accept as a community. Took out a campaign against it and we became the first state to ban polythene in India. But after that, there was another guideline issued in the same year that you should not construct on slopes that are greater than 45 degrees. And recently a study shows that more than 90% of the construction is utilized on slope, not more than 45 but now 60%. So that's when it comes on a person personally, he doesn't think about the environment. It's okay when it's about the community and all that. So that is what I want people to know that it's you who is doing so. I know that's a small thing to say, but people don't understand that. That's how it feels bad. It feels so bad that there is no.
You are second year or first year? Tech?
First year. I have recently. Who else next?
Here. Next.
Ladies.
So I'm Manita. I'm from Biodiversity APN. I'm actually from a computer application background. I'm doing my BCA in my final year. But I'm interested in biodiversity because I love nature and I would do anything for it. If I do what I love, I mean, maybe it will not even be competitive. It's just doing what I love. So it's like I can do it.
Sure. Okay. Then someone in that group, our friend from Kola.
Actually, Kola is my name is Akash Kedri. I'm doing second year geoinformatics international process applications. As you all know, the problem of Kola, the groundwater has been developed. And
a question from
establishing population rates using our sensing technology, analyzing the drainage patterns, and even in polar near itself, catchment area is there, mountains. In that mountains there are so many minerals are there. There we are not facing any water problems, sir. There is a benefit in polar it has been 2,500. By taking the example of the southern mountains areas, we are going to create awareness in our polar peoples, we are going to develop, we are going to get education.
Anybody else? Okay. But originally 25 people have applied, if I'm not mistaken, for announcing the Bangladesh's notice on his webpage. My basic question is that I fail to understand why did you apply?
So for the 20th program, there were 25 requests. 25 of you are registered for that. So where are those 25? Now only 8 has come for that.
What will be 4 of them?
Now it is.
So which means actually he will take a very strict view of the entire thing, because he is not going to waste his time on his people's time, and he would be far more rigorous from henceforth, and actually mercilessly cutting down his valuable time sort of trying to.
I agree to become a trainer, but I cannot put the commitment of becoming specialized and go further, because we have other commitment too. But for this, I just wanted to say that we are keep on as a human being that we are dominating the nature and thinking of controlling the nature and conserving the nature. But the flip side is we are becoming critically endangered. We are not realizing that.
Who? Humans?
We humans. So that's the other flip side of it, and if we are not seeing it right now, then 2020, 40 days.
That's the race.
And the crisis is so high. I already studying the lakes of Bangalore. And I am already in the sector, so I am taking a new base education in terms of water for the school lakes. So I cannot say and
you didn't tell your name to our Sudarshan.
No, but I am not going for specialized. I am going for trainer, it's okay, but I am going for it right now. I have to take some time.
You can tell your name, no? Still, he is keen to know your name.
My name is Silas.
Put it as a question mark.
Okay, you get it.
Ravi, next to you, why are you not receptive?
My name is Helen, and I'm from Bangalore, and the reason I have so much interest in this is because there's a lot of movement happening around data science, data, around data, and people joining communities and working with NGOs. To give you an example, I'm part of an organization that's called entirely voluntary, it is worldwide organization, it's called Data Bank. So they do projects which is done by people freely in the weekend, that people have jobs and all that. And part of the things that, so this is through open software, and part of the projects are also related to using all this AIs, remote sensing, etc. So for me, helping in a community where data can help, so there are things like data loop. So these are all kind of NGO-based projects. So this is happening in Bangalore. Actually, tomorrow there is a meetup. So there is somebody coming and he's mapping trees in Bangalore. There's an application, web application. So I think this is very much related to what is there. So they reach out to the community to help on that. So when the earthquake happened, the data bank reached out to this was in collaboration with Mapbox, kind of help. So I think also towards the community is very important. So for me, I was the reason that I want to be better at that. Because more data science works on the statistics and running.
data mining things and a lot of, and also with the mapping things of disasters, earthquakes, etc.
Okay, second question.
Yeah, I mean those people who are not interested in biodiversity, but that's where what are your things? Very quickly, you can tell that. I mean, we don't have too much of time because OSGeo, we are not only interested in biodiversity, but other things as well. For example, what is the theme that you are interested in? You are saying that you are not interested in biodiversity.
I'm not interested. But the full commitment I cannot make.
Anyway, we are not asking for any commitment. But
No, I have
interest first of all.
I'm interested in making science education more friendly to the kids, let's say from class 3 to 10. So I'm working on that.
So that's good enough. That's a statement is good enough. Anyone else?
Well, sort of from Azim. I am very interested in this topic, but I am more interested to know what the problem is and solve it to policy level, not to like going myself and mapping it out. So that is my area of interest. At the same time, I am very interested to know how the mapping is done.
That tomorrow we will explain to you how the mapping is done. If you can map the lakes of Bangalore with the quality, that's a greatest contribution. Otherwise, people do not know where lakes are there in Bangalore. Okay. Okay.
So those people who are interested in these things, I would request you.
Regulatory from
Graduation from RBC Bangalore. I'd like to get in part of the geospatial tools and open source software. I feel I don't have much background about the biodiversity of the sector. I am not giving my name in that. But I 100% I am sure that I can get involved in any of the geospatial tools. Since I am from remote sensing and GIS background, I can get into the training of the open source software.
Are you in the next 3 days?
Yeah, I am there. Yeah.
Okay, then you can decide what exactly you want. Fine. So those people who are interested exclusively in biodiversity, they may write a one-page write-up articulating why you are interested. This she was trying to say that, and how she can benefit herself academically and others as well. So that write-up maybe going to launch it by tomorrow. So that will be.
Those who are leaving today can send it by email.
By tomorrow?
Yeah, by tomorrow. Well, I need to answer one question. See, you said twice. I cannot come in right now. You know, 98, Prasad walked into my office. I was of your age. He said, let us set up the open source GIS portal and all. And we started the journey. I was teaching, I was doing research, other than that, school programs. But even with all those things, we did it. We set up the portal. I put one student exclusively for developing software, put it on the thing. From the community point of view, social responsibility point of view, we did it. Even after doing all those things, we felt that out of 24 hours, still there is some time for us to devote for something else. Okay, it is only our way of this. If we say there is a time, we have plenty of time. If we say there is not time, there won't be a time at all. But we'll have more time in MG Road, malls and bars and all this.
Yeah, maybe then we'll request Mr. Rosh
to say what is his view of how we can take it forward. I mean, some of these ideas that we have been discussing and all that, so that we can share with this audience and then what they feel about it. Maybe just one or two quick kind of.
So good evening, and actually I strongly feel today's workshop has been something of sensitization because people are from varied backgrounds, and what is required is input from different interdisciplinary sectors into one sector, so that that sector unifies diverse sectors, so that it is some kind of a harmonization of the system, the GIS, biodiversity, water, and the geospatial approach, all to be combined, and this combined output will require some kind of interdisciplinary thinking. Particularly geospatial application means everything has to be taken into consideration at the micro level, and you integrate into the macro level and put a output from which come even management solutions. So naturally even engineers have to manage systems, so not exploitation of systems. That systems can be exploited sustainably. So how to arrive at this will require a lot of inputs like that, and it requires a combined pooling of ideas. And I hope that now you are already seasoned, at least for today, and many have more better backgrounds also. So how it can be carried forward, I think it's a nation building activity, and it has to begin, it has to go on, it has to flourish. So I hope you will be always available with all these various kinds of portals, contributing towards them, be a part of the entire thing. That's all I can say in the 1 minute. Thank you.
So today we understood various aspects of how it is being implemented. So probably in next 4 days we will also understand how we get a hands-on and software interface of implementing. So I hope that with that knowledge of software and whatever the background all the experts have given, from starting from the morning till until the set. So most of it may be planned by most of us and can be implemented. So the takeaway of today's workshop is that whatever the thinking they have imbibed, and from tomorrow what are the software that you learn. So probably integrating both, I think we have a better future. Otherwise it's just a workshop just for the name's sake. Otherwise we won't have anything. So probably we'll do it. Yes. It's tea time is over, I guess. So people are awake. Have you drank tea? Yes? Or you are in the verge of going home? No answers. Okay, I take it the second way.
How many of you will be interested to be part of the developer community of OSGeo-India? Or probably user community of the open source tools? So how do we plan to be part of user community of open source tools? First of the
website that is got on open source software. First hang on those software, go through the videos.
So is there anyone who can volunteer for the developer community? The open source work that happens at IISc or OSGeo-India.
Why she is speaking from computer science? Why don't you come here? Come here, come to the front. Yeah, come.
So when it says open source software development, it's not only coding. So no one needs to think that you have to do coding. It's always even a solutions that has to be done. So don't worry about coding. We understand that people are from various backgrounds, not very good at coding also. So it doesn't matter.
Say for example, Biodiversity India portal has been developed using open source, and their development team is only 3 people or 4 people, but they have built such a beautiful product, right? We need not be always coders. Probably we might be designers. We might be good at documentation. We might be good at even localization. So for example, the first project that one of the first projects that OSGeo-India did was a language conversion for OpenGL in Malayalam, where people from village church were using that we can collaborate. It may not be an argument, just an interview for it. And there will be other also.
The customer taking part and then analysis for I can get something, whatever, which direction you maybe not.
But for developing that thing, for documentation, what is the how we can develop and then I can do something, whatever. I will try my level.
I am okay with marketing and campaigning for that because I am a person who thinks about marketing all the time.
Okay. Anybody wants to say a few words? Yeah, please.
I think we can play main roles. But developer community and go to analysis scholars. Because I'm completed my PhD in geography and I'm doing my entrance second year. And me and my friends all are so we play developer and as well as analysis.
Anyone wants to say few words about the workshop? Today's workshop is coming to an end. Yes, come. Ravi?
I am not aware of the history of myself, but today it sounds like eye-opener for me. I was feeling that research is like one problem and one direction. But I came to know that research can be like one problem has so many facets. After visiting Sir's lecture, I came to know like the reform that the major problems what we are facing is due to simple problems. We are able to take on, of course, we can solve all these problems and build and all will be accurate. Thanks, sir, it was really helpful for me, and I will make sure that in future research I will try to do something in this direction. Thanks.
Okay, Aishwarya, you raise your hand. Yes.
I was actually surprised when Sir mentioned that with children you could make an entire aggregated registered biodiversity registered field. Because in our second year we were environment students in this on our field visit. Sir had given us each the form and we were asked to do it. But we couldn't do it. One was the language barrier, we couldn't identify the species, and we couldn't do it. And I'm so surprised that children could do it. So I was thinking, now that environmental education has become compulsory in schools, so instead of the examination what they have, as part of it, each child can record the biodiversity around and just it can directly get compiled and directly go to the government at the panchayat level.
Actually, Professor Subhash also said why the children succeeded.
Yes.
Because they have no hesitation asking their neighbor about the plant or the thing. But you people have the hesitation why to ask and that is the problem. See, after 11 we don't know what happened. But till then we have found them, we catch them and we get good data.
It could also be the language barrier.
No, there is no language barrier. We have gone to the various other places also. There is no. In fact, we have gone to Northeast also. Couple of us have succeeded. So I don't think language is the barrier. If there is a way, there is a way.
And these children become very good skilled presenters, and they learn ecology, people's problems, agriculture, and the various varieties that are conserved, and about hydrology, whether the lake or pond has water in January to December, which all months. So they are able to link with the vegetation. So it's a holistically, they learn quite a bit of things in the field, and that is through observation. They are recording, and they introduce the farmer, whatever the farmer gives about organic farming, about bio-fertilizers, bio-pesticides, they are recording. and medicines for various diseases from using herbs, how they treat. So we have to hear them for an hour.
Very humbling because when you're mentioning it only, we were like, we just got one tiger and we stopped. And when children did this, it's really very humbling to hear.
Okay, so one from this side want to say a few words about today's celebrations. The person who has not spoken can speak now. Maybe a person wearing green shirt. You can mention your name. The next time I will call you by name.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ganesh. This is good, sir. Sir, again, these programs are going like the awareness of people. This is a good idea.
Okay, will you summarize? Yeah, yes. Come now. Yeah. If you want to arrange tomorrow's session, you have to do it. No, here. No. In front. Yourself, madam.
Myself,
from the morning to now, each talk few words, and so that we will conclude.
Myself, Shiva. And today's program is very good. And it gave very good knowledge about biodiversity. And actually, I don't know about the biodiversity. I don't have lots of knowledge about it. And I don't know about it.
That's a summary? It is not summary. I said each lecture. Start with after inaugural session, Professor Subhash Chandra, then Prabhakar. What you got from that each talk? You just tell us. You are from KS right now? I don't use KS or SAC. SAC sounds like sand. Okay, that's right. Yeah, please start. Have you got the reverse order? Last lecture you start, then you go so that you can increase the data. Probably you have stacked all the one above the other.
And sir, this also related to Western Ghats. And also and he was very good lecturer. And came to know about the software called Ghats they are using and GIS. And it is nothing but geographic research issue support system. And about the data, what we got from the and line for data, everything. And coming to scope of certain potential of data research geospatial improve about the dimensional potential, parameters.
Madam, just hold it slightly away from your mouth. That's what he is telling you. Hey, she is frightened by your action, I guess. Don't do that, okay?
Parameters and function of biodiversity conservation and how to conserve it. And coming to parameters of species richness and status of species and
Okay, you give this mic to her. I think it's not audible. You give this. Give that to her. Is the certificate ready? Yes.
largest lava repository, and Sharavati is the ancient Bangkok. Coming species count is endangered, flowering plants is 4,000, and then butterflies 330, and it is 11% endangered.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, good. Kannan is there. Very brief.
To submit, we the army have got a small organization called as DA Ecological. That is, it endorses itself to be an eco-friendly unit. So we have got these units distributed all around in eastern side of it, more sporadically though, but they are there to prevent anything like, for example, enforcements or any wrong that has been done by the general public, from particular poachers who are around. They keep looking out for this. So, being the army, this is a regular army, that is an army that has been made out of the local area people for a period of time. So, this is how I think Indian army is also a part of biodiversity that it is taking place. But I would like to add various aspects that have been covered today, like from the morning, do add up to what is there, and we are from army point of view looking out for views and points where we can contribute back to the system of units such as this, because we get posted out throughout the country. So this is one of the cases, and with whatever little knowledge we did gain today, we are going to work on it and probably disseminate it to the people who are actually working on ground, because I am coming from that area. I did have very little knowledge, or for example that unit and that CO, that commanding officer, are not exposed to this kind of information or software that are available. Probably they will be able to.
In that case, no, we can do one thing. Okay, you want to say something? We can organize an event for exclusive.
I want to say that. So, in fact, if that is your aim, which is very laudable aim, it's a laudable aim. But I think if you organize a specialized kind of thing exclusively for your people, it will be easier actually. And CES and OSGeo
will be very happy to do that. So you think in terms of your institutional involvement in that, and maybe 2 days or whatever, 3 days, where you actually can get hands-on training. So it's not just a theory and examples and all that. So you have less problem in directly applying things. Actually, it will be useful for your own professional things also as well. Not only you giving back, but actually you can benefit yourself for your practical day-to-day kind of thing. So maybe you can think of that and be in touch with Ramchandra or ourselves or maybe together.
In fact, couple of my students are from Army and Navy. But currently also we have 1 or 2 students from defense. Okay. But what we are trying to say is, okay, you are all doing a good job to the country. We don't mind helping you all. Anytime you press the button, we come with our team, we will do that. Okay. Capacity building for your people. But select the right people so that message goes forward. Okay. Because when we conduct a program like this, we are always successful only 40 to 50%. So if all 100% happens, 10% happens in your program, that would be the greatest thing. Okay. We would be happy to do that. Okay, anyone else? Yeah.
Myself, Ajay. I am from KSS and Bangalore. I waited till now from morning to evening. All 6 to 8 members give lecture about biodiversity, considering only forest as a source for the biodiversity. Why not mangroves? Mangroves as a rich source for biodiversity, gives shelter for fish, aquatic animals. It has very rich for biodiversity for aquatic animals.
Okay. In fact, there was a parallel session on fish and aquatic ecosystem. If we had known, we would have invited you for that. When this session was going on, there was a one more parallel session. So myself, Subhash, we took part in that session. Had we known that, because this is a program in Bangalore, If we say mangroves, they think it is mango groves. So that's why we didn't want to utter mangoes and all those things, okay? But when we go to Uttara Kannada, we talk about mangroves. We celebrated Mangroves Day on 26th. You can see the photographs and all those things. We have put it on the website, okay? So we have a concern for aquatic ecosystem and also terrestrial ecosystem. It's nice of you that you are worried about aquatic ecosystem because if you don't concern them, then tomorrow you won't have water, okay? Okay, I think we have come to the journey was good. We hope that some of you who have come exclusively for this program, I think about 24 or 25, you take the message forward. Okay? And those who are assembled here for the training program that start tomorrow, you please don't forget to carry your laptop with mouse and brain, active brain for all the 8 to 9 hours. Okay? So that you will learn, and also we should get excited when we start seeing you working. Okay? So we want to learn from you also. The end of the 4-day session, we should have implemented something so that we can tell the people that we have a case studies. Okay? So you can have your data, you can use your data when we talk about the spatial analysis. So I hope you all carry your own data in your laptop. You can do that. If there is some problem, you can question us. Okay? We will help you out. So don't forget to bring laptop and the mouse. Mouse is required for digitizing and all. Today somebody said they didn't bring the laptop. Who was that? Okay. Then tomorrow you will get it. Can you please? You are coming there. Okay, if that's the thing, then we will come to the last part of the session. We will do the certificate distribution. So I'll just call the persons and they will hand over the certificate, okay? So I'll start in a different way. So Ravi, come here, stand here. So you have to keep, you stand there and okay, Aishwarya will receive the certificate from Ravi Shankar. Next is Ballari Lakshmana. If you stand there, then you know that Suresh K. Okay, thanks Ravi. Setor Bharat, come. Lajalakshmi. We will collect the certificate from Bharat. Gautam Chen Soni. Praveen. I think it was Praveen. Sorry, okay. K. Madan. Okay, thanks, Bharat. Next, Sudarshan. Come towards the participants when you give the certificate. Kalai Selvan. Lingeshwaran. Muhammad Khayaras. Nidhi Kharayar. Shake hand. Next, Tara, please come. Thanks, Sudarshan. Next, Pavitra R will receive from Tara. Shri Harsh Chandra. Saurav Mukherjee. Sucharita R. Okay, Rini. Thanks. Next, Rini will be. Come first. Tushar will come before you then. Tushar, go ahead. See, he has come before you. Vikas Kumar. Take it. Shobha Elmi. Namrata S. Okay, thank you. Sushma, now, Sulva, you will hand it over to Sushma, she is coming. Yogesh Palanive, madam, you be there, okay? Mahadeva Nayak. She's not here.
But I will be there for the next 3 days.
That's okay. But today's is one event, next 3 days is another one. Okay, thanks, Sulva. So, Vinay, Sector will take over that. Sundaraj will receive from Vinay. Nagesha, he is shaking hands. Shake hands. Padmagiri.
Giri from Girinagar.
Tarun. Even, okay, that is our Tarun. Naveen Kumar. Yeah. Major Sharma, Samarth Sharma, not there. It's written Samarth Sharma, SAMATH. Ajit CS. Okay, that's fine. Now, Bharat, Akash KP, next is Bharat Kumar, I didn't know any class grade or anything. 2 Bharat are giving and taking. Next is Bharati GP.
So I have it.
Devanjan. Delight. Okay, that's brother. Asif Prasad. Please come. Darshini A will receive from Asif Prasad. middle. Next is Ganesh V. Next is Indira V. Indira V. Lakshmi M. Lakshmi MG. I think that's our Lakshmi. This is okay. Then here is handle also. Nandini Chella Kavita. Defensha. Okay. Thanks, Dr. Prasad. Welcome. Nishchita Nandi. Nitin GP. Pavitra P. Nayak. Rahisha. Rao Murli Sridhar. Revati N. Okay, thanks for Subash. Rupa Devi, there is a surname. I don't know how to pronounce this. Koti. I was about to Shesha Maheshwaram. The panel is there. Sumita Singer. Sushmita, yes. Ganga Karthik. Okay, thanks Subash. Prasad. Tarani A. Uday R. Next is Vinitra R. Next is Vivek Sharma. Gauri R. Everyone has got enough, those who are here? Okay, thanks. So, sir. Okay, 20th August program comes to an end now. So, tomorrow's journey starts for cosmology. That's a hands-on training, okay? We hope that you will all learn and become a good geoscience specialist, okay? So we want people like you to take the responsibility in the various sectors, not just government. Even in the other sectors, spatial analysis is there. We hope you will learn So you come prepared for that, okay? Bring data, you can post questions. We hope you will all take the message forward. And there will be a presentation from NRSA also regarding Bhuvan. Aishwarya, you are here tomorrow, right? You will come tomorrow, okay? Then we will have the. You want to attend tomorrow? Huh? You are from where? You have classes? You want to say anything? Okay. So thank you all. So there was some interaction. We hope that tomorrow everyone will pose a question. So and also our result person also get excited with your questions, okay? So that we will get more ideas. So, thank you all. See you. Those who are attending tomorrow's workshop, please come by 9 o'clock. We'll start sharp 9 o'clock, okay? Even if you come at 8:50, we don't mind. This hall will be open 8:30. We will be here, okay? So thank you all.